Welcome to our video introducing the dual Arcana system. Arcana system is a pre-battle strategic system independent from the enchantment system. It allows you to increase heroes' attributes throughout the battle. The system will be unlocked after the player reaches level 7, and the slots within the Arcana list will also unlock one by one as the player's level increases. You will need to use Arcana fragments or gold for the purchase and upgrade of Arcana. It can also be acquired through other sources such as completing achievements. Before the start of a game, player will select the Arcana system in the preparation slot to create an Arcana combination best suited for their hero. The appropriate combination of Arcana can give players a clear advantage when the battle is begun. Arcana is split into 3 categories based on its functionality. Red Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to attack. Purple Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to self-recover, and Blue Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's defensive abilities. Arcana of each color is further split into 8 categories based on their bonuses: attack, life, defense, function, lifesteal, attack speed, critical hit, and pierce. Each independent Arcana has 3 levels. The higher the Arcana level, the more bonus it grants the hero. On the Arcana page, players can freely pick as they wish to create the combination from red, purple, and blue Arcana. Players can create their Arcana combination on the Arcana page based on the role of their hero and their own playstyle. After choosing your Arcana, you can click the top right of the Arcana page to rename and save your combination. In addition, the system has recommended combinations based on roles and playstyles for the player to select directly and use. Depending on the different combinations in a match, Arcana will enhance a hero's performance in different ways. Even if the player uses the most advanced Arcana for their combination, the bonus provided for the hero will not greatly affect the balance of the game. Then, how will the Arcana system help players? During the early stages of the match, the basic attributes of heroes are quite low. Even if the Arcana did not offer much bonus, it could bring about a considerable and substantial difference. Such a change will help the player decide their early game strategy and playstyle while adding more variables to the battlefield. Arcana combinations are not absolute. According to one's understanding of the hero and their playstyle, players will all have different combinations. Should you focus on certain enemy heroes or making up for the shortcomings of your allies? Should you take the initiative in teamfights or increase roaming efficiency? It is entirely up to the player. This marks the end of our video introduction to the Arcana system. Thank you for watching, and good luck on the battlefield. Class Introduction. Welcome to the class introduction of Arena of Valor. In Arena of Valor, the 2 sides will confront each other in teams of 5, and the heroes are the avatars of the players on the battlefield. Your knowledge of your hero and class is the first step towards victory. For your convenience, heroes are divided into 6 classes in the legendary duel: Tank, Warrior, Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support. Due to the unique abilities of some heroes, they will have multiple classes. Players can clearly see the characteristics of the 6 classes in the hero interface. Aside from this, players can also check the class of their chosen hero at Choose Character screen in a match. Tank class heroes. Tank class heroes fulfill the role of the meat shield of the team. If you're a fearless warrior who wishes to charge through the forefront of battle, then tank class heroes are undoubtedly the best suited for you. Disrupting the enemy's formation and drawing their fire is the core use of tank heroes. Thus, they also shoulder the heavy burden of initiating team battles. Warrior class heroes. Warrior class heroes excel in close quarter melee combat, combining the ability of dealing damage and tanking. Warrior class heroes are the backbone of the team, and they're suited to fight in any situation. At the same time, they have multiple item sets and play styles. In a real combat situation, we will prepare item sets based on the team's composition and battle situation to balance the team's overall offensive and defensive capabilities. Mage class heroes. Mage class heroes are the core of the team's offensive capabilities, dishing out large damage via magic. Using their spells and abilities to obliterate everything in their way is what all mages desire. Normally, mage heroes all have powerful magic damage capabilities, and a certain amount of control abilities to ensure that they can quickly defeat enemies with very high armor. but due to their poor survivability, they can be vulnerable targets for the enemy's attack. Assassin class heroes. Assassin class heroes are the masters of burst damage. Thus, they are quite difficult to use. If you're someone who enjoys the thrill of seeing the enemy fall to zero almost instantly, then the Assassin class heroes are your best choice. Assassin class heroes often combine excellent movement abilities with damage abilities. However, due to their lower basic HP than other heroes, Assassin class heroes rely on other players' ability to assess the situation and timing, as well as their mastery over the hero to maximize their potential. Marksman class heroes. Through steady and consistent physical damage, Marksman class heroes are also the core of a team's damage output. Different from the ability based on burst damage of mages, Marksmen prefer suppressing their enemies from afar and dishing out non-stop physical damage. But their fragility and lack of survival skills are their biggest shortcomings, putting them in a position where they are dependent on the protection and support of their allies. Support class heroes. Support class heroes value functionality. Normally, they are unable to deal substantial damage or have noticeable defensive abilities, but they have the important mission of protecting their allies, supporting their attacks, and guiding the initiations of team fights. Support players can also be the MVP. According to the different styles of the team, some teams require a tanker support hero who can share the burden of the tank with higher offensive capabilities, whilst other teams require a functionality-based support hero who can protect teammates in dire situations and provide buffs to control and enhance magical damage. Your choice is closely tied to the team's needs in real combat. A team will need to choose 5 out of the 6 classes above to form. Utilizing different combinations of heroes can bring forth different chemical reactions for the team, and the right mix of combinations will allow you to demonstrate your advantages. This concludes the class introduction for Arena of Valor. Good luck on the battlefield, and we will see you next time. Welcome to our video introducing the ping system in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate conveniently while reporting and delivering quick, accurate information on the battlefield, Arena of Valor has a context-sensitive built-in ping system that is easy to use. The ping button prompt is placed on the top right corner of the screen in a match. To use it, long press the ping button and point your finger to the triggerable area to send your team the corresponding ping. In addition, players can click the map button on the top right corner to expand the map and send pings by tapping the corresponding location on the map. Of course, players have the option to block ping sound effects and voiceover from other players to prevent interference during the battle. Battle alert pings. When players are on the move, they can send their estimated arrival time to teammates by tapping their location on the map. Players can request support from teammates by dragging the ping button prompt to their own hero. When the player is hidden in the grass, drag the ping button prompt to the grass to instruct teammates to hide themselves and ambush together. When a player is outside of the grass, dragging the ping button prompt towards the grass will notify teammates to be careful of an enemy ambush. Wilderness status ping. When Abyssal Dragon, Dark Slayer, or your own buff exists on the map, players can give corresponding attack commands to their teammates by tapping the corresponding monster directly on the map or by dragging the ping button prompt to the relevant monster. If a monster has yet to respawn, dragging the ping button prompt will notify the players of the corresponding monster's respawn time. Personal status ping. Players can notify teammates their skills are ready by dragging the ping button prompt onto their hero's skills. Dragging the ping button onto a skill and cooldown will alert teammates of the cooldown timer. When a hero dies, the player can drag the ping button prompt onto the death count to inform their teammates how long it will take to revive. In addition, players can inform teammates that they're returning to base by dragging the ping button prompt onto the recalling button while in recall. Enemy status ping. When the enemy has disappeared from a lane, the players can send an enemy missing ping by tapping on the lane. When the enemy reappears, tapping on the lane will signify how many enemies are present. Situation alert ping. Players can prompt teammates to defend structures by tapping their defense tower on the map or by dragging the ping button to the tower. When the player is not in a mid-recall state and drags the ping button prompt to the recall button, it will remind teammates to return to base. Furthermore, players can send scores to teammates by dragging and dropping the ping button prompt onto the scoreboard. There are hundreds of different ping options in Arena of Valor. Players should use them strategically to give themselves and their team a leg up on the competition. Be aware that the ping button is only a notification. The key to victory lies in making the right informed decisions. This marks the end of our video introduction to the ping system in Arena of Valor. Tell us your favorite thing to ping in the comments. Thank you for watching. Good luck on the battlefield. Welcome to our video introducing the team communication systems in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced, competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate quickly and clearly in-game, Arena of Valor has introduced team communication systems, such as pinging, quick messaging, built-in real-time voice chat, and emojis. Players can press the context-sensitive ping button prompt on the top right corner of the screen to instantly notify teammates of their status on the battlefield. Players can also drag and hold the ping button to various elements in-game for different alerts. Depending on the context, pings can be divided into types such as battle alerts, wilderness status, personal status, enemy status, and situational alerts. Check out our ping system introduction video to learn more about how you can use the ping system in Arena of Valor. Players can use the in-game quick message system to plan and communicate. Quick messages first appear as part of the pre-battle strategy screen.
Rally for a team fight.
Before the match, the player can set selections and adjustments within settings. These pre-made messages can be split into three major categories: defense, offense, and communication. Players can select 8 messages from these 3 categories to use as quick messages within Arena of Valor. Some quick messages even have voice lines that play when being used.
Let me get the buff.
In the event you want to communicate in more details with your teammates, you can also tap the box beneath the quick message window to enter text. Keep it clean. Aside from quick messages, voice chat will always be the most accessible and concise way to communicate on the battlefield. Players can use the game's built-in real-time voice chat system to speak and converse with their teammates directly. To use voice chat, tap the microphone button on the left side of the screen. When the player is queuing with friends in a pre-made party, they can choose the voice chat to be party only. Emojis are a fun and expressive way to communicate within Arena of Valor. Before the start of the match, players can equip emojis with their customization suite. Make an emoji selection while in a match to use the corresponding emojis. When triggering certain scenarios, heroes will automatically release their preset quick emojis. If there are teammates nearby that use an interactive emoji, and the player responds with an interactive emoji of their own, a new effect will be created for both emojis. One last thing to note, emoji displays can be seen by your enemies. Use your smileys wisely.
I picked Dragontail. Not the other way around.
Painting genius, Jan. Since his childhood, the exceptionally talented Jan has reached the pinnacle of painting as a teenager. But when inspiration dries up, causing the talented young man to fall into infinite anxiety, his master sends him on a journey to find inspiration, taking with him the Rivers and Mountains Dream Scroll and Sword of Inspiration in his path to find materials. The young man's search for a breakthrough is fraught with crisis, but this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Jan, who will hold the brush of the Sword of Inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. passive, Spiritual Spark. When Yan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Yan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Yan's own HP in the process. Skill 1. Black Jade Sprinkle. Yan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction to enemies in a fan shape in front of him. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. After a short delay, deals damage to the enemy in front and knocks them away. He can move during the delay and deal additional damage to minions and wild monsters. Skill 2. Draconic Step. Yan moves forward in an arc, dealing damage to enemies along the path. Yan is untargetable while using the skill. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. Charging towards the target enemy and dealing damage, he can use another part of Skill 2 within a short time frame. Additional Skill 2 cast has a separate cooldown calculation and does not accumulate energy. Skill 3. Hills of Dream. Yan releases his seal, entering enhanced status and dealing damage to surrounding enemies, receiving a massive physical penetration, and can use the second part of the ultimate skill. He gains super armor and reduces damage taken during the cast. Yan will enhance all of his other skills. The second part of Ultimate. Yan charges forward and deals massive damage and knocks away enemies in a massive range forward. Enhanced Skill 1. Deal 2 instances of damage to the enemy. Enhanced Skill 2. Deals even higher damage. Yan's ultimate skill buff will increase with every upgrade. When ultimate is upgraded to level 1, the skill damage of skill 1 and 2 increases by 50%, and the number of times the mark can be triggered also increases. When ultimate is upgraded to level 2, passive enhanced normal attack hitting enemies will extend the enhanced status duration and can be used multiple times when under the buff from the second part of Yan's ultimate. They aren't affected by cooldown reduction. When ultimate is upgraded to level 3, passive enhanced normal attack will return 1 stack of energy. Yan is a highly controllable warrior type assassin. His damage will continuously increase as the game goes on. He becomes extremely powerful in the later stages of the match. Thus, rapid growth and increasing level are important for Yan. The key to mastering Yan is utilizing Yan's skill set, launching enhanced normal attacks with different effects, and making use of the short cooldown time of his skill set to continuously dish out skill combos. At the start of the game, if Yan needs to support and gank enemies, he can save a stack of his passive in the bush. Use Skill 1 to slow down enemies who passes by, and trigger Skill 1's enhanced normal attack to knock away the target, to crowd control them and coordinate with teammates to finish them off. Yan needs to save up 1 stack of his passive while chasing down enemies. He needs to make use of Skill 2 to get close to the enemy first, then uses enhanced normal attack's additional reset of Skill 2 to continue pursuing. Once the gap is closed, use Skill 3, Skill 1, enhanced normal attack, Skill 3's second part to finish up. In team fights later in the match, make use of the buff effect from the ultimate to bring forth a good haul. Yan needs to attack from the flank. Use Skill 2 first to close in on the back row, followed by Skill 3, normal attack, Skill 1, normal attack, the second part of Skill 3, Skill 2, Skill 1 to finish them off. When there are multiple tank-type heroes in the enemy composition, due to Yan's lack of high damage before using his ultimate, he needs to watch his timing when he enters the battle. Make use of the physical penetration from the ultimate, as the bonus can deal quite substantial damage even against tank-type heroes. Due to marks being able to be triggered multiple times, while in enhanced status, Coordinating with Skill 2's movement and Skill 1's damage, you can potentially take down tanks. Yan's passive HP Restore allows him to have decent survivability. Watch your timing on using Skill 2's untargetable effect to dodge enemy damage. Yan needs to improvise in battle and requires careful observation of the situation on the battlefield to choose the right skill to cast.
You're fighting a losing battle.
Jade Fan Beauty Yue. As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, Yue brandishes a fan as her weapon, retaining her elegance even in battle. Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
Welcome to the Reno Valor International Championships 2022. I'm going to be your caster for today. My name is Vittorio. With me is Mikos. We are at day number 4 of the quarterfinals. We're going to see another 2 teams actually drop out in today's series. And it's going to be Bikertopia against VCF for the first series. On a second series, it's KFC Talent against It's Bacon Time.
Yeah, we see this possibility. They already not match each other in terms of group and in terms of the first playoff. But now it's sad to say, like you just said, 2 teams will drop out from AIC, and who's ever going to go for the next stage will clash with each other, waiting for the top for the upper bracket, who's going to be facing each other as well. So we have 2 games with the best of 7s to give to you guys. Who's going to win this matchup? Because Bikertopia versus Valencia, we had a lot more question in terms of Valencia. Could they survive more? Because Bikertopia yesterday had a good run, but for today it's Valencia. Can they do it? Can they bring the fight to Bikertopia? Because we saw how Bikertopia has more potential and has a couple of great games, but instead of Valencia, after they won against ADT, is kind of hard to say, because they can win much more aggressive matchup, but in terms of Bikertopia, is really fearsome in the early phase.
Yeah, Bikertopia is one of the teams that actually excel in the early game. They are very, very aggressive whenever they are on the offensive, and it was just unfortunate yesterday that they were faced up with the same kind of playstyle on the Team V Gaming, who had a lot of better choices in terms of the draft, in terms of how they execute their plays. So Bikertopia has a chip on their shoulder. Can they actually be the better aggressive team in today's series? We're going to be looking at that, but first, we're already going to be looking at the schedules. We're already at the June 26th, the last day of the quarterfinals. And today's series are going to be best of 7s. So definitely it is going to be testing the hero pool of the players on how they're going to be drafting. And we're going to see how it plays out as the series progresses.
Yeah, because the last day of quarterfinals will determine who's going to be in the semi-final itself, with the best of 7 on July the 2nd and July 3rd, as well as the grand final on the 10th of July. So we nearly comes to an end for AIC 22, but hold on, we're not done just yet. We still have a couple more days to be played, and just for recap, $2 million to be distributed to all among of this team. We have settled down with the top 5, but now we are finding the top 4 who's going to be in that lineup, because the 6th place and also the 5th place, maybe one of this team from today will settle down, and we still have to find a final MVP and the best lineup for each players, and also a couple more teams that who could be qualified into the semifinals.
Definitely the ones that are going to be eliminated here are still going home with the 40,000 USD, but who's going to be, you don't want to settle on that 40,000. You want to be in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That's a the big chunk of the prize pool is definitely going to be going to the top 4, especially to the champions of the AIC. We're seeing here the qualified teams. The ones that are going to be competing for today is going to be VCF, It's Bacon Time, Bikertopia, and KFC Talent. 3 RPL teams already in danger of elimination. It used to be, we could say that the start of the playoffs was an RPL start, because they were able to eliminate other teams like the ADT and Team Flash. And the regions, the strongest regions right now that we could say is going to be RPL, but now they are all of the teams from the RPL are in the lower bracket battling it out, and definitely long battles are ahead for the teams that are going to be competing in the last day of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, because we saw a couple of teams already been has been going home a little bit early, like ADT and as well as Flash. But now, this is the brackets that we are currently seeing. One team will face down VGM in next week in the semifinals. But today we have Biketopia versus Valencia and KFC Talent versus Bacon Time. This kind of looks like a hard bargain for the both RBL as well, because of KFC and Bacon Time. They need something to bring in that matchup, because from 40,000 US dollars to 100,000 US dollar, that is some big jump coming in for that prize pool, for that prize to be win by any of this team. Only one step ahead with the best of 7. But current matchup, I would say the second matchup is the big matchup. It's kind of hard to see if one of these teams will go home with a 4-0 loss. It is kind of lunatic if you see it like that.
Yeah, I mean, the second series is definitely going to be interesting. One of the reasons why is these teams have fought each other on their local tournaments, and definitely know each other well. They have strategies in place for each other, but it could always change. The AIC 2022 brings you a lot of experiences, and this could actually change the strategies that these teams are going to be facing with each other. Bikertopia and VCF, not much that they could say that they had a lot of, looks at each other, maybe in a lot of VODs or video reviews on each other, but that's basically it. That's the exciting part, because Bikertopia and Valencia CF Esports, they don't know each other well. So this could also play out in what are the strengths of the regional teams. Is the RPL still going to have a stand over the JCS? We saw that in yesterday's series where KFC Talent actually failed to close out their very strong start. They had a 2-0 start, and it actually we actually saw one team turn it up with a comeback with 4 consecutive wins, beating out KFC Talent in game number 6. Could we actually see another kind of dominance in terms of the first part of the series, and then them actually failing in the second part?
Yeah, we could see it, because of a lot more complicated to see, because of how the energy that Biketopia has currently, because they want revenge. They want to go far as they could. But for Valencia CF, after they won before this, it is kind of like we haven't saw a lot more aggressive gameplay coming in for them, because we recently know that when Teos play a little bit of form, it could punish a lot more for Valencia CF, and it somehow hard. But for Biketopia itself, as we see the team matchup, the first blood rate for Biketopia is really high, 73%, and as well as win rate for the first blood is 81. So Biketopia, when they got the first blood, they will transfer it into the win in that matchup. Sadly for Valencia, they have 30% and also as well as 75%. A lot more a passive gameplay for the side of Valencia, instead of Biketopia has all aggressive mode in terms of early game, and they always have the maybe a Ryoma, maybe a Nacross gameplay for the side of Biketopia. So the idea is there that Valencia need to watch out for the early matchup, because Biketopia is really one of those teams that takes the lead and convert it to the win. If Valencia could hold on in terms of their power spike in mid, it could be something that Valencia could watch for, because Biketopia is hard to say. That is one of the matchups that Valencia need to face.
Yeah, and definitely it shows in the stats on how big the offensive prowess of Biketopia is. They need to actually play this out. Are they gonna be aggressive against Bikertopia? Actually leveling their game style onto Bikertopia's kind of game, or are they still going to actually go for a slow start? Because we've seen VCF actually lose out most of their early contests, and if VCF is not going to be able to remedy this, I think Bikertopia has a big chance of actually overpowering Valencia CF Esports. But we have here the key matchup. It's Sin and QQ in the mid lane. Not that spectacular on both sides. We see a lot of damage coming in from QQ, carrying up his team with a 4.3 KDA in comparison to a 3.1 KDA from Bikertopia's Sin. He's not getting too hot in the mid lane. Maybe I could say that Sin is more of a player that's passive. He depends his plays on how good the rotation of the jungler and the support is. So that will definitely play into part. Are we gonna see Sin step up to the plate and actually carry Bikertopia in this series, or maybe we're still gonna see a very very passive Sin? While QQ has been dealing a lot of damage, it does not mean that they are very very efficient. Because if a player actually shines bright, what if he actually gets shut down? That is gonna be one of the biggest problem for VCF. VCF also needs a lot of team play for them to actually have a smooth series.
Yeah, because for side of Bikotopia, we have a lot more. For the side of Valencia, we saw how QQ is trying to carry along, carry the teams like we saw in the team that only LCC2 is carrying the whole squad with the all damage and also the rotation, and kind of if QQ got shut down, it could be horrible for the side of Valencia, as well as we know that happened for ADT when LCC2 died in the team fight and all the members could not do anything. They had damage, but they doesn't have the advantage in terms of energy that when they lost LCC2. So QQ might as well try to find heroes that could play a little bit more passive in terms of he could just grasp all objective that they can and trying to dictate where the momentum for the side of Valencia. But in game number 1, Bikotopia already had Necros on their hands. That is pretty early matchup for Bikotopia. They want to play early game. They would have paired it with the Ryoma, maybe a Crixie as well, because they doesn't want to give the Crixie to the side of Valencia. But when they lock onto that Necros, the Crixie and maybe the Baldum will be taken away here for Valencia. But it would say that if Valencia want to invest that kind of matchup in this number 1, and a lot of possibilities here. If they want to go for routine, maybe they want to Zuka as well as the Crixie. It kind of good matchup as well as the Iggy, but they goes for the Liliana first. They want to invest a little bit onto the second tier, because if they go for the Crixie this early, maybe it's going to be really hard because of that Necros. It's hard to just burst it down with the stuns that Crixie has, and as well as the Moonfall. So Liliana would be a best matchup for the side of Valencia, and the Crixie been covered by the side of Bikotopia as well. Maybe the Baldo, maybe the Tain could be taken here for Bikotopia as well.
Yeah, and definitely in the first 3 picks, we're already seeing some kind of compositional, the composition of Bikertopia. They're going in for mobility because they added Crixie to that Nacron. And so far, Nacron has been one of the strongest junglers out here in the AIC. Usually when we see Nacron being picked out, it is a pick that is actually effective because you can actually go for a fast rotates. You can actually gank lanes, and you don't get punished much because of the mobility on the skill sets of Nacron. 3 jumps that you're gonna be able to see from Anacron, as well as being able to negate some of the crowd controls with the Judgment Blade. You can also start the clashes with the Jury Fury, and then you pair it up with the Judgment Blade as well. There's a lot of knockups and a lot of holding on one, especially if it's just gonna be a gank on one of the heroes of the opposing team. Valencia CF Esports though, it's actually very scary because they can burst down the Nakrot in some of the instances, especially they have a Liliana and they have a Zuka. In a 1v1 scenario, Zuka always almost wins the matchup, especially in the 1v1s. Hayate is someone that can kite the the Roxy of the Bikertopia, so it is also going to be hard for Bikertopia here. If they're not going to be able to chain their crowd controls, they're not going to land a clean Agnes grip.
Yeah, the Agnes grips will suffer a lot because of that is the only play that Roxy could make, and it is hard to execute. We saw a lot of potential Roxy play from a lot of teams that trying to bring the Roxy kind of matchup with the Agnes grip with only one possibility into their strategy, and it's hard to execute when you have a lot more mobile heroes to the side of Valencia. You cannot just try to find Zuka and the Liliana as well as the Hayate. Maybe the support could be taken away with maybe the Teen versus the Roxy for the side of Valencia, and that is what's the idea for Valencia as well. So if they want to bring the Teen, the Agnes grip will be especially spatial for the side of that Teen is in this current matchup. But Valencia thinks otherwise. They want to go for an aggressive early matchup. They want to win in terms of burst damage that Tachi had. They want to bring this hard momentum because of the Agnes grip will go hard to land if the side of Valencia bring out the Tachi in this current matchup, because the dashes and also the ultimate of the Tachi could evade the potential flicker and ultimate coming in for that Roxy as well. Now Brunhilde maybe to give a lot more securance onto the late game to win for the Biketopia members. But I think in terms of these 4 picks that Valencia really had it all. They had a lot more mobility, they had a lot more burst damage in terms of Biketopia already secures onto the objective gameplay. They have the Roxy to split push, they maybe get the Chi to just burn down towers, but with the Crixie, they have a lot more defense. But inside of Valencia, they have to go all in terms of early game. They have to wait a little bit, maybe for the Zuka to be in level 4 before the first objective. But I think in that early game in particular, the Valencia could die versus the Nacron. They need to fight away with the objective. Maybe still the red buff, or maybe the blue buff itself for the side of Valencia.
Yeah, well, looking at how strong the early game is, I don't think Valencia CFE Sports is, the composition that they have is more for the late game. They do have a lot of capabilities here, especially the AOE and being able to assassinate. But the problem here is that the early game definitely is not going to be there for Valencia CFE Sports. Against the Nakrot, they're just going to be punished here. You have a Crixie as well who deals a lot of damage just throwing out his first ability. And then the only late game hero that's not going to be reliable in the early game for Biketopia is going to be the Thorn, who needs a lot of items to actually boost up its damage. And basically for Biketopia, they're going to be playing it out with their Nacron Crixie combination, and then have them lock down some of the lanes using the Agnes grip. And in a 1v1 scenario, Key doesn't really fall off against the Zuka pick as well. But Zuka is going to be going into the jungle as Mara is the one going to use that hero, while Scud is going to be in the top lane. So in the top lane fight, not much you can expect. They're just going to be checking on each other, clear up the lanes, maybe go for cut lanes as well to get the advanced creeps. In terms of the draft, I don't see anyone actually coming out on top, but the late game definitely is going to be for Valencia CFE Sports. But by Cartopia, they're gonna be relying heavily on what T1 can bring into the table. The Roxy, the only utility that you're gonna be looking for a Roxy pick is definitely the Agri script. He is gonna be the key factor here. If they're gonna be able to have a good Roxy game, then definitely Bikertopia is gonna have it for the first game. But if they're not gonna be able to secure the Agri script on someone vital to the lineup of BCF, like the Hayate, Jazuka, and also the Liliana, then I think VCF has this in the bag.
Yeah, because of the draft of VCF is really convincing with the aggressive and also with the burst damage they had. It could make the early game more exciting because of Valencia. If they want to grow aggressive, this is the time. They have to put down the momentum. They need to force out the Necros, because if they play that out into the mid game, maybe late game potential for the side of Bicotopia will be much of an objective game, and as well as the turn with that late game itself. But for setups, maybe Bicotopia will have a hard time with the Agnes Grip, but no, the 3 damage with Torn and as well Hayate. Torn wins it pretty well on bottom side, and none of the members of Valencia, they know the damage of Torn has, and it will be hard for the side of Valencia trying to dive away, because 2 versus 1 on bottom, it would be something that Valencia really need to avoid. But because how many damage does Torn have in that early game? Because that Hayate is not going to be healthy in terms of that burst damage.
Yeah, it was a good call here for the trade. He just went in for the 2 stacks onto his first ability, and that made his hits actually hurt with magic damage. And it's gonna be a steal from Taos there. He gets that Seagull for the last hit, while we're seeing a 4-man rotate here to actually expedite the jungling of T-Lin. They get that fast. He's gonna be rotating here onto the mid lane. They actually hit Taos with the first ability, the Crixie. He's gonna be forced out and to recall back and recover from the damage that has been dealt here by Sin. 16 seconds to actually see the first subject of the game, the Abyssal Dragon, and also the Slayer is gonna be out there. The Blinding Light is gonna be used here until Lin, and that definitely puts you can actually gauge the damage that the Liliana could actually bring with just the poking ability. Not we haven't seen the Fox form just yet. We know Sin is we know Q2 can actually use this. A lot of the RPL teams love the Liliana pick.
Oh yeah, the Liliana pick is the comfort pick there for Gigir as well. But in terms of goal in this current matchup is kind of a little bit on the side of Valencia, where Bicotopia is trying really hard to find a gap they want to, but Valencia did not give this away because they had an early composition, they had an early momentum, a little of a momentum, and it is a question for side of Bicotopia. The trade on bottom, if they want to win this, it will be now, but Agnes Grip is not going to connect from T1. The Teos just run casually in terms of Bicotopia, or they played a little bit aggressive, trying to find a suitable amount of damage to be trade off with the Valencia on bottom side. They want to focus in mid after they take one objective on the side of that Abyssal Dragon. We saw a lot more Abyssal Dragon takes rather than the Dark Slayer, but for Bicotopia itself, they have to wait. They have to wait for one maybe rank breaker coming in for Pika, and that is the point where Bicotopia could play more aggressive in terms of Valencia in that mid game itself will not be of much of a damage when they can handle itself with that Roxy playing aggressive.
Yeah, we see T-Lin here actually fighting out. The breaker's gonna be used by Taos, but that's gonna be a first blood coming in from Zerui, dealing a lot of damage, a lot of free looks for himself as well. He was ignored by Taos and Myra, and that gave him the chance to actually deal a lot of damage. And definitely the crits from Zerui is going to hurt. And at this point, he's almost gonna finish the Claim Sanctity already. Well, we're seeing a Fafnir being made here by the Hayate. In terms of the burst potential, Zero is gonna have one up over that Hayate because of that fast, fast progression on the items. After that claim Sancti, it is gonna be difficult for Pichu unless Zero is gonna be held down. T1 is in the area, Taos as well. Moonfall is gonna be used here by Sin, dealing a lot of damage. He's gonna be falling off. We're gonna see here the clockwork from Zero being used up. He's not gonna be able to take up the Taos, but he is gonna be forcing a defense here from QQ to rotate to bot lane.
Yeah, that kill when Zero takes the kill on bottom, and that mid lane matchup, it could be Backtopia's a lot. It could make Backatopia a lot more space, but now Zuka comes in with the ultimate, but being stuns up from Zin and takes the kill. Zin takes another kill, but the Moonfall will connect a couple more damage, and that orb will save him and save the time and make it the kill number 3 for the side of Backatopia. That overextend for Valencia nearly convinced me they will take 1 kill, but they lost 2 in that process. Oh, this is bad for Valencia, man. Backatopia is gunning towards them with their own mistakes. Valencia needs to wake up.
Yeah, definitely. That was an overextension for Taos. It was a good vision, vision control for Sin. He knows that Taos doesn't have any visual on him. He used the orb and forced Taos to actually go in, and he got baited there. They got an easy kill because Taos actually thought that if he used his second ability there, he was gonna take the Crixie, but because of the orb, it actually gave them that boost, and the bait was very successful. That's going to be the Dragon's bait. Cliffbreaker is going to be used by Taos as well. Moonfall is not going to be able to burst down Taos because of the explosive shield. But on the top lane, we're seeing this gun actually be very aggressive. SRY might be able to take this. Fire Glove is going to be ready for himself. He's going to use the freeze charge to get away. And another objective is actually going to be traded out here, as the bot lane turret actually was destroyed while SRY is still on the top lane, thinking maybe for Backatopia that they are going for a swap here, but T1 might be taking out. The explosive shield is going to connect. Is he going to be taken out? Taos goes in with a Cliffbreaker. He finishes that off, but there is the cavalry arriving. That's the Moonfall being used up. Taos is going to be too tanky as he procs that passive. Zurui does not have the damage just yet. He does have a Claim Sancti. He has a Slick Sting, but he needs more than that. Maybe a Fafnir to maybe burst down that Taos.
Yeah, they need that point. They need that damage from that Fafnir. But for the side of Valencia, they really want to try to play an aggressive move, but it's kind of hard when Backatopia already had in this mid-game matchup. They already had that 3 kill when the mistakes has been made by Valencia. So passive mode is on for them. Then they cannot make a lot more mistakes here because with their composition is all aggressive movement. They need to take a lot more objective, need to find a way how to bring down towers, and it could be really hard because of that Nacros itself being given for Backatopia. It could defend a lot more lanes and also give a lot more damage, but the clash is going into the Holy Dragon, but 1 member for the side of Valencia will be caught up as RY been taken down with 2 members of Backatopia. 4 members left. Backatopia will take this episode Dragon as well as Dark Slayer with the Securance, with Zero as well as the T1 on top side.
Seeing here a strategy in Red 2P rotation is actually working for them because of T1. As long as he's going to be able to connect the Angus grip, they're actually able to get the kills. T-Lin is going to be rotating here. They're going to be stopping themselves from taking that Infinite Slayer. A possible steal could always happen here. Remember, if you get one objective like the Dragon, you're gonna have reduced damage onto the other objectives like the Slayer. And that was also on their thinking that maybe one Cliffbreaker coming in from Taos could actually change the figures here. We have an almost 2.5k lead for Backatopia, And Myra and QQ is going to be contesting that clear on the mid lane, not letting the members of Paikatopia farm peacefully. They need to clear down the bottom lane, but Pika is just actually positioning himself there to maybe help his allies. They know that they have the mobility to go and clear up the lanes because of the mobility of the Nacra, the mobility of the key. They're gonna be able to rotate fast here. SRY might be taken up again as we see the Nacra going there, but the moonfall coming in from Sin there is actually connecting to Taos, and he's gonna be forced to recall to regenerate his health. In the mid lane, we still see Myra and QQ doing their best, but the poking capabilities of the Crixie is actually punishing them in some of the exchanges.
It's going to be really hard for now. 5 kills for Paikatopia, only 1 respawn for Valencia. They take the Mr. Dragon home. Already 3 with 1 whole dragon, and as well as the Dark Slayer. 5 members of Paikatopia in mid lane. Trying to find a retribution, goes zimmed a couple more damage, but half health coming in for QQ. Not half, only 10%, and he's gone. QQ been taken out, and as well as the next, maybe Teos is the next to fall, and the kill has been land. Paikatopia is eating Valencia for breakfast right now. One by one is the food so delicious for Paikatopia. Maybe they are smoking with the exhaust they had. They are going to end the game, but the ultimate has been pushed. Coming in, but a couple more damage has been put. Paikatopia a little bit too strong here. None of the members of Valencia could cope with the damage, and none of the Kunai Blitz can connect to the members of Paikatopia. Too strong, too tanky, and as well too good to be true in game number 1.
Look at those chill faces, not celebrating just yet. They know that they actually did very, very well. It was a dominating match for Paikatopia. They were always on the offensive end, not on the receiving end, and not so good game for Valencia CF Esports, who looks very, very lost all throughout this game number 1. They have lost a lot here. Although there was a lot of expended picks for Paikatopia, it didn't matter. Like I said, investments that are actually paying off is always, something that an investment well made. As long as you get the ROI, not like what we saw here on Valencia CF Esports. They expended some picks like the Hayate, the Liliana. You also have the Zuka being picked out here. And yeah, wonderful plays coming in from Paikatopia all throughout. The baits, the ganks, the rotations, the objective takes. It was just all about BRO in game number 1.
Yeah, we talk a lot about the Roxy pick coming in, but it's not about Roxy, it's about the Nacroth as well as the Crixie for the side of Paikatopia, who made the play, and Torn has a couple more damage in that terms, and it's going to be real hard for Valencia. They invest a lot. They already have the Zuka, the Hayate, and as well as the Liliana in mid lane, and it made no sense that early game matchup is not going to be win by Valencia. And yeah, Paikatopia traded pretty well. Investment not a lot. They already have the Nacra, they have the Crixie, but in terms of the lineups that they bring by Paikatopia is going to pay the price in game number 2, and they will make a lot more investment in game number 2 as well. So because before we started this journey, and I asked you, can we saw a 4-0 win from this lower bracket, and you said that it could happen, and this is maybe the game that could be shown by Paikatopia.
Yeah, definitely with that kind of lead that we saw in the game, it was just very, very difficult for Valencia CF Esports to actually, convince us of a win for themselves. The lineup that they had was definitely lackluster. You didn't see a lot of potential as well. The late game, I was actually saying that the late game could actually go to Valencia CF Esports, but if you can't actually reach the late game, then the composition that you have is not going to be able to work. You can actually burst down people with the Liliana, with the Hayate, the Zuka as well. But you need a lot of items for that. You need to have the farming game to be up with with your with your composition, and they weren't able to do that. They lost a lot there. They overextended a lot. T1 on the Roxy was always able to catch Myra. So every time, even if Myra wasn't taken out with the Agni script, he is always going back to his base to regenerate, and that gives a lot of time for Microtopia to take a lot more resources for themselves, even taking the small camps of Myra all throughout the game. So we don't see a lot of breadth for Valencia CFE Sports because the lineup that they had was mostly reliant on to the late game. They didn't have someone to actually help them actually transition from the early to the mid game as well. They were beaten up always. The Seed, the Nakrot, and the Thorn with the lot of the crits already was too big too big, deals a lot of damage for them to actually last the clashes. And even in the pickoffs, they weren't able to actually capitalize on anything. The rotation that we saw from QQ is that he's always in the mid lane because he was being harassed by the quick C in most of the exchanges. And if you are always gonna be harassed, you always have your health shaved. You're not gonna be able to rotate because you're always gonna be scared to go into the brushes. You're just gonna be harassed most of the time, and there's a big chance as well that the Nakrot's just gonna be taking you alive.
Yeah, because the side of Valencia, they need that Crixie, they need that extra AoE damage coming in because of that Nacroth matchup. But it would say that it's kind of hard to see when Valencia just gives Nacroth so easy with the side of Bicotopia and not enough restraint that they give in that game. Just give a lot. The 3 kills in that early game, that is the point when we saw Bicotopia plays a lot more aggressive, takes a lot more resources, and the gap just widened a lot when none of the members from Valencia could fight it out in that early matchup. And it's kind of sad to say when Valencia had an early aggressive comp with the Tachi as well as the Hayate, but when it comes to damage and also rotation, is all by Cotopia way. And a lot more in that early game matchup is only one Slayer outside of Valencia. That early game is all level. You can see in the graph 3 minutes into the matchup, it's all 50-50 side. But when that 3 kills been given, maybe 2 kills in that early matchup, that is when Bicotopia is going online. The damage coming in for Zen, 65k versus none of the members of Valencia is already up 30k because of Pichu only had 22 and also 30k for Teo. Teo's deal more damage from Valencia. That is a support. Support Tachi, yes, a little bit aggressive. When Tachi being aggressive, Pichu and QQ is playing passive, and maybe that's the problem for the side of Valencia. If they want to go aggressive, it's 5-man aggressive all the way. But 11 minutes into the game, only game number 1, I would say Valencia is having a warm-up, but the warm-up will bite. Because of game number 2, they will not have the same kind of composition they want to. The investment has been a lot changes, and also the MVP for the first game is T-Lean on that Nacroth. None surprises because it is a Nacroth, so you have a lot more objective, and also you can take a lot of kills and you can run away from danger.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen T-Lin actually pop off on a Nacroth, getting a double kill there. That was also overestimating himself, not even using the clip breaker because he thought that he was going to get away from T-Lin's Nacroth, but he didn't know that the aggression that Bikertopia actually had was just too much. And moving forward, if this is the Bikertopia that we're going to see all throughout the series, maybe a 4-0 sweep is going to be possible. BCF needs to jump up their game. One of the problems here is that VCF looks to be, very, very passive, very, very conservative. No rotations that we're gonna see. They haven't made a lot of the good plays. They went in for a very, very hard start there when we saw that they actually tried to harass the mid lane with the Hayate with the three-man start onto the mid lane, but it just didn't work. Hayate is a good hero, but he cannot burst out anyone without additional attack speed items, and you need to stack a lot just to actually feel the damage of the Hayate. When we're gonna be starting here game number 2, there's not much that we saw that was expended here on the side of Bagatopia. Only the Nacrod, Quixie, and maybe the Roxy. We haven't seen Thorn use much because of his reliance on crit, as well as the key pick, which actually is very very situational as well. You only see a key being picked up against a Florentino or someone that you want to win on a 1v1. On the other side, Valencia CF Esports actually expended the Liliana. They expended the Azuka. They also used up the Hayate. So Valencia CF Esports actually lost big time in terms of the investment that they made. Bikertopia is gonna go for the first ban. It's still gonna be an Omen. Aya is definitely gonna be one of the bans of Valencia CF Esports still, but they first banned the Lorian, who has a big win rate, 80% win rate, 30.3% that he is picked, but mostly he is always banned, and it's actually understandable. It's a hero that you can build Berets and then put up the Gaia and a Gaia, which is a defensive item, and you can still deal a lot of damage and actually affect the game more. The Star Sky is definitely something that you use for zone control to start and initiate and even go for counter plays. Nacrot has been banned by Barkutopia. They don't want that hero into the hands of Valencia CF, but they first picked the Elsu, and the natural counter pick for this, it's going to be an Iggy pick, and they paired it up with a Roxy. Usually when we see a Roxy, you want to pair up the Roxy with someone that can actually give you a hold, can give you a crowd control for the Aggie script to hit. I'm pretty curious to see if they're gonna be pairing it up with someone with huge stun that can actually stun out the enemies, maybe like a Laville.
I think maybe Laville or Slims could be picked here for the side of Valencia, because we saw a lot of Roxy and Slims combo, but in terms of Iggy and as well as the Elsu pick, yes, it could be okay for the side of Valencia when they want to play a little bit of conservative, but yes, they have to pick the Laville. If they want to bring Slims, maybe not, because they are trailing one game, so they have to take one more investment in this current matchup. They need the double trouble to land, and as well as the Agnes Grip. We saw in game number 1, Bikatopia maybe has failed a little bit with the Roxy pick, but in terms of the energy that they had in game number 1, makes the win for them. But Bikatopia, this time they want to bring something into the mid-game phase. They have the Tin, they have the Talon, they have the Elsu, a lot of poking, and also bruiser kind of part of game that Bikatopia want to bring. So they doesn't want to give the Cricknack for the side of Valencia. They doesn't want to give the Talon to be shut down at that early. Maybe Sinestria will be taken for the side of Valencia if they want to, if they want something that could bring in terms of burst damage. Elandor as well as Florentino be taken away. Still, Bikatopia has Zuka if they want to pick, but because of Valencia doesn't have a Nacroft to just level it up in terms of dashes, Lubu is still there to fight up with the Zuka. And the banning the Florentino, I love the ban on the Florentino. Chi is already been picked by Katopia, so Valencia has the Chi to be play on. They still have the Yena, they still have the maybe the Tara to be picked here, and they already have the Elsu. Pena is the way to go for the side of Valencia. We saw a lot of gameplay for Valencia. When they had the Pena, they could win this with the Darksley lane push if they want to, but with the Roxy on top side, maybe is kinda a lot more sense for Valencia. If they want to play more safe in this game number two, it suits with their composition. So Bicotopia, if the early matchup is going to be really, really something to be looked for, they want something like a Superman and maybe a Kira. If the Superman been picked, that Pena will be pushed outside of the team fight area, and it could be hard for Valencia itself trying to kill any members of their team.
Yup, and looking at the first three picks for Bicotopia, it is a standard pick wherein if you want an Elsa to actually have the vantage point, you want someone to actually defend that hero, but we're seeing a Superman pick here for the first time in the AIC 2022. They're going in for a lot of protect and a lot of reinitiations with the Superman. The speeding bullet is definitely something that you need to look out for. If you're not going to be able to hold down the Superman, he's just going to be pushing you into the kill zone of Bicotopia, or he can even use a speeding bullet to defend the Elsu. So it is going to be a difficult fight here for VCF, especially if they want to connect that Agnes script. They are always going to be thinking about, are they going to be deterred by the Thane? Are they going to be stopped here by the Superman? But there is a lot of potential here, late game potential for the side of VCF. I'm just pretty curious how they're going to be playing it up, because it is going to be difficult for the Pina pick to actually sustain some of the damage that we're seeing here. It's a Kira, a Tulin, and also an Elsu. I think the only variable here is that the side of Bicotopia lacks a lot of AD damage. This could actually affect Bicotopia, but if they're actually going to have a hot start like game number one, I think Bicotopia still has the early game advantage. They also have a lot of late game advantage because of the Kira and the Tulin as well. So on the side of VCF, they need to play this out because they also have a lot of heroes that scale very well. Laville is a very well-known late game monster. When he actually finishes up his items, he can just stand there and deal a lot of damage. As long as he's not gonna be crowd controlled, Laville is gonna be difficult to deal with. But there is a Thane, there is a Superman, and there is also someone like the Kira that can just go into the backside and actually wreak havoc in the backline. BRO is looking to have the better draft here, but will not write off VCF just yet. They have long range capabilities. They also have someone like the Avoid for them, and the only thing that is going to be a key factor here is on how Pichu is going to be playing it out for VCF.
Yeah, because this is maybe something that the question must go on. If they make the same mistake what they do in game number one, when that early aggressive gave 2 kills in terms of that in jungle invade, it would be hard for the side of Valencia. They need to know that this game early matchup will not go in their hands. It could be something that it has to avoid, because when you're facing down with the Superman as well as the Purify, it could be devastating in that first team fight. You need to follow the timer of that Purify itself, because you want to give a lot more crowd control. You have the Iggy, you have the double trouble comes in from Pichu, and we saw a couple of good games from the Laville playing by Pichu, and it makes the game lives for the side of Valencia. But when it comes to this particular game versus an Elsu, it will be hard, because a 0 on that Elsu is a really 100% marksman, and with the drop that Bicotopia brought, is going to be hard for Valencia with their trailing on 1 series, because of Bicotopia is on the heat right now. They have the momentum on their hands. Only one mistake made by Valencia could punish their entire goal gap.
Yup, and definitely here we see them actually go for a early invade here, with Myra actually sneakily taking the blue buff. Not much of the goal is going to be affected. They're just going to need to be actually They're actually just rotating effectively. They're giving in some resources to T Lin, so he's not gonna be affected much. T1 though, he might be in danger. He's gonna be procting his passive force center. He's gonna be disengaged by Zero. Well, that is a speeding bullet being used here, and Sin gets the first blood of the game, and they surely punish BCF here. Myra is going to be in the mid lane to clear out the creep wave for his team, but still, that's already some of the resources onto their side. And the Superman, being one of the fastest heroes here, definitely affected that rotation. And look at the win rate with the first blood, 81.8% onto Bikertopia. They're a very, very aggressive team. 81.8%, although this is the fifth in terms of the AIC stats for the teams. This is already substantial enough because that's a big chance. Because if they get the first blood, it means they are actually getting the game into their pockets. And you can see here the damage again from Zerui connecting to Pichu. They are going to heal some of the damage being dealt here by Zerui, but with the suppression that they're going to be feeling, definitely they're not going to be that aggressive in this game yet again.
Yeah, we saw the stats as well when in terms of early matchup and that first blood ratings coming in for Biketopia, and really lives to expectation when Biketopia is the one to take the first blood in this current matchup. The Valencia really trailing gives some damage, but the double trouble does not connect. Still has the kills comes in for from Chaos, but Pichu really struggle with the momentum as well as the position. But Zero on the bottom side, 50% of health. QQ trying to burst him down, but a little bit too late. But the ultimate has been pushed away into the mid lane, trying to find Vidactus group has connected, but no, it is a kill. Now kill number one being traded for the side of Valencia in that mid lane. Superman really needs to run away with a couple of snipes comes from Zero, and this is the counter attack comes in, but it's on the clap, nearly pushed away by the towers, but no, the thunderclap, the bird is too fast for Aoi to swing himself to try and run away behind the tower to secure his body, but a little too late. Claims the kill number 2 for the side of Biketopia, and Valencia, they lost their jungles, and as well that kill for T-Lin will make that kill from Zen will make the mid lane more fierce rather than that early matchup.
Yeah, and we're seeing here Biketopia is actually leading again. The first objective, the mid lane first year turret, has been taken here by BRO, and this is there's no precedent here where we actually see the first turret to actually be taken as an objective is going to be in the mid lane. Sin is going to be using the Thunderclap yet again. He is just harassing here the members of Valencia CF Esports. He doesn't care if the Thunderclap, the Thunderbird actually gets a kill, as long as he's going to be able to harass the members of VCF. Ember's Gate is going to be used. Zerui is going to be caught out with that, but the damage is not yet felt. We're just on the 6-minute mark. The items are not yet there for QQ, who actually abandoned his mid lane and tried to give it to the jungler of VCF onto Myra, but Myra right now is not going too hot. He's still actually 300 gold in deficit in favor of T-Lin, who actually secures another objective for himself. SRY is there. T-Lin is just going to be clearing up the waves. He is not scared onto that Roxy, because even if the Agnes Grip actually gets a hit, he is not going to be taken down easily without the help of the other members of BCF. Another turret falls down here in the bottom lane. 2 turrets already under the name of Biketopia. On a 7-minute mark, they almost secure all of the objectives. 1 dragon and 2 slayers already to their name, and a possible abyssal dragon yet again. But they are now rotating to the top lane. They are aiming for the first year turret here. They want all of the first year to actually fall down, and this has been very, very efficient for Biketopia. And now 3 members are up. 4 members actually for Biketopia, but the 5-man rotation is going to be here. It's going to be the double trouble being used. Agnes Grip is going to be used as well. Avalanche Fury, Dragon's Wrath being used by Myra. A snipe connects again. Taos is running for the high heels. Pika is just positioning himself. He wants to disrupt the back line here. He's not letting a formation form for BCF. And another turret falls here in the top lane.
Wow, by Katopia, they had really fine and aggressive gameplay that they want to try to punish away Valencia as well on the top lane, but now the counterattacks has been made a little bit of a distraction for Bikotopia on top side when they want the Missile Dragon on bottom side. Mid lane will collapse, one Thunderclap comes in. But look how Superman is stealing away the crowd control from the side of Bikotopia. Holy Dragon is the next to fall because no one from Valencia trying to find this exciting to just go for retake for this current matchup, as well as the Dark Slayer. The both objective will be taken down, but we see how Myra is still struggling with the blue buff on bottom side. It maybe got steal, maybe not from T-Lane. T-Lane plays it really well. Mid lane will be defended pretty much. A couple of minutes, but 8 minutes into the game, nearly 9 minutes. Well, now Bikotopia, we see this, we already saw this kind of aggression play and also a lot more possession onto the jungle in game number 1. 11-minute game in game 1. Could this be the same here? Because of that Tulan played by Zen will make the difference here with Agnes Grim as well, but once not coming in for the zero, secures the kill number 4, make it double kill with Zuri itself. Maybe a triple could be registered here. Summon the Dark Lord in the mid lane, but Jilin steals the kill onto Teos, and the members of Valencia, they lost 4, and it could make for Bikotopia just knocking to the door and trying to climb their way up to the core itself. Valencia only one member could be to defend this, because this might be an early game for Bikotopia unless it could be defended. They have the Dawnbring on the backside, but the core will be shut down as well. But the members of Valencia, they have no damage, they have no time, they have maybe they are on the left, but no, Avi just want to steal the kill. But Bikotopia still the game number 2 as well. 2-0 in the game of best of 7.
Oh man, that was a 10-minute game for game number 2. That was a very, very fast game, and Bikotopia is making a statement here. BCF. Oh man, they look lost lambs, and lost lambs are always for the slaughter here, and Bikotopia just getting this dominant win says a lot on how big of an improvement they're actually looking for.
Wow, Bikotopia. Game number 1, 11 minutes. Game number 2, 10 minutes. We have to see a short highlight. It could be sad for the fans of Valencia when Bikotopia, they have not making any mistakes just yet. A lot more objective been taken by them, but the damage coming in for Zero. Game number 1, Zero's plays well, and game number 2 plays amazingly. With the Agnes grip has for SRY, does not even make the deal for Bikotopia. Whoever you want to pick in game number 3 is still going to be, maybe the momentum will stays with Bikotopia. And the good news is for Valencia, after game number 2, they will have a short break and they will trying to find the mentality they want. They need this 5-minute break. They need, because they have to make a rest, because these 2 games is really fast to cope and all to think about it. Is too damage. This damage has been done truly for Bikotopia, because they are the one who say we don't want to go home just yet. $40K need to pump up to another $100 because it is $100K, man. It is a big step for Valencia if they want to from 40K. Wow, by Catopia, they are not kidding when they say maybe lower bracket is our way. We want to stay on lower bracket. Then unfortunately for last night, it's not going for their side, but this time is making a statement. So Valencia, 2 games away before they are totally knocked out from AIC.
Yeah, definitely. If Microtopia is still, going to put on a clinic in terms of the aggression that we saw, where VCF was not able to answer any of the fights here. They were trying to funnel up the gold to Myra. Myra had a sneaky take on the blue buff as well, but it didn't matter because they didn't have really, a rotation that could affect the game. Most of the fights as well was a 3v2 on the bot lane, but they were still shut down by Zero snipes. The Pyra pick didn't go hot for them. They were not able to actually capitalize on the Pyra as well because of Zero being able to zero in onto the Laville and onto QQ's Iggy. And it's kind of sad to see VCF actually play like this. We're seeing Bikertopia treating VCF like newbies on the entire battlefield, and it's it's a very sad fact because Valencia CF Esports was very, very hot in the group stages, and now we haven't seen the same kind of spirit from Valencia CF in this series. It's already a 2-0. Game 1, yeah, we could say that VCF hasn't warmed up, but game number 2, you can't have that kind of excuse that you're not going to be able to take the game. I mean, make the game difficult as well for Bikertopia, because if you guys are pros, you need to have the mentality that you want to win. You want to show that you never give up. You want to have some kind of decision making that you want to make this kind of plays. But we're not saying that from Valencia CF Esports. It's mostly Bikertopia who dictated everything in game number 2. Game number 1 as well was on them, and you can't say that Bikertopia and Valencia CF Esports is not on the same level. These guys were able to get here to this point because these guys are the best of the best in the Arena of Valor esports scene.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Valencia. They know they still has 2 games left before they're really been taken away for AIC, but still game number 2. The draft is okay, but the momentum is too strong to handle because of how Bikertopia really treat this game like it is a last game possible in the side of Bikertopia itself. They played it really well. They had a better draft in terms of early game and early matchup, and yeah, it could make it possible for Bikertopia to win this with the 4 win, and it's kinda looks happening for side of Bikertopia when they wait for that early objective. We only saw 2 objectives so far in 2 games for the side of side of Valencia. Only they would take 1 Abyssal and take the only 1 Dark Slayer, and it total control, I would say, for Bikertopia. They takes a lot more guts to play, a lot more traits been taken away, but still in draft game number 2, Bikertopia does not invest a lot. They bring out a Superman, they bring out maybe a Elsuin as well as the Talon, but that Superman is going to work for them, then make it the game for itself. And it's hard to say when the investment from side of Bikertopia is working, and it gives a lot of a hard time for the side of Valencia when they bring Aoi, when they bring the Lavilla, so as Adapena is not going to cut for the side of Valencia. Game 1, 11 minutes. Game 2, 9 minutes. Nearly 10, I would say 10 minutes. Maybe we could see a 9-minute game at game number 3. Maybe it will decrease, maybe it will add up. is somehow Bikers really wants to end this day a little bit early than usual.
Yeah, I mean the aggression that you can see, they're just very chill whenever they get the win. They know that they did, like I said from game number one, they did a good job, but they don't let it go into their hands. This is a lower bracket, it's a do or die, and definitely they're showing the games of their lives. They had a lot of the objectives, a perfect objective score for them. They did not give any dragons, they did not give any slayers, and all the towers that fell down was on the side of Valencia CF Esports. We're gonna see here the MVP Zero with a 315 KDA, an almost perfect KDA. It doesn't matter because he was able to hold down QQ onto the bot lane. And that's a big thing because if you're gonna be able to hold down the mid laner of your opponent on your lane, it means it opens up the other lanes for rotations, for ganks, and gives a lot of space to your jungler and to the other lanes from the mid lane to the top lane. You don't even see Sin most of the time just staying into the bot lane. He was able to actually help out their jungler T Lin, and it was a big thing for Biketopia because if they had the because if they have a lot of space, they're gonna be able to make a lot of plays as well. And if Biketopia is gonna be continuing this, we're going to see on the series that a possible 4-0 is gonna happen. But before we go into the second part of this best of 7 series, we're going for a very short break. This is the Arena Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Mikos. We'll be right back.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays, heroes move in silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Bomb you on the light declare, I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You test to me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go, I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit. My mind's on city mode, I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wild. I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded. My destiny, you'll find it hard to find it.
Winning street, my dubs elite, I bring it. Yeah. 50 feet step back, I'm about to speak my G, I'm with it. Yeah. Sun shines, I dream bigger. Believe in myself, I maintain rigor. Be what I wanna be, don't be little. Me.
No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays, heroes move in silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare.
Hey, send me up
Welcome back to the Arena Villa International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Mikos. We're already at game number 3 of the first series of the day. Bikertopia is looking strong with a 2-0 lead in this best of 7 series.
Yep, the lead that they had is special for the side of Bikertopia. It is going to make a nightmare. But now VCF, they look into the 5-minute breaks. They are making some changes. They will sub out Myra with Anbang. We haven't seen Anbang just yet. With a couple games versus ADT before this, they make a lot more games and they have to win with Anbang. But Myra, maybe this is the solution for the side of Valencia. They want to bring this game number 3 for themselves. But when the momentum is still there, the question is, do Anbang need Zuka and Aoi? Because it has been used by Myra and he has Nakroth. You still have Lubu though. And maybe a couple more, maybe a Kriknak or a Elendor to be taken for the side of Valencia. Early matchup is still the side of aggressiveness is Valencia, but when Bikertopia takes their first kill, that is when we know Bikertopia is going to win this game. So the fans of Bikertopia really hoping for the first blood to be happening in this game matchup number 3. They don't have the Roxy for both sides. They only have the Tachi for the side of Bikertopia. Look at the bans first. Do Bikertopia really needs to ban onto the Nakroth because I don't think they want to give the Nakroth. They still can take the Iggy in this kind of matchup, and Aya will not be taken away. Elendor will be sniped by Valencia. Elsu is still open though for Pichu to be taken. So maybe Elsu and Tain is the answer for the side of Valencia to take this game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, it could also be a plan wherein they're just gonna be pushed out yet again. In the Elsu Iggy contention, we've seen a lot of the matches actually falling into the hands of Iggy as well. So it's a 50-50 whenever we see a matchup between an Elsu and an Iggy. So it's just very brilliant here from Bikertopia that they actually went with the Thane against and they paired it up with the Thane to actually ensure the protection, as well as they added the Superman to add another layer of protection.
That is 2 bodyguards, man.
And the Superman actually contributed well. On the first clash, it was a disaster for Valencia CFE Sports because he was able to rotate fast while the Roxy was just still clearing up his lane. And if you have a 5v4 in the early parts of the game, definitely the one that's going to be losing is the one with the lesser numbers.
Yeah, because of it's really hard to play in an outplay when you're using a Roxy because you only have a single target kit. Only the Fire Drill is going to give more damage for the side of Bikertopia, but now in game number 3, both of them doesn't have the Roxy anymore. But still, in these 2 picks coming in for Valencia, they had 2 damage. They have the Railgun, they had the Moonfall comes in for the side of Grixen, as well as the Baldum. So Bikertopia really thinks about this. When they want to pick the Baldum for the side of Valencia, they need some mobility. They find it pretty assuring that they want some tactical role coming in for that Violet, as well as the dashes and the Force Form coming in for that Liliana. So the Elendor may be taken away as well for Bikertopia with the double ADC composition. They can, if they want to win the early matchup in terms of 3 minutes into the game with the Abyssal Dragon and also the Dark Slayer, like what they do in game number 1 and game number 2. But if the Elendor been taken away, they still has maybe a quick neck to run with the drone drop, still have the Yan, but they want to ban a Yan. They still have the Aoi to be played in the jungle for the side of Bikertopia. We haven't seen a lot, but still, if they want to go for the Violet jungle, it's possible, but I haven't seen it since season 6, so it's kinda not possible to be taken away for the side of Bicotopia, because it's the only team that could make it, but it is so much so high risk and high reward for the side of Bicotopia. Is going to be something that they need the Superman, maybe a Teen in this game as well, to just protect the Violet. They still have maybe a support, maybe a Tachi, and as well as the Slayer they want to, because we know Richter can go for a support as well. They doesn't have the Roxy just yet. Still, the Tara is still open though for the side of Bicotopia if they want to take it. But the Kilgroth has been taken away. Florentino is open for the side of Bicotopia.
Yeah, I think the Tara pick could actually work out here if they're gonna be able to use the Tara to distract the Kafeni and also the Crixie. We've seen this before from Bicotopia, and they could actually use that. I mean, in one team actually. And they could actually use that kind of strategy against Valencia CF Esports, because we're not going to be expecting the Kafeni and also the Quixie to be able to shred a late game Ta'ara. He's just going to be running there, creating a distraction, and also drawing in some fire from the BCF. But they actually are hovering for an Arum against a Baldum, which is, I think they're not going to be locking into that Arum just yet, because Baldum can actually counter that hero. Lumber is definitely a hero that you can use to counter up the Baldum spawn charge. You're just going to be knocking each other up in terms of the skill sets that you have. But Valencia CF Esports looks to have a lot of damage on their side. It's a late game Irie, you have a mid game spike onto that Kafeni, as well on the mid game spike of that Crixie. So the early game for Valencia CF Esports is actually middling there. It is so-so, but you can expect on the level 4 that the Crixie is already going to be popping off. The problem here is that the Irie is not going to be popping off as early as that. He needs a lot of items, and also he's not going to be able to last long if he's not going to be able to lock in on his skill shots as well. We're seeing already the 4 damage picks of Bicotopia. I guess they're going in hot yet again here in game number 3. It's going to be a Rector, a Violet, a Liliana, and a Cricknock. The Liana has a mid-game spike as well. The combination, as long as you're going to be able to use both of his forms. Violet as well needs just a Clave Sancti to actually have the boost on the range and of course the damage capability. We're seeing a jungle Wonder Woman first here in the AIC. We've seen a support in the mid lane Wonder Woman, but let's see if Valencia CF Esports can actually make this work. They sorely need this win, Mikos.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I love Valencia Esport drafts currently. They had a couple more secrets into the sleeves, because we saw Wonder Woman in early game can play aggressive and backed up by the Moonfall as well as the Fuselage. And a couple of objectives could be taken easily for the side of Valencia. I love the draft. I totally love it. But this is game number 3. A lot of question in terms of momentum, and as well as could they execute this, because they can go for objective play, they can go for early invasion with that Wonder Woman, and also with the lasso, and also the buffs onto defense. They had the Baldoom, they can give defense and armor as well for Ari and for that Crixie. It's hard to kill with the drone drop, and that pick alone is going to be somehow a secret side of Valencia. 5-minute breaks before this. Could this be a potential win for Valencia? Is the question to be asked. And now, Bicotopia, with the good draft they had, still with the same mentality and same draft, and also the same momentum they want to bring in game number 3, and possibly take the match point here versus Valencia. Could they do it?
That is an answer that we're going to be seeing here in game number 3. Still, we're seeing Bicotopia being aggressive here. Goes in for a Naka Pika, misses out that second, but it is definitely going to be felt here by Taos, as there is going to be a rotation to the blue buff. they are helping up their junglers to actually farm up fast here. And Lin is gonna have a boost here. He's gonna be using the retribution to get that small cap easily. While on the top lane, where we know Wonder Woman actually is a very slow clear in terms of the jungle camp clear that he has. Zerui is gonna have all the advantages here. The Seagull is gonna be on their hand. But a possible ambush here is gonna happen for VCF, but they show themselves early because they know they're not easily gonna be able to take anyone from Biketopia, and they don't want to risk of any early kills here.
Yeah, we happen to see a lot more lumber on the using the explosive shield rather than using the awakening or maybe a conquest in this current matchup. But T1 aside by Biketopia, they are finding that a lumber needs to be tanky in terms of they only have Richter to just farm and also take some damage, and that lumber is one of a good champion that they have to pick. But that dashes as well as the flicker comes in for Pika really saved the day for Biketopia, trying to give the first blood on top side. Wonder Woman with the blue buff.
Yep, and NMAC is just looking forward there, while Pika is going to be answering down with the Mark of the Hunter. He goes for the slow. The fire is not going to be there. But look at the damage here. SRY almost gets bursted down by Sin using that unpredictable with the Fox form. Almost gets that first blood, but it makes it easier for Biketopia to secure the Slayer.
Oh, I nearly saw a first blood over there, but it's only a Dark Slade take comes in for the side of Biketopia. They're still not trading for the side of Valencia. They're trying to fight with the Wild Freeze and the Wall Charge. First blood onto the backup as well. Could Biketopia give the first blood to the hands of Valencia? Now we saw Zins already on the bottom side trying to burst down with the splitter as well. T1 claims the first blood. That makes the 3 first blood in these 3 games on the hands of Biketopia. Drone drop maybe from T-Lin trying to secure Teos as well, but they want to take the blue buff for themselves and trying for the missile take here. That Valencia is going to be confused on what happened there. That wombo combo comes in is to perfection for Biketopia.
Yeah, that was a flicker splitting earth coming in from T1. Then you pair it off with the shining light coming in from Sin. It was just too much there. He was not able to react. The chains of crowd control was actually on point. And Biketopia right now is going to be starting the Abyssal Dragon, and it is going to be a scary thought here as the Moonfall and also the stuns are not going to connect. One mistake after another, the jitters are affecting the members of Valencia CF Esports. The splitting earth again is going to get a hit on QQ. Sin is just there to add some damage into the pool. They're going to be scaring the members of Valencia CF Esports right now. They, with the no information at all on Sin, they are not going to be aggressive. They're not going into that brushes. And with that, we're going to see Taos actually staying more on the lane instead of giving vision to his team. Biketopia right now is going in hot as well. We're seeing here that Pika is actually being an aggressor on the top lane as well. He doesn't care because he knows he has the advantage here. The splitting earth is going to be used yet again. Maybe we're going to get a kill. And Sin gets a misstep. He's going to be chain stunned here on the side. And VCF gets the revenge. Zerui wins the trade yet again against Pichu. But QQ is in the area. Biketopia lost some of the lead that they have built, but it is still a 1k gold lead on their side.
Yeah, the dives is good for the side of Biketopia, but the counter-attacks with the wild charge coming in for Teos is making the play for Valencia CF. And again with the Earth Splitter, but no damage comes in. Only Zin in the mid lane with no much of a crowd control, but we're hoping for the T-Lin. The rune drop comes in on the bottom side. Still waiting for the opportunity here, trying to kill maybe a Grixie. I think the Crixie is going to be real hard. Drone drop, trying to find a kill, but the lava kill for Tilin takes down Pichu. 20 seconds on the clock, but the members of Brightopia is here as well. They take the kill, but they trade on QQ. While Prison does not connect, Brightopia will disengage, but still Lasso does not connect as well. Valencia CF, they are trembling. They are not going to have a good game. They still can trade, but the damage coming in from Brightopia is too much. Valencia needs to play it carefully. If not, this is game number 3. They still have the goal lead for the side of Brightopia, but not much. But the Fuselage a little bit too early there. But the drone drop comes in from T-Lin. A little bit too damaging comes in with that crackdown. Top side with the counter attack comes in for Valencia. They're trying to find a way, but a Splitter gives a lot more damage, but the Fuselage gives away the position of that Caffney. And T-Lin trying to find and waiting for the cooldown for the drone drop itself, trying to find a kill, but the lava does not have enough damage as well as the drone drop, but they are going to disperse and also claims the Dark Slayer, because we saw this many much because of if Brightopia plays a lot aggressive because they won this area of objective. The early game is the same, and as well as the mid game. 7 minutes into the matchup, 20k gold, and as well only 18 and 7. But oh no, and bang with a couple more defense, but Zero claims the kill onto T1. Pichu takes the kill as well. 3 members of Brightopia has been claimed by Valencia CF.
We're seeing here T-Lin. He's now going to be defending the bottom lane turret. That was an overturn onto the heads of Brightopia. They had 3 of their members down, and an objective as well is going to be falling down as on the side of DRO. Pichu was the main winner here, as he is going to be taking a lot of the resources, a lot of the kills, and definitely it is going to be affecting the mid game here. I was saying that there is going to be a mid-game spike for Pichu in this game, and they need to be careful here. They don't want to funnel the gold onto the marksman. They need to play it as safe as they could, or they can still make them some plays. That was just a slight mistake coming in from Brightopia, and one mistake does not define the plays. And we're going to see here as T-Lin goes in for the drone drop, but he's going to be traded back here with Pichu in the area. Tiles almost dies. Splitting Earth is going to be used. Oh yes, he's going to be able to live. Sin is running for the high heels, while there is going to be Zero-E on the mid lane trying to defend against SRY. T1 is just going to be pushing back Pichu in this area, and now they are the ones on the receiving end of the aggression coming in from Valencia CF Esports.
Changing Mara for Anbang is really making the point for the side of Valencia. Plays it really well. Carly with the lasso trying to check some brush. And Brightopia members, they know they are trailing. They want some gold. They want for a retake here, but a little bit too much over there with the Fuselage.
Yup, and continuing in the clashes, the Dark Slayer has been taken here by VCF. It was a good attempt from Brightopia, but the damage was just too much. T1 was not able to tank the damage coming in from Pichu as well onto Nbank, who's actually giving a new breath of life to Valencia CF. Is this going to be a turnaround? Game number 3, that is a Splitting Earth, and a drone drop almost takes Pichu down. Almost a sliver of health right there, but mid lane turret is going to be traded here as they get the first tier turret. And definitely we're seeing a lot of counter plays happening for VCF now. Brightopia looks to find their next kill. They need to make another play to actually turn the sides against VCF, but it's not possible as Nback uses the Prison Submission. Stun locks here. T-Lin. QQ is going to be using the Moonfall. Pika might be in danger. Uses up his kill shots here with the Mark of the Hunter. He is left alone in enemy territory, and that's just going to be an easy kill for Valencia CF.
Wow, Valencia CF, 10 kills in the bank. with Anbang on the side. They have 4 kills for Anbang. Still, they have the momentum just now by Katopia, really trailing in terms of goal. Not much, but still manageable to find a way. But only one dive. Fusilats again with a splinter, doesn't even connect to any members of Valencia. Trying to find a way, no ultimate just yet. Only done use on the bottom side here for T1. They have to defend the mid turret. The shields comes in for the M-Bang as well, giving a lot more damage, and they want to dive. Still waiting for T-Lin to have one shot potential to kill away Pichu. If they take down Pichu, they will win the T fight, because the Pichu in this mid-game matchup is going to be a monster of a damage. And the members of Valencia, they know 52 seconds in terms of the Dark Slayer. This is going to be the longest game, 11 minutes and 23 seconds. The longest game for today, Valencia versus Bikatopia. The Holy Dragon would be taken out by seconds. And side of Bikatopia, they need to hurry up. They need to hurry in terms of goal catch-up, and as well as a couple more damage. They need to run away, but that Kreknak is not going to give a lot more damage. They're trying to find with the War Prison, where the Wild Child does not connect, as well as Teos. They want to trade down damage, but still, that is a Baldoom. He can just have a lot more, trying to find the goal and trying to find the cracks coming in for Valencia. Where is the ultimate? They want to finish by the side of Bikatopia. They want to trade a lot, but still, Valencia is go on big in terms of goal. They have to wait. Bikatopia really excel in terms of how many damage he want to give in for that member. QQ suffer many loss, but nearly still comes in for the members of Valencia. But Bikatopia is releasing some happy motion here, because that Dark Slayer is much needed for them.
Yeah, and definitely this is a close game here, as PCF regains everything that they lost. Already at a 5-kill deficit on the scoreboard. They are the ones leading in terms of being able to shut down the members of Bikatopia. A lot of the towers are still alive on the side of VCF. Only one tower was taken. Well, on the side of VCF, they have taken already 4 towers from the side of Bikatopia, and 2 of those turrets are on the mid lane. So definitely a lot of the vision is going to be lost on the side of Bikatopia. They need to play this smart. They need to actually wait for the pop off onto the Violet, as well as, although we're going to expect a lot of damage from T-Lin, it is not going to be enough as long as it's not going to be QQ or Pichu who's going to be the target here. We are going to see SRY actually jumping up from that splitting earth, and a rotation is coming for VCF. There goes the cavalry. SRY goes in, uses the Ryu. Zerui does his best, but the flicker is not going to be on point, as it is still going to be SRY securing his crowd control, and Back just makes the work here in the bottom lane. They push back the second tier turret, yet again it is opening up the gates. T1 is doing his best. Pika is going to be able to clear that wave. Sin might be in danger. The clench is there, but the crit actually hits hard. T-Lin does his best, uses the drone drop, but he is going to be deterred here, and game number 3 looks to be stronger. The splitting earth is going to be used. Pika does his best, but the crit is just piling up. 600, 700, 500, and if you put that into addition, that's almost 5k.
Well, Valencia CF bringing the game. They need to wait for one splitter to come in for the T1 members. Doesn't even connect, only 2, but it gives more damage. But that Kreknak is going to suffer a lot. Ultimate has been pushed. They force onto the core itself. Couple more damages left, and Valencia claims the game for them. Game number 3, make it a 2-1 point. Still lead by Bikatopia, and Valencia takes the game for themselves.
Yeah, game number 3. This is the game number 3 curse from the first day of the day number 3 of the quarterfinals. Whoever wins game number 3 usually is able to take the series. Is it going to be the same here on the VCF against Utopia after a strong game 1 and game 2? VCF came stronger here in game number 3. Maybe that short break was what they needed to get back onto their feet and probably and back as a breath of fresh air was able to reinvigorate Valencia CF Esports.
Yeah, Valencia really need Bank in that current matchup, and the Wonder Woman play is much of a help in terms of momentum as well as the damage crit that Wonder Woman has, playing a good matchup here for side of Icotopia. They still, with the Crick Nut play, I think is too much to be handled. But the last pick possible that Wonder Woman been taken by the side of Valencia, and it's hard to just cope with that with no not much of a objective been taken away from Icotopia as well. But when they lose T-Lean on bottom side jungle, when Nbang is alone there trying to find the kill, that Krigna can one-shot Kafni, but when you're facing the Wonder Woman, it's not a good matchup for that Krigna.
Yeah, and definitely VCF was very, very hot. Well, once they actually got the 3 kills onto the Bikertopia, they already found a path for themselves. Nbang was just a monster with that Wonder Woman, getting a lot of kills for his team. If Nbang didn't pop off, I'm pretty sure VCF is still going to be in the receiving end. But with Nbang actually being able to farm up and make some amazing plays for his team, they were able to overturn the deficit. And definitely in the stats, we're going to see the lead was actually spiraling into the control of Utopia. But because of the play coming in from Nbang, he was able to equalize the gold lead that was built here. And it gave a chance to VCF to get back and for Pichu to actually pop off with the Kafeni.
But yeah, because of how we see in that early game, yes, the Krigna can kill down the Kafni, but when in terms of the many backups that Pichu had with the Baldoom as well as the Wonder Woman, is making the game for that Kafri as well. And the momentum is on the side of Valencia currently, and Bicotopia, maybe a break is needed for them as well. It's going to be something that Nbang is one of the players that we saw making the change for Valencia, and that change alone, only one player changes and is going to make a win here for Valencia. So it's game number 4, it will be hard enough because of the damage, and also the meta heroes is not even there just yet. They still doesn't have the Wonder Woman, they don't have, maybe they have to force out the Necros, maybe the Elandor for the side of Nbang. We saw how Nbang plays and Elandor really great, but how did they want to let the Elandor slip away from bans, and as well as the picks coming in for the side of Bicotopia?
Yeah, I guess the Quick pick wasn't that hot. One of the reasons is when you actually use the Quick after the drone drop, usually you are going to be an open target, and that's a Baldoom, as well as a lot of stuns are going to be waiting for you. They are actually was able to chain crowd control that Cricknap once he went in, and I guess the 3 kills that was given to VCF was the turning point here. A mistake that actually costed Bikertopia. They had the advantage, they had the ability to be aggressive, but they were overly aggressive onto the bot lane, and the lines were spread too thin. The help coming in from the other members of Utopia from the top lane as well as onto the jungle wasn't there. They were actually surrounded, they were flanked here, and that resulted to a lot of disasters for Utopia. After that, one after another, they were not able to secure the kills. After the 5 kill streak start that we saw from Utopia, that was basically the end of it. And you can see here on the stats, I've talked it about on to what they have built here. in the game. They had a 1.4k peak lead in terms of the gold, but after the clash here onto the mid part, it was equalized and it was slowly growing into the side of Valencia CF Esports. 6 kills for 14. 6 kills, that was very, very hot, and after that, it became very, very cold for Bikertopia because the lineup that they had, what the needs that they had in this game was they needed the lead all throughout. If they didn't have the lead, they wouldn't be able to secure the kills that they needed. Valencia CF Esports, looking at the damage that they've done, Pichu and Nbank almost at the same level. You don't usually see the jungler actually taking the bulk of the damage, but Nbank
Yeah.
was able to do it in game number 3. A 506 KDA, almost perfect. And of course, the KP 78.6%. The damage that he dealt is 28.9%. Very substantial for a jungler who made a big difference here in game number 3.
Yeah, Mbang, when this is maybe the first MVP for Mbang itself, we saw a couple of games he played, but the important is how Mbang deals so much damage in terms of this Wonder Woman pick that he can go defensive as well as aggressive and make the game for Valencia a change of pace. And it is caught off guard for the side of Bicotopia when they did not expect that Anbang is going to change a little bit of his game style in the game itself. And we saw in the early game still the same Valencia when it comes to mid game and also the late game execution is all Anbang all the way. Anbang caught T-Lane in the jungle, and when we saw a couple more damage a Pichu is, and no one could touch Pichu after the 6 minute marks, and it's just so hard to kill down that Kafni. And also with the Wonder Woman pick is making the game for Valencia. But question is game number 4, they doesn't have more than Wonder Woman. They still have the Krikta, maybe a Lubu to be in jungle, Zuka to be Zeg, but Zuka at game number 1, they doesn't have it just yet. So Valencia, they have the momentum, but the pools is already been drained a lot when they invest in game number 1 and game number 2.
Yeah, definitely. There's still a lot of the heroes available for them. Let's see if we're gonna see a jump back from Bicotopia. Is it still the same Bicotopia from game 1 and game 2, or are we gonna see a change of the playstyle that they have going into game number 4? As I don't believe in curses, but I've seen this in yesterday's games, so I'm pretty I don't know. I'm very scared right now for Bicotopia. Just if the curse really is real. We are starting game number 4. We're still seeing here the global bans and picks. Not much has been expended just yet. Bicotopia and also VCF still has Lorian. Bicotopia still has Iggy. They're still tooling for VCF as well. In terms of the marksmans, a lot of the heroes are still available for Bicotopia as well. Hayate, Kafeni, and also the Lavelle. No marksmans have been expended by Bicotopia. They still have a lot of choices. Joker as well. And VCF, Elsu and Violet is available as well as the Joker. And on the jungle side, they actually still have Nakrot if they're going to be able to pick that up. And I'm pretty curious to see. Valencia CF Esports is still going to be the first pick. Now it is going to be changed as Valencia CF Esports is going to be the first pick. They're going to be banning out the Iggy, not letting Bicotopia have a hand on that pick. They still have the Elsu. So this could be one of the reasons why they actually banned that hero. Omen is still going to be open. Lorian might be picked out as well.
Yeah, I think for Valencia, they don't need to ban out the Necroth because of how Bicotopia already played the Necroth. So they have to ban the Omen and open for banning the Lorian for Bicotopia. They want to force out maybe a support first, or maybe a Richter pick here for the side of Valencia, because it's going to be something that Valencia is trying to eye in this matchup here because they didn't get Omen. They still have the Nakroth if they want to give to Anbang the first pick Nakroth for Valencia. I think they go for the Talon pick here because the Nakroth is not a threat because of Icotopia already used the Nakroth in their first matchup, so they still has a couple more safe pick here before the ban in the banning phase number 2. Talon, if they want with the Nakroth, maybe a Richter as well, so they want to play a little bit aggressive. Varus is still open though to play the support role for Valencia, but by Katopia, do they want to pick the Varus first? They still have the Varus and the Yena to be played here, but by Katopia, after the loss in game number 3, the investment will takes a lot more damage because they want to bring the game number 3 for them. They still need an early composition to win this, but with the Ryoma pick, they have the Zuka, still they bring the Kafni for the late game securance. They have early, they have late, maybe in the mid will be mixed up after this. After these first 2 picks, it will be maybe they want to onto the support like a Varus, maybe the big game matchup with the Iggy already been banned here, maybe the stealing away the Talon Zen. The direct could be a gameplay here for the side of Mycotopia if they want to, because we haven't seen a lot more direct. It's hard, maybe a UA to be taken. It still has a lot more potential for the side of Mycotopia, but Valencia eyeing to take down this Richter and the Thorn. They have a lot more damage in terms of late game, but where is their shields or maybe the armor to be taken? They still doesn't have the Baldoom and the team for the side of Valencia. They still have the Lumber to play on with a couple more damage. Still, who's going to take the Varus first to be in the support role?
Yep. Right now, there's still difference here. If they go for a very support role, that is a very, very aggressive move. You usually use the Venom to get the cap close. You don't use that for defensive purposes. You actually use that to zero in on a target. And definitely, I can see Varus being used up here, but they're not expending it as hot right now as Bikertopia picked up an Arthur. I don't know if it's gonna be a support Arthur. Is it gonna be a top Arthur? We'll see. I mean, we haven't seen Yena being used up yet. So in terms of the Dark Slayer laners, there's still a lot. Florentino was open, but both of the teams actually doesn't want to risk Florentino pick because it is a high risk, high reward. As long as you can skillfully maneuver your skill sets on the Florentino, you're gonna be able to make an impact. But I haven't seen a lot of the players here in AIC use that. One of the only players I've actually witnessed was Lun Lun on that Florentino pick. So that says a lot as well on the confidence of this players that we have. If they really want to go for it, Florentino is very, very rewarding. And actually, I feel like the risk is always going to be topped off by a Florentino pick because of how big of a utility he has. He can go for duels, can even win 2v1s and probably a 3v1 if you're very, very good at it. And we've seen the 4 bans here. PCF actually doesn't want a double marksman composition to happen for Biketopia, so they actually banned out the Elder, and they also banned out a UA who has the advantage over the Solin. But there is going to be a Vera over on the Biketopia. But to talk about the bans here by Biketopia, they actually banned out 2 of the most tankiest supports out there. It's a Senial and also the Tane. The Senial gives you a lot of utility, gives you a lot of breathing room in terms of you guys being able to dive, and Richter definitely is going to be favored with the skill sets of the Angelic Splendor. You get additional defense resistances, and then for the Thane, of course, it's a no-brainer. It's a tank that actually can soak a lot of the damage, and you don't need that when there is going to be a Kafeni. But we are seeing a net being used here by Bikertopia.
Yeah, this is going to stretch thin, man, because of the game number four. It is going to be a hard drafts comes in with the both of this team, and the net is maybe to disengage, and they have to find where the net's going to link with the outer as well as the Gaffney. They can play a little bit more aggressive with the bind, and it has could connect with the Ryoma poke, and it could be something that Bakatopia is hoping for a team fight based composition. But in terms of the jungle, they had a hard time. Maybe they want to put down Ryoma jungle here. It's kind of weird in terms of how many seasons we haven't seen it just yet. Yes, we saw a couple of glimpses that Ryoma still can go for the jungle, but when it comes to drafts, then also AIC 22 is going to be really hard with the damage that Ryoma has currently. But if we want to bring down the Lubu first for a jungle matchup versus a Yan here, it could be something that is hard to dealt. Still, I would say that the drops comes in for Valencia. It quite more understandable, but for Bikotopia, they are desperate when they go for Nato as well as the net. They need to find a way to bring a couple more damage and damage into investment of Valencia. If they can't place this, maybe the game number 3 for them. But a net mid, a net AP ability power for a net is going to be something that is hard to execute for Zed. So versus QQ with the talent here, I would say drafts wise, Valencia kind of win it. But in terms of craziness, it will be Bikotopia bring a net into the mid lane. So question is this game number 3 for Bikotopia or game number 2 to make it a draw for the side of Valencia? Something that need to think about.
Yeah, definitely. If Valencia CF is going to be able to equalize this on game number 4, I could already see that game number 6 is going to be very, very hard here for Bikotopia, who has been investing a lot here. But right now, they didn't invest hard. But this is a lineup that's going to be new here for VCF. I'm sure that they're going to be surprised on what are these guys thinking with this kind of lineup. Are they going hard for a protection kind of lineup? QQ is going to try to get some damage in. T1 is going to be helping Sin get the early clear wave, and definitely they are starting it again. They are trying to harass and back here. T1 might be in danger, but it is still that Arthur is not going to be able to deal a lot of the crowd control. Only some slows on their side. Although he has a lot of peeling damage, Pichu is going to be able to deal some damage to T1. He's just going to be tanking it hard. They still secure the Seagull on the mid lane. It's a 3-man rotation coming in from Bikotopia. Pichu as well is just going to be clearing up the wave. He is going to be targeting Pichu on that exchange though. Magical bullets are going to be on the magic, but we're still seeing an invade here with T-Lin, T1, and Sin. Are they going to be able to live this out? The blue buff is definitely going to be on their side. Yan is going to disengage. Pika is going in for an advanced clear wave as well.
I love the skins comes in for that taunt. Pichu had the critical and the burst. The animation is so satisfying to watch, but when Bikotopia in that invasion on the blue buff is making the way for Bikotopia, because they cannot play late game, they cannot play so late because of how they still have the caffeine though, but look at how the damage is still not going to live. Oh, the heal is there for Pika, still alive, with a couple more damages left. One dashes is needed, but a Missile Dragon was claimed by the side of Bicotopia, gives the Dark Slayer for Valencia CF. They need to play this early matchup for the side of Bicotopia because they have the ad net, but if the net will not bring into the late game, it's going to be really, really hard. Because T-Lane Andre Lubu play, we understand the mid-game power matchup, but Pika with that Ryoma though, it would be maybe a 3-man fight onto late game instead of 5 men that is VCF had with the Talon as well as the Richter. So Bicotopia suffer a lot more investment in this game. Number 4 is still going for a couple of invades here who will take the blue buff, and as well is on the hands of T-Lane, the members of VCF. If Yan doesn't have the blue buff, it will be not enough mana to just push away the members of Bicotopia. It's hard to remember that if Bicotopia loses this, it will be a draw for Valencia.
Yup, and it is going to be an aggressive play one after another for Bicotopia. 2 consecutive invades. And they're going in hot here. Taos is going to be dismissing Earth, not hitting anyone. T1 is going to be too tanky at this point. Zerui is going to have the better mid game against Pichu, unless Pichu is going to be able to secure early kills for himself. He's far away from making a claim sanctity. Actually has an astral spear, a prerequisite to maybe a Muramasa on his side. On the top lane, it was an advanced clear, so they're going to be rotating earlier with Pika joining the fray. They're going to try to take the turret here onto the bot lane, and they get that first objective of the game, and that's a very, very strong start for Bicotopia. Now, they are eyeing the red buff, but with the other members here, like QQ and NBank, they're not gonna be risking it just yet. Maybe another invade onto the blue is actually going to happen here for Bicotopia, as we again see an advanced clear wave for Pika. He is gonna be running for the high heels. That's gonna be the splitting earth being used. T-Lin is gonna be using the Conqueror, has the resistance to actually negate the crowd control that was punished onto him, and they are going to be rotating onto the top lane. We're not going to see SRY going in hot, as he saw T-Lin actually walking up with Zerui. They are now onto a rotation onto the top lane. 2 of the heroes of Bicotopia are actually eyeing there. The Mark of the Hunter is going to be used. Zerui is going to be using his best to actually deal a lot of damage there. SRY is still going to be able to live. The damage from Zerui is not yet online. T1 though is just using here the impact to just deter the entry of QQ. There's going to be a pinwheel. The Wailing Blade is not going to connect. Uses a Spectral Ire. He is going to be taking the small cap here. The mid lane is still anyone's game. QQ is just doing his best to hold down the fort. NBank as well is just on the bot lane. Zerui and T1 just going in for trades against Pichu and Taos.
Oh, I'm loving the drives that have been made by Bicotopia to make this game for themselves, but try to go for a couple of damage, but the Man of the Hunter will give a lot trouble for Pika bottom side, but still not enough. And it could be something that the member of Valencia really need to think about, because of Bicotopia is trailing in terms of goal. This is what happened in terms of game number 3 itself. The ultimate has been pushed, trying to find a way to shut down this turret on top side. Pika as well as Sorai is giving all their might to fight away with that tier 2 turrets on bottom lane. So aggressive movement for the side of Bicotopia, trying to force into the mid lane turret. Find a way to just spell the Thunderclap, trying to steal this blue buff again and again. T-Lin successfully takes the blue buff with the 3 times invasion. Valencia CF is not going to have a lot of resource. Maybe a retake, maybe a team fight here needs to be analyzed for Valencia itself. Bottom turret, mid turret will be fall down a couple of minutes just yet, with the objection onto Valencia CF, trying to just steal away a couple more goals in terms of minion wave. And Valencia they are in the brink of defending here. It's too hard, the damage coming in, too much to handle. But Yato a little bit too tanky here for members of Valencia, trying to take down a T1 a little bit too early with a Fusilade onto the backside. T-Lin secures the kill, first kill, make it double, secures on the Taeyong as well. Mid-turret will fall down when the minion has crashed into the T1 turret. But the members of VCF really needs to back down and defend their own base.
Yep, and we are seeing Microtopia having the suppressive rotation, always going for the end of the rotation onto the blue buff onto Nbang, not letting him have 4 consecutive times. It was secured by Microtopia, and that's a very, very big thing. You're gonna see here the replay on how good they are on going for the T5s. Although the split turret actually hit, it was a lot of open looks for the side of Microtopia for Zerui, and also T-Lin almost tanking most of the damage there, but he did not flinch. T1 is just gonna be too tanky with the Arthur pick, with the explosive shield enchantment as well, and he is going to be looked after again, as he is gonna try to take the blue buff. Maybe this is his first blue buff of the game. After 5 waves, he finally gets his first blue buff. And I don't know if that's a sign of celebration, but looking at the gold, we already see an almost 5k onto the side of Microtopia, and this is a very sizable lead. The aggressive playstyle we saw coming in from Microtopia became more strategic, more clean, and it doesn't open up a lot of holes here for Microtopia. So Nbang right now is the one targeted by Microtopia. They know Nbang was the one that led them in game number 3. So now they're actually choking the life out of Nbang's resources. They're not gonna be letting him pop out yet again. T-Lin's going hard. The deep impact coming in from T1 is going to connect. And there is also an engagement with SRY is being pushed back. T-Lin is going to be entering the fray. They are going in for a push here onto the bot lane, but we have QQ Fusilade is going to be used, and back is also going to be pushed back. They need to regenerate, but the stuns are connecting hard here. SRY almost gets taken, but scratch that. Zerui flashes in, goes in hard, takes everything back from VCF. They're not letting this perfect game fall into the hands of VCF. Fatal attack is going to be used, a splitting earth as well. T-Lin is going hard. Conqueror is going to be felt, and the damage is definitely substantial. Taos runs with a sliver of health, almost gets taken out, but 5 of the members are now going back to take all the resources of Nbang yet again.
Yeah, only 3 kills in this matchup and 0 respawn for Valencia because of how Nbang is not playable, because no buff at all, only 1 blue buff he currently takes, only has a couple more damage. In terms of goal, a little bit too far. In terms of T-Lin and Nbang, doesn't have much more damage. That mage jungle really need his blue buff though. It's going to be hard because of the members of Microtopia is really camping onto that blue buff itself. Only 2 minutes left for the blue buff, and also 40 seconds for that Dark Slayer. Happened to be in 11 minutes into the game. Holy Dragon for the side of Microtopia. We've seen a lot more progressive coming in for Microtopia. This is maybe a replay in game 1 and game 2. When Microtopia had the game for them to win, it will be the same kind of momentum and the same kind of damage they have to be in the estimated time into the damage. Oh no! Look at the damage coming in for Pika. Has chugged a lot of damage, and Fusilade has been pushed on top side here, but ultimate from that Lumber does not connect. Pika re-engage again. A couple more blast cannon comes in from Zerui. Claims the kill onto the members of Valencia. No turret, just left, only the core is standing around. But now Zerui a little bit too tanky to be killed down, and also damages. And also Arthur, it will not be taken as well. Focusing onto the core first for the members of Microtopia, and all of them is going to make some time to claim the game number 3 for them. That's
That's going to be a 3-1 already, and it is going to be a hard fight for PCF. They need 3 consecutive wins to get back into the series. And I don't know if they still have the steam left to actually fight it out by Utopia. It was a perfect game here for BRO all throughout. They were just choking the life out of Valencia CF Esports. They knew that if they wanted to win, the one that actually turned the tides in game number 3 needed to be shut down, and Nbang had a target in his back, and that target actually hit for Bikertopia.
Who will thought that a net into that mid lane, a net will wins the game for Bikertopia? Has not enough. When we saw Valencia uses magic damage to win the game, and for the members of Bikertopia, nope, we will not use magic damage. We use attack damage. We have the Lubu, we have the Caffney, as well as the Arthur, trying to find a way magic versus physical, who's going to win, and Bikertopia shows that physical is going to be the number 1. But in terms of they already have the match point, it's going to be one more game to secure this matchup. Game number 5 is going to be something that Valencia really needs to think about. The investment so much in game number 4, but not enough for the side of Bikertopia. They still have some left in the bank for Bikertopia. Pun intended. But you know, Nbang is one of the heroes that trying to bring the game and hopes for the side of Valencia, but he needs to try it again in the game number 5. It's going to be something to be looked out, because that Jan has no mana.
It was a difficult fight for Mac there. Not much that they could do. It was a very, very strong front. If he tried to actually duel out the Lubu, also with the Arthur in tow, they were the ones going to be punished with the peel coming in from the net as well. There was a lot of slows, and in close confined spaces, he is just going to be taken aback with how big of a damage that he's going to be expecting from Bikertopia. That was a Lubu. That was also a Arthur. And then you also have Pika on the hanging onto the back, trying to slice you and give some stuns for his teammates. And if ever they actually try to commit, he could also be stopped once the vacuum coming in from the net is going to be used. So it's just so difficult to enter because he knows he's just gonna be isolated, and the help that he needed, was also difficult to actually ask for, because in a Thorn versus Caffeni duel, Caffeni is definitely gonna get a win. So the Lombor usually just stays into the reach of this Thorn because he wants to have the ADC actually pop off in the mid game, and that enabled a lot of the invades for Bikertopia, and it was mostly uncontested. They were just hanging back, trying to damage, trying to peel, but because of the tankiness of the Lubu and the Arthur, they were not able to just blindly go in and go for a Hail Mary play, because they know that if ever they did that, that's just going to put the lead onto Bikertopia by their own hands.
Yeah, because of how Bikertopia really wants to win this. They only one match away to just rest for the day itself. But now Valencia, they after they had the solution with Nbang sub in, now the solution is not relevant. So what is the next answer for the game to make their survival in this matchup? Because it's going to be something that Bikertopia already invested in game number 4. Game number 5, they had a lot more heroes to be played here, because the Rector, the Talon has been taken away, the Yan as well for the side of Valencia, and it could be really hard in terms of drafts, because when Valencia really dependable on what hero they could play in terms of matchup, and Bikotopia will take advantage of that, and that is the best possible outcome when they bring out the Annette in mid and wins the game, and that is so much a bonus for Bikotopia. And who knows what happened in game number 2. They still have a couple more heroes like Liliana maybe to be played here, Dirac as we mentioned, and they want to take the Dirac but they go for a net instead, and still they manages to win. So maybe Dirac needs to be bad, maybe they want to bring something like maybe a Vera again, maybe a Flash to be played here in mid. We haven't seen a lot more kind of composition just like that, but still happen to be made by Bikotopia, and a lot more heroes that I mentioned is still available for Valencia as well. So it will be a tight game. It will be a hard draft when each other need to steal the heroes comes in trying to make a win for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be harder for VCF. They need to rack their brains up. What kind of compositions are they going to be fielding? Because one mistake in the drafting could already give the game to Bikotopia. They're already at match point, and the pressure is definitely there. Valencia CFE Sports is already in the brink of elimination here in the lower bracket. They need to field much better here. We're seeing a lot of new compositions here from Bikotopia, and that kind of wow factor actually surprised Valencia CFE Sports going into this game, because the lineup that they have isn't conventional. It's not meta picks. You don't see Annette, you don't see Arthur much, and you don't see Lubu as much as well. And it still went to this kind of stat line. There was a 1 kill, but that was on the last part of the game where it was already a committal play for Bikotopia to finish this game. 1 to 8, 7 kills in advantage of Bikotopia in terms of the gold. We actually see it spiraled into the control with 8.7k in advantage again to BRO. In terms of the objectives, only one Slayer was taken by VCF and the rest are secured by Bikotopia. The damage dealt here by QQ is substantial, 85k. But we see Zerui as well with a 79k. You see Sin 60k with Pika as well, adding to the total damage dealt here. And all of this was so suppressive because the damage that QQ was actually bringing to the table, what Pichu was bringing to the table as well, was on T-Lin and T1, who was just relishing on the damage being dealt here. They were just tanking it, soaking on it, and they were showering on it, and they loved it.
Yeah, you know what? Game number 5 may be a jungle Wonder Woman for T-Lin. I'm just want to see the retribution coming in for Bikotopia. If they loses to Wonder Woman jungle, why not take Wonder Woman jungle? Because they still have the Hayate though for Bikotopia. They still have the Iggy in mid lane, so it's going to be something really hard with the game number 5. Well, so it somehow they need to bring out. Maybe they have to bait the Elendor to go out for the side of Bikotopia, because of is going to be something that maybe Elendor is the answer for Valencia CF. Mbang played really well, but in terms of that game itself, game number 1 for the Mbang, he had all the damage he can get in that matchup. Game number 2 is barely playable, only has 16k damage, and Theos has more damage than the jungle itself. So Nbang has been camped out, cannot do anything in terms of the damage that Yet has at that moment. So it's going to be something to be looked for. Nbang, maybe an early and physical type of jungle, because he plays the Wonder Woman well, but with the Yan does not even connect for the members of Valencia.
Yeah, definitely it is also one of the points that they need to look out for. And back needs a lot of help. That's one of my takeaways there. If you give NBank the opportunity to farm peacefully, then I think it's gonna work out well for Valencia CF Esports. But it's easier said than done. Utopia knows what is going to be the winning condition if they want to shut down. They've been able to shut down most of the members of Valencia CF Esports, and it's not an understatement that NBank is their hope. Valencia CFE Sports needs to play is more. We've seen the strategy. If you guys actually look into what the strategy was made here for Paikatopia, they actually went for a choking kind of strategy where they surrounded the blue buff always. And with the kind of zone control that they were bringing to the table, it was just so hard for VCF to enter. And if this is the kind of play that they're going to use again on game number 5, I'm very scared to say that it is already a GG well played that we can call that the series is for Bikertopia. VCF needs to think about what composition is going to be strong enough to push these guys from going for that kind of invade. Bikertopia is a very very well known team that is very very aggressive. They only fell off on their last series because they did not know how to handle a more aggressive team like me gaming. But in terms of this, where VCF is actually not that aggressive in the early game, they actually shine brighter because the aggression that they have cannot be at the level of what VCF can actually bring into the table. They are a team that are very slow to start. They are not a team that is actually very very strong in any type of composition that we saw, even with the condition that they have strong early heroes. They were not always in the rotations were in. They are the ones that are dictating. The only reason they won in game number 3 is not because of how good their strategy was or their rotation was. It's because NBank was able to farm up, and that's basically it.
Yeah, because they really need M-Bank to have an early matchup kind of heroes that can deal with the early invades, and maybe they somehow really need to fight that early choke point that they've been made by Kazopia itself. So if they want to give a Ryoma, maybe they had they don't have the talent already, so it's hard to say. Still, they don't have the Nacro. They have the Kriknat to play in the early game, but the Kriknat still needs the drone drop to be much of a threat, and it's kind of hard for the side of Valencia right now. Maybe they need to steal down maybe a Batman could be play here for the Batarang to just gives a lot more threat. But still, it's going to be really, really hard for the side of Valencia. Still has a lot more potential though. But in terms of jungle here, early matchup jungle for NBank, they really need to bait the Elendor, man, if they want to win this. Because they doesn't have much more in their pockets. And they already go for Wonder Woman Aoi and a Suzuka. They have the Necroth to be played, but if Bikotopia doesn't ban the Necroth, they sure can play NBank onto the Necroth. Still, Necroth or a Elendor, but Elendor will be taken to a toll as well for Bikotopia if they want the Necroth. Kira a little bit too late, maybe a Lubu. How Bikotopia played before this, they still have the Ryoma. Yenna could be played on the jungle as well. So for Valencia, a lot to think about how they want to manage to do this. Still, maybe a Lindis could be played here, but Lindis a little bit too late game for NBank. For if the invades comes in, it will be an end game for the side of Valencia if NBank suffer a kill or maybe a death in that early matchup.
Yeah, definitely. In that kind of matchup, NBank is going to be something that is vital to their position. But if BCF can actually concoct a strategy that could help them, definitely that is also going to be an option. They're still going to be banning up the Iggy pick to actually prevent Bikertopia from using it. Lorian is definitely going to be the ban here for Bikertopia. Nakrot is going to be open Allender is gonna be open as well. I'm pretty curious to see what VCF has in store here for us. Nakrot so far has been, the strongest jungler that we've seen here in the AIC, the most successful jungler that you can actually use in fights. And VCF can actually opt for this because he is going to be a very, very neutral first pick. Not much of any heroes can actually counter him. And lo and behold, we are going to see a Nakrot being over here by Valencia CF. And I think the answer here from Parketopia is they could actually pair it up with, they can actually fight that out with other heroes that can burst down. And what Parketopia has in store for the first pick is a Zuka. I'm curious to see what is going to be the other first pick though. Are they going to go for an Ellender or are they going to go for a Zuka jungle? There's still a lot that they can flex with the Zuka pick, and that's what makes it exciting. It makes you think what kind of position these heroes are going to take. Heroes that you can flex from the Dark Slayer lane, the jungle. Then you also have the Amelie that you can flex into the support position. You can also flex that onto the jungle and also in the Dark Slayer lane. So this utility heroes is gonna keep Valencia CFE Sports onto their toes. They need to think what is the best kind of composition against this. Amelie is a hero that's gonna be very tanky, especially when she actually has the regeneration on his enrage. And the usual heroes that you want to peel that off are heroes that has, high sustainable damage like the Hayate. And they picked up a Telenas and they paired it up with a Tane. And so far, Telenas has been failing a lot in the series that we've watched from yesterday's matches and the best of sevens. And one of the reasons there is she just falls off because she's easy to catch. And even with the protection, she's always going to be a liability when she doesn't have the flicker. And what Bikertopia is actually offering is a Yorn or a Yue who has more range than that Telenas.
I would say it is Yorn. This is a season 1 matchup for Yorn versus Telenas. We have to settle this argument for a long time, buddy. Yorn or Telenas is the better archer in AIC, maybe in AOV himself. But I'm just loving how Bikotopia really blend this all the way. They just want to give down. In this matchup number 3, along the way, they have a lot more time to take down the Zuka, but they doesn't want to go for Zuka unless Valencia has been picked the Nakroth. And now, when the Nakroth has been first picked, the Zuka as well as the Amelie, the knockback, the stuns, also will play it really well by the side of Bikotopia, and they have a Yon. We've seen a Yon already in this AIC. Played it pretty well, played it to win. And by Katopia, they need something and someone to just protect the Yon here. They doesn't have the Superman. They don't have the Baldoom and the Tane. So they doesn't want to give the Kali in mid. Maybe they want to force out the Dirac. But if they have the Dirac, maybe the ultimate coming in for Yon will not be successful enough. Still, if Bikotopia loses this game, they still have the Lavildo to be played in this current matchup. But in terms of 1v1, Telenas versus the Yorn, maybe Telenas has the better scaling. But in terms of the burst damage that Yorn has, it will be the win. But now the L'Oreal in mid, I kinda like this. When they have Tane, Bikotopia will go for a L'Oreal. But in terms of they want to find a lane clearing, maybe a Pena to the last pick possible. They still have the Emily, maybe a support. Varus is still open though for the side of Bikotopia. A lot more drops could be played here for Bikotopia. Instead of Valencia, they need something in the mid lane. They don't have the Kali. Maybe they have to force the Ras pick. Ras, they still have the maybe Vera or Illumia for the side of Valencia. The direct has been locked for Bikotopia.
Yep, that's gonna be a direct pick. That's a lot of protection against the range damage. Until Nas is definitely gonna be targeted here with a direct pick. He's gonna be using the Genesis barrier, and a lot of usages on the Genesis barrier is for defense and actually taking towers as well. You can actually go in when you have the Genesis barrier in front of the turret, and that's also going to be playing out on the strategy of Vikingtopia. They are going to be grouping up together, and one of the keys here that Valencia CF Esports actually is going to use to counter this kind of composition is the Illumia, who's definitely going to be excelling on using the Cataclysm because it's not going to be able to be blocked by the Genesis barrier. And most of the time, when the Genesis barrier is actually put into the front, it is going to be people are going to be grouping up behind that barrier. So the Cataclysm definitely is something that could help the case of Valencia CF Esports. And they added it up with a Yena, which is an assassin that could definitely close in onto that Yorn. But the Scud pick, I'm pretty curious on how they're gonna be able to utilize that on a 1v1 scenario against the Yena.
Yeah, I think the Yena will has a lot more sense for the side of Valencia because they are running out of heroes to be played with, and it is hard to the side of Valencia right now. If they lose this, they will be go out from AIC. They will go home. Last straw, last try, do or die for Valencia CF. They have the Illumia, maybe Nas has been swapped a little bit onto Ed Bang here, kinda worrying a little bit for the side of Valencia, but they need something. I love the drafts comes in for Bikotopia with the Amelie support, and they have one more Scud onto the Dark Slayer. But this is Zuka as well as the Yacht is the key player here for side of Bikotopia. But Valencia, they had a lot more versatile in terms of dashes and as well as DPS that Selenas could support with, and the crowd control from Illumia. This is the time for Valencia to show early advantage. They want to win this and they want to stay in AIC to make it a point number 2 for them. But match point for Bikotopia. This game only could show, could they rest a little bit after this, or we are going to go in game number 6.
Yep, and pretty stoked on how they're gonna be able to execute this. This is a composition again that's gonna be new to us, like what we saw from the last game from Bikotopia. They might surprise us yet again with the kind of plays we're expecting from them, but BCF is going to look strong, and back. Even if they do go for an invade, Nakrot has many ways to get back into the game. It's one of the heroes that basically doesn't get shut down easily. You need consecutive kills to actually stop the Nakrot on its tracks. And again, there is going to be start again. Zerui is going to proc his passive to hit tiles onto that brush. QQ is going to be the first one to clear. This is the first time that Bikotopia is not going to be the first one to get the wave clear in the mid lane. We're not going to expect a lot of the rotations here, as Pichu is going to be outranged by Zerui. It doesn't matter much. They're just going to be regenerating air tiles as well as just going to be staying into the brushes. He knows that they have something that has the advantage in terms of being able to tank. Zerui is going to suffer from some of the exchanges here. Delonas is definitely going to be easier to use than the Yorn in terms of being able to get his normal attacks up. He's just going to be in that place. Taos is going to actually suffer from some of the damage, shaves almost half of his health in the exchange, while we're seeing the mid lane of Bikotopia Sin helping out the jungler T-Lin, and it is going to be mirrored by QQ and Nbank on their side. Yet again, Zerui is kind of gonna be having a slow start. Yorn needs a lot of items to deal a lot of damage, and it's a hero that actually punishes you in a linear line. So if ever you're gonna be in the clashes and you give a good look to Zero E, it's gonna be difficult. But T Lin is gonna be locking onto tiles. They're not gonna be taking it all in. They're just gonna be adding some damage to the mix. T1 is gonna be targeted with a Jury Fury, and back does not deal a lot of damage as well. Tiles is going to be in the brushes. Zero is going to release his ultimate. That's going to be the Genesis barrier being used up. T-Lin is going to be able to secure that. The Jury Fury with the Judge's Blade is going to be used. There is going to be someone on the back line with the Yen taking in the kill. T-Lin is going to be taking out, and we're going to say goodbye as well to Sin. Bikertopia is the one on the receiving end. They did not secure the first blood.
Yeah, they did not secure the first blood, but they secured us onto the Abyssal Dragon. That is something that could be proud of for Bikertopia. When they take that objective and they broke out, yes, we still saw a lot of damage comes in from Illumia. When that rotation comes from SRY onto the blue buff for the side of Bikertopia, that is some scary rotation comes in. That moment when the barrier is still helping the members of Bikertopia, and they have the upper hand. When that barrier is done collecting damage, Valencia will go on fourth with that rotation for SRY, making the kill to be the exact same as the draw it should be. So Valencia CF still needs something to be played on. The Dark Slayer is not in contestant just yet. They need to level up in terms of goal because of Bikertopia has the lead right now. And Bikertopia itself, look at how many cooldown that the Yorn has currently. Zero is giving a reign of the ultimate one by one to spot where the members of BCF currently in the map. So Bikertopia still have the couple of the leads and a 400 goal up front. Another Valencia trying to force it onto the bottom side. The three members with a couple more damage. Cataclysm hits, and now Telenas trying to force it out with a couple more dashes in terms of Emily support for T1. Cannot sustain much more damage, but can bring a lot more sustainability in terms of team fight. So Bikertopia, they have to realize they doesn't have Baldumo Tain. They have to play it really safe here. Still, they are still waiting for Clips Santi for that yawn itself, and now the ultimate coming in for Teos on the bottom side. Still managed to clear the Zuka on the top side, trying to find a couple more gold, trying to level it up with that Nakroth, and is somehow hard because of Nakroth has a couple of movement speed, too much in this current matchup. And Bikertopia, they know they had a goal lead here. They have to wait for the next episode dragon to spawn to find a much more suitable kind of engage in terms of team fight. Clay Society already have for Zeroi. Maybe this next team fight will be more fierce than the first one.
Yeah, but Abyssal Dragon is not going to be contested here, as the other members of VCF are not ready and not in position to take any of the advantages. The Vision is there, and Bank is going to be losing that trade. Sin is going to be forced to recall back, and more rotations are going to come for Bikertopia. We're going to see Pika actually peeking into the blue buff camp of VCF. They're not letting any of the pressure actually go to them. They know that they still have the tankiness of their heroes. T1 is going to be pushed back here by QQ. We're going to see Sin entering the fray. That is going to be the arrow of chaos being hit by Pichu onto Zerui. It doesn't matter much. He is going to be forced to actually flicker, but that's going to be the charge here. T1 is going to enrage, gets a lot of regeneration. Explosive shield is going to work for him. He's not going to be easily taken down. Sin is in the area. He's going to be trying to pin down the members here. They are going in for the push. The Cataclysm is there. The Genesis barrier is going to be used as well. Zerui comes in hot, but in terms of the exchanges, we're seeing a lot of the damage here, and T1 is going to be caught out here. getting a kill there, but Pichu is going to be the casualty. Taos does his best. He's going to be pinned down. Power Glove is ready.
Did
He
this
has the
still go?
orb up. He's not going to be taken. Pika as well uses his orb. There is going to be a 1v1 here with T-Lin and SRY. They are going to disengage, but is Nbank going to be on time to actually get a kill there? The answer is no. He's just going to be clearing up the waves.
Yeah, this is a moment when Bikotopia tells the world that he had the lead, they had the kills. In terms of the momentum is on in the hands of Bikotopia. That takes the kills on the bottom side, kills on the Teos, and as well as QQ at that moment of time. But on the bottom side, Abyssal Blade is not strong as the game before, trying to go Zim with a couple more ultimate here, but the Cataclysm hits, trying to stop the momentum of Bikotopia. Still, Teos is in trouble with the dash that Teos has. Really needs to run away. The towers on the bottom side will be claimed onto the hands of Bikotopia. Force on to the next objective in mid. Or maybe after a couple more aggression in mid lane, they will go for the Abyssal Dragon. They have to force it out. They have the Yawn, will melt the towers fast, and it claims with the blast comes in from Zin himself, trying to find a kill, but not as cheeky as before this. But the force has been put. Valencia is on the brink of losing. Holy Abyssal Dragon will be taken away by Bikotopia with no contestant yet so far, but the members of Valencia really trying to find a way. The Cataclysm has spotted the Zuka, maybe T-Lin in the Holy Dragon Pit.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be in time as Nback did not spot T-Lin, who was already half of his health. T1 is gonna be rotating onto the top lane while Pika recalls back to go for a rotate here in the bot lane. Maybe that was the only time that they could get a push. But we're seeing Nbank rotating here at the top lane. They don't want to risk it, and at this point, they need some objectives to trade here against Bikotopia, who is now currently leading with 2 kills on the board. They have a 3k gold lead. QQ does catch out Zerui on that. Pichu is just going to be hiding there, but the arrow coming in from Zerui gives them a lot of information that someone is waiting on that brush. T1 and the others are just going to the front, while Taos has been harassed here by Zerui all throughout, and they are going in for a charge here. While these charge used by Pika, that's going to be the Skyfall used by T-Lin. A lot of the damage being tanked here by the Scud. He doesn't care. T1 as well might be in danger if he gets hit by the Avalanche charge yet again, like what happened on the earlier part. But he is going to be a tanky boy, and a lot of the damage is just going to be chunking his health. He's not even feeling it right now. Zerui is just going in for a push as well. Doesn't mind what happens on the top of Genesis Barrier. Is going to be propped out here. Most of the turret damage is not going to be deterred, and the third tier turret already falls down on a 10-minute mark. This is how big of a suppression Bikotopia has with the Genesis Barrier, but this is a start.
Cataclysm!
Gonna be you. QQ is gonna kill Zerui. Sin and the others are running for the high heels, and VCF is not gonna chase because they know they might get punished.
Yeah, because the chase will not be something that is crucial enough for Valencia, because they already killed Zerui. That is a bonus for the side of for them. Then that is something that Valencia finds it hard to kill down the Yarn itself, because when they kill that Yarn a little bit too early, because of the Dark Slayer will spawn in 30 seconds, that Zerui already spawn back, and that might be a problem for Valencia. They need to push away into the mid lane first before they're trying to go for any objective. The Bikotopia has a lot more space to play. They had a lot more resources here. They take the 3k goal lead in terms of this matchup. 12 minutes into the game, trying to find a way with a couple more damage on the bottom side. Pika trying to defend this. Holy Abyssal Dragon again. who's going to take this? Maybe the members of Valencia, because of Bicotopia is focusing onto the Dark Slaver. They want this Doombringer to be assist in that team fight. A little bit late onto that execution, but damage from Pichu has delivered enough for T1. Double objective will be taken away by VCL. With that Yon presence, it's going to be really hard for Valencia to try to defend this. They need to find a way to split push with that Necros pick coming in for M-Bank. A couple more seconds, 3 minutes into the Dark Lord to spawn. Could Valencia try to steal this out, stall this game? If they want to kill down Scott, it would not be an option. They need to find Zerui. They need to find where is T-Lin, who's making the play for a Bicotopia. They need to kill it out. One wave, 1 minion, one man standing with a couple more damage to be delivered into the bottom side here. A little too fast also with the Doombringer. We got a Cataclysm hits 4 members, but Valencia CF, they need to find the defensive. Oh, the Genesis Blast as well as the combo comes in from Bicotopia. It takes 3 members of Valencia, only SRY, and Teos is the man who's been standing not for long, and Bicotopia is surviving in AIC and eliminating Valencia CF out from this tournament. And Valencia, see you next year.
Valencia CF Esports is going to be saying goodbye to us as Bicotopia closes out this series with a dominating 4-1. Bicotopia all throughout this series was all hot, all hands on deck, and they showed us that they have what it takes to actually be aggressive in how they're going to be taking the games moving forward here in the AIC 2022.
Bicotopia plays it really well with a couple of hiccups in terms of gameplay in match number 3, but still managed to go through the lower brackets, and it makes it really hard to saw how the members of Valencia CF is saying goodbye to AIC. So we already seen one from RPL is already saying goodbye to AIC. Next series will be another 2 RPL members. Teams will spot who will be going versus the GCS team. That is Bicotopia onto the lower brackets, because I saw the news they're saying that Chalot Esport versus Bacon Time will be a bloodbath.
Yeah, it will definitely be a bloodbath. 2 teams that know each other well. And of course, with BCF being taken out here onto the lower brackets, we're only going to have 1 representative left after the day's end. It's either going to be KFC Talent or it's Bacon Time. And with the performance of Bicotopia did against BCF, I feel like we could actually say if they beat out the next RPL team on the next series that they're going to be participating in, we could probably say that Bicotopia is the RPL killers. And, you know, that's not an understatement on how big of a plays they did all throughout this series. They were the ones dictating, they were the ones leading, and not once that they actually let VCF have a breath of fresh air. After Renbank, that was just basically it. It was just a one-time thing.
Yeah, it is a one-time thing because of Ambank. Maybe Bicotopia said, okay, we have a new player comes in, that is Anbang. We want to see how this draft goes. Maybe Anbang has much more energy in terms of their game 1, so they have to lost a little bit of investment in that current matchup, and then after that it is just a mow down again and again until they won the matchup itself. So yeah, Anbang really brings the tides up for Valencia, but it is just not enough versus Bicotopia, when Bicotopia already read Valencia like a book. Every movement that Valencia do will be uh, will be jotted down by Katopia, and left and right will be taken away. So, in terms of drafts, Katopia had it all in terms of in game one until game number five. But for Valencia, that investment is from game one and game two kind of make it bad after game three and game four. It is so hard to make a comeback when you have invest a lot in game one and game two that you are losing at that point. So yeah, we have another survivor for the GZS region for Bikotopia to survive in the lower bracket, but I would love to, fasten a little bit of the next series, because the next series is the most series that will possibly go to game 7 though.
Yeah, my takeaway here in the AIC 2022, ever since 2021 started, the old guard has actually been replaced already. We don't see here in 2022 in the AIC, we don't see the old faces that we usually see. We don't see Mad Team, we don't see Team Flash, we don't see Burrito United Esports as well. The teams that usually were dominating in the past is already gone here in the AIC. I don't know if the golden age for those teams are going to get back, but with the new teams that are emerging here, we're seeing a lot of new hope for a lot of this new players and new teams that have qualified in the AIC. And Biketopia is definitely one of the new faces that is leaving a mark here, as that kind of dominating game that we watched from Biketopia isn't easy to pull off. You either have to have that kind of mentality to actually be aggressive all the time. The win now mentality is there for Biketopia, and definitely VCF felt the brunt of it here in the lower brackets. We're gonna see here the stats for the game. VCF had 5 kills on the side of Biketopia. That's 11 kills, 6 kills in favor of them. In terms of the gold lead, we did see some kind of swing here for Biketopia, but it didn't matter. There was a cushion there. This was basically the ones they actually pushed hard onto the top lane, and this was this was actually on the bot lane actually when they got a kill against Biketopia, but it didn't matter because in terms of clash potential, they didn't have anything. Everything that QQ actually pushed into the Genesis barrier didn't have an effect. Pichu was rendered basically useless whenever we have the clashes that starts because of the Genesis barrier as well. They did try their best to stall, but the moment they actually stalled, the objective was already going to be taken here by Biketopia, because there is a Yorn there, and then you have multiple normal attacks coming in from Sin as well, and they're very, very well equipped. They actually put the Genesis barrier in front of the turret to enable Pika, T-Lin, and T1 to actually go in hard and box out and zone out the members of Valencia CF. And that was one of the reasons why they actually won that easily in the last clashes that happened. And we're going to see the MVP. Understandable. It's going to be Sin on that Dirac with a 2183 MVP counts to himself, 90.9% KP. Most of the clashes was centered around the plays of that Dirac. And it's not an understatement that Sin is the most impactful, not just the most valuable, the most impactful member for Biketopia. But kudos to to Zerui's Yorn, which was first time that we actually saw in the AIC, and they actually surprised us yet again. From game number 4 to game number 5, unconventional picks one after another, and they definitely made it work. They knew how to play their strengths, and they were able to crush out VCF with a blowout of 4-1 on this series. But we're still gonna see a lot more of Biketopia as we move on to the AIC. But the next series of the day is gonna be two most dominant RPL members in their local tournaments. It's banking time against KFC Talent in the best of 7 series. But before that, we're gonna go for a short break. My name is Visorio. This is Mikos. This is the Arena Villa International Championships 2022, and we'll be right back. Don't touch that browser.
The young man's search for a breakthrough is fraught with crisis, but this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Yan, who will hold the brush of the sword of inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. Passive, Spiritual Spark. When Yan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Yan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Yan's own HP in the process. Skill 1, Black Jade Sprinkle. Yan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction to enemies in a fan shape in front of him. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. After a short delay, deals damage to the enemy in front and knocks them away. He can move during the delay and deal additional damage to minions and wild monsters. Skill 2, Draconic Step. Yan moves forward in an arc, dealing damage to enemies along the path. Yan is untargetable while using the skill. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. Charging towards the target enemy and dealing damage, he can use another part of Skill 2 within a short time frame. Additional Skill 2 cast has a separate cooldown calculation and does not accumulate energy. Skill 3, Hills of Dream. Yan releases his seal, entering enhanced status and dealing damage to surrounding enemies, receiving a massive physical penetration, and can use the second part of the ultimate skill. He gains super armor and reduces damage taken during the cast. Yan will enhance all of his other skills. The second part of Ultimate. Yan charges forward and deals massive damage and knocks away enemies in a massive range forward. Enhanced Skill 1. Deal 2 instances of damage to the enemy. Enhanced Skill 2. Deals even higher damage. Yan's ultimate skill buff will increase with every upgrade. When ultimate is upgraded to level 1, the skill damage of skill 1 and 2 increases by 50%, and the number of times the mark can be triggered also increases. When ultimate is upgraded to level 2, passive enhanced normal attack hitting enemies will extend the enhanced status duration and can be used multiple times when under the buff from the second part of Yan's ultimate. They aren't affected by cooldown reduction. When ultimate is upgraded to level 3, passive enhanced normal attack will return 1 stack of energy. Yan is a highly controllable warrior type assassin. His damage will continuously increase as the game goes on. He becomes extremely powerful in the later stages of the match. Thus, rapid growth and increasing level are important for Yan. The key to mastering Yan is utilizing Yan's skill set, launching enhanced normal attacks with different effects, and making use of the short cooldown time of his skill set to continuously dish out skill combos. At the start of the game, if Yan needs to support and gank enemies, he can save a stack of his passive in the bush. Use Skill 1 to slow down enemies who passes by, and trigger Skill 1's enhanced normal attack to knock away the target, to crowd control them and coordinate with teammates to finish them off. Yan needs to save up 1 stack of his passive while chasing down enemies. He needs to make use of Skill 2 to get close to the enemy first, then uses enhanced normal attack's additional reset of Skill 2 to continue pursuing. Once the gap is closed, use Skill 3, Skill 1, enhanced normal attack, Skill 3's second part to finish up. In team fights later in the match, make use of the buff effect from the ultimate to bring forth a good haul. Yan needs to attack from the flank. Use skill 2 first to close in on the back row, followed by skill 3, normal attack, skill 1, normal attack, the second part of skill 3, skill 2, skill 1 to finish them off. When there are multiple tank-type heroes in the enemy composition, due to Yan's lack of high damage before using his ultimate, he needs to watch his timing when he enters the battle. Make use of the physical penetration from the ultimate, as the bonus can deal quite substantial damage even against tank-type heroes. Due to marks being able to be triggered multiple times, while in enhanced status, coordinating with skill 2's movement and skill 1's damage, you can potentially take down tanks. Yan's passive HP Restore allows him to have decent survivability. Watch your timing on using skill 2's untargetable effect to dodge enemy damage. Yan needs to improvise in battle and requires careful observation of the situation on the battlefield to choose the right skill to cast.
Hi there, rookie. Welcome to Arena of Valor. This is a multiplayer online battle arena mobile game. This may be your first time with a MOBA game, and you're at a loss about fighting with real players. Fear not. You have Arthur, a trustworthy pal to help you around. He will lead you into this legendary battle and show you the exhilaration of this game. See that crystal over there? Smash it with your divine blade and victory is all yours. Pretty simple, eh? But what about before that? Patience, pal. One step at a time. First, you have to destroy every defense tower in this lane. Of course, your enemies will not let you. They will do anything to stop you. So, do not rush to the tower. Wait! Get back! No! God! Please, no! Well, at least it won't get any worse.
You have been defeated.
Never mind, pal. We cannot run back time, but you will fully respawn as the countdown ends. See? Dying is no big deal in this game. Don't chicken out. Just go for it like a warrior. I see you have realized that you're not even qualified to fight against your opponents. Hurry up! Grab your divine blade. Embark on the journey of getting stronger. There is only one thing you need to keep in mind if you want to become stronger. That is, to get richer. You can buy all these dazzling items with the money you earn to improve your combat capability. Creeps on each lane. Monsters in the fields. Even your enemies are all resources of your economy. The process of killing these targets and improving your abilities is called farming in Arena of Valor. Also, remember that you are not fighting on your own. There are 4 partners standing beside you. You will be a tough tank after you are fully farmed. Charge, hero! Charge! Your teammates will support you without reserve. Let your enemies fight back as all they want, but all in vain. You are no longer the rookie you used to be. Consolidate at every step. Break down every defense tower in sight. The glory of victory will eventually shine upon you. Woohoo! But if you keep dying all the time, your side will progressively lose ground. In the end, your base is destroyed by the enemies. Are you really prepared for the... So what? Just take another round. In AOV, failure is just the experience you need to grow stronger. Come on, rookie. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain, I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running close the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hold pace, heroes moving silence, spend and say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I own.
Welcome back to the Arena Valor International Championships 2022. And we're back to the second series of the day. My name is Vittorio. This is Mikos. We're going to be able to witness KFC Talon against its Bacon Time. Who are you rooting for, Mikos?
It's hard to say who's I'm siding because of it's maybe Bacon though, maybe Talon, but I just want to let some information out that is we are watching AIC 22, but this is maybe a flashback of RPL Summer 22. On the upper bracket, Bacon Time wins against Talon 4-0. Here it is. Lower bracket 4-1 Talon versus BRU. Final, they played it along. Bacon Time versus Talon 7 games and wins by Bacon Time. So this is going to be a bloodbath. But if you're saying for some way I'm rooting for, maybe the side of Bacon because of Muan, I think. I just love how Muan plays, man. But wow, the mid lanes matchup kinda hard to say, man. This game is hard to siding, man. It is too hard.
Yeah, for me, I guess one of the things that I don't like about Bacon Time is they don't perform well in the international stage. AWC, AIC, they were not even there, and in the international stage, if you can't perform in your top form when you're actually performing in your local leagues, then maybe there is a curse of Bacon Time. And I don't want you guys to be I don't want you guys to be salty about it, but it has been a fact that its Bacon Time has never had the international accolades on them, not even in the 4th place. If ever they actually entered 8th place, then they're gonna be eliminated in the lower brackets. And now they are in the lower brackets.
Yeah,
So,
this is the curse has played on. The curse is on. Same as Flash, same as ADT, but ADT just he just cut a little bit of curse, just goes on to playoff, but the curse goes with the rest of the RPL members, and we saw before this Valencia has been taken away as well. Now another RPL teams will be taken from AIC, but I'm agree with you because of Bacon Time has been struggle a lot in terms of international games, but this is when Bacon Time versus KFC Talon, they are versusing their own league members, so maybe it will feel the same as the pressure coming in for AIC. Maybe it could survive, maybe it could not, but Talon Esports, they had a lot more experience though. But in terms of history, Bacon takes the lead. But in the 7 games, no one is convinced either of them has more power than each other, because second game is all about the luck at that point and drafts. The mic, man. I can hear you, man.
It's just so hard to actually see them as a big contender, and one of the reasons there is just, I don't know, even Mad Team had a better time on eliminating them in the AWC, and I've seen. I actually was a fan on their gameplay on the RPL. I feel like the drafting that they have is way over the top. They always go for encounters. They know how to draft well. The players are definitely someone that are the people in Bacon Time are definitely exceptional players, but I just don't know. Is it about the international stage that they get cold feet, or are there other underlying reasons? Because they just don't perform well. We've seen this. In the second day, we saw Bacon Time fall down here into the lower brackets, and if that is an inkling of what they're gonna show us, I don't think it's Bacon Time is still ready for AIC.
Oh yeah, maybe they need some time. Maybe a couple more wins. Maybe it could convince you, but it's better how iPod Pro plays in Talon Esport. I would say that Pro is one of the best mid laners that is currently staying in an AIC from AIC 2019, and a couple of gameplays from iPod Pro itself. We saw when the Lorian play with the Grixie and also the Iggy is so much in contention that is hard to play against. When you have an Elsu, when you have a Laville, it just sometimes hard to hit the projectile when the iPod Pro plays in mid lane. So yeah, I'm a little bit convinced that Talon Esport could win this matchup because of the international stages. But yeah, Bacon Time really need to show that maybe we are wrong in terms of they are still ready to just pull anybody points in this current matchup. And we have to see it game number one. Could Bacon do it? Or maybe Bacon will get smoke coming in for KFC Della. Maybe they will get the taste of the 11 herbs in terms of couple of family members comes in with trying to enjoy some bacon. They will get some holiday early.
Yeah, definitely. I still have high hopes on It's Bacon Down. They're here for a reason. They are the RPL champions. Well, KFC Talon actually had a rougher time to a qualifier for the AIC. They had to go for the qualifiers where they actually beat out the other, talented teams like the PSG, VRU, and they actually have a longer time to go here. So they had a lot of playing time as well. Although we can say there was a lot of practice times for It's Bacon Time. I mean, the experience that KFC Talent was able to build might be more substantial than It's Bacon Time, who won the RPL, who was already seeded to participate here in the AIC.
Yeah, it is the question to be answered for Talon Esport itself, because they are the one who loses from Bacon with a 4-3 win for Bacon Time. And I've seen a lot more drafts that the Talon Esport won with the butterfly gameplay, and it's shown that Talon Esport has a much higher or bigger hero pools that could be played in the best of 7. But in terms of AIC, it's hard to say because both of this team has a potential early matchup with they are too much of a damage, because with the Muan we have the Gaffney, we have the Laville, same as Talon Esport, though they have the same pool. They have a couple more heroes could be played here, and it's kind of hard to say who's going to win this first matchup.
Yeah, and definitely it is going to be hard. KFC Talon just lost 4 consecutive games from their previous series against one team. Although they had a good 2-0 start, I don't know, it's just unfortunate for KFC Talon, since they were they actually bear the brunt of that series. But before we start, we're just gonna wait for the players to be ready. We're just gonna go for a very, very short break before we continue the series yet again. And this is the AIC 2022. My name is Visorio. This is Mikos. We'll be right back after a short break.
私が行った方が手っ取り早いのに本当バカ。何？私じゃ不満なわけ？ほら、最初から私が行けばよかったじゃない。次はあんたの番よ。全部私が片付けるから。ほら、最初から私がそれで不安あるとか思ってるの？ほら、最初
Welcome to our video introducing the Dual Arcana system. Arcana system is a pre-battle strategic system independent from the enchantment system. It allows you to increase heroes' attributes throughout the battle. The system will be unlocked after the player reaches level 7, and the slots within the Arcana list will also unlock one by one as the player's level increases. You will need to use Arcana fragments or gold for the purchase and upgrade of Arcana. It can also be acquired through other sources, such as completing achievements. Before the start of a game, player will select the Arcana system in the preparation slot to create an Arcana combination best suited for their hero. The appropriate combination of Arcana can give players a clear advantage when the battle has begun. Arcana is split into 3 categories based on its functionality. Red Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to attack. Purple Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to self-recover, and Blue Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's defensive abilities. Arcana of each color is further split into 8 categories based on their bonuses: attack, life, defense, function, lifesteal, attack speed, critical hit, and pierce. Each independent Arcana has 3 levels. The higher the Arcana level, the more bonus it grants the hero. On the Arcana page, players can freely pick as they wish to create the combination from red, purple, and blue Arcana. Players can create their Arcana combination on the Arcana page based on the role of their hero and their own playstyle. After choosing your Arcana, you can click the top right of the Arcana page to rename and save your combination. In addition, the system has recommended combinations based on roles and playstyles for the player to select directly and use. Depending on the different combinations in a match, Arcana will enhance a hero's performance in different ways. Even if the player uses the most advanced Arcana for their combination, the bonus provided for the hero will not greatly affect the balance of the game. Then, how will the Arcana system help players? During the early stages of the match, the basic attributes of heroes are quite low. Even if the Arcana did not offer much bonus, it could bring about a considerable and substantial difference. Such a change will help the player decide their early game strategy and playstyle while adding more variables to the battlefield. Arcana combinations are not absolute. According to one's understanding of the hero and their playstyle, players will all have different combinations. Should you focus on certain enemy heroes or making up for the shortcomings of your allies? Should you take the initiative in teamfights or increase roaming efficiency? It is entirely up to the player. This marks the end of our video introduction to the Arcana system. Thank you for watching, and good luck on the battlefield. Class Introduction. Welcome to the class introduction of Arena of Valor. In Arena of Valor, the 2 sides will confront each other in teams of 5, and the heroes are the avatars of the players on the battlefield. Your knowledge of your hero and class is the first step towards victory. For your convenience, heroes are divided into 6 classes in the legendary duel: Tank, Warrior, Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support. Due to the unique abilities of some heroes, they will have multiple classes. Players can clearly see the characteristics of the 6 classes in the hero interface. Aside from this, players can also check the class of their chosen hero at Choose Character screen in a match. Tank class heroes. Tank class heroes fulfill the role of the meat shield of the team. If you're a fearless warrior who wishes to charge through the forefront of battle, then tank class heroes are undoubtedly the best suited for you. Disrupting the enemy's formation and drawing their fire is the core use of tank heroes. Thus, they also shoulder the heavy burden of initiating team battles. Warrior class heroes. Warrior class heroes excel in close quarter melee combat, combining the ability of dealing damage and tanking. Warrior class heroes are the backbone of the team, and they're suited to fight in any situation. At the same time, they have multiple item sets and play styles. In a real combat situation, we will prepare item sets based on the team's composition and battle situation to balance the team's overall offensive and defensive capabilities. Mage class heroes. Mage class heroes are the core of the team's offensive capabilities, dishing out large damage via magic. Using their spells and abilities to obliterate everything in their way is what all mages desire. Normally, mage heroes all have powerful magic damage capabilities, and a certain amount of control abilities to ensure that they can quickly defeat enemies with very high armor. But due to their poor survivability, they can be vulnerable targets for the enemy's attack. Assassin class heroes. Assassin class heroes are the masters of burst damage. Thus, they are quite difficult to use. If you're someone who enjoys the thrill of seeing the enemy fall to zero almost instantly, then the Assassin class heroes are your best choice. Assassin class heroes often combine excellent movement abilities with damage abilities. However, due to their lower basic HP than other heroes, Assassin class heroes rely on other players' ability to assess the situation and timing, as well as their mastery over the hero to maximize their potential. Marksman class heroes. Through steady and consistent physical damage, Marksman class heroes are also the core of a team's damage output. Different from the ability based on burst damage of mages, Marksmen prefer suppressing their enemies from afar and dishing out non-stop physical damage. But their fragility and lack of survival skills are their biggest shortcomings, putting them in a position where they are dependent on the protection and support of their allies. Support class heroes. Support class heroes value functionality. Normally, they are unable to deal substantial damage or have noticeable defensive abilities, but they have the important mission of protecting their allies, supporting their attacks, and guiding the initiations of team fights. Support players can also be the MVP. According to the different styles of the team, some teams require a tanker support hero who can share the burden of the tank with higher offensive capabilities, whilst other teams require a functionality-based support hero who can protect teammates in dire situations and provide buffs to control and enhance magical damage. Your choice is closely tied to the team's needs in real combat. A team will need to choose 5 out of the 6 classes above to form. Utilizing different combinations of heroes can bring forth different chemical reactions for the team, and the right mix of combinations will allow you to demonstrate your advantages. This concludes the class introduction for Arena of Valor. Good luck on the battlefield, and we will see you next time. Welcome to our video introducing the ping system in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate conveniently while reporting and delivering quick, accurate information on the battlefield, Arena of Valor has a context-sensitive built-in ping system that is easy to use. The ping button prompt is placed on the top right corner of the screen in a match. To use it, long press the ping button and point your finger to the triggerable area to send your team the corresponding ping. In addition, players can click the map button on the top right corner to expand the map and send pings by tapping the corresponding location on the map. Of course, players have the option to block ping sound effects and voiceover from other players to prevent interference during the battle. Battle Alert Pings. When players are on the move, they can send their estimated arrival time to teammates by tapping their location on the map. Players can request support from teammates by dragging the ping button prompt to their own hero. When the player is hidden in the grass, drag the ping button prompt to the grass to instruct teammates to hide themselves and ambush together. When a player is outside of the grass, dragging the ping button prompt towards the grass will notify teammates to be careful of an enemy ambush. Wilderness Status Ping. When Abyssal Dragon, Dark Slayer, or your own buff exists on the map, Players can give corresponding attack commands to their teammates by tapping the corresponding monster directly on the map, or by dragging the ping button prompt to the relevant monster. If a monster has yet to respawn, dragging the ping button prompt will notify the players of the corresponding monster's respawn time. Personal status ping. Players can notify teammates their skills are ready by dragging the ping button prompt onto their hero's skills. Dragging the ping button onto a skill in the cooldown will alert teammates of the cooldown timer. When a hero dies, the player can drag the ping button prompt onto the death counter to inform their teammates how long it will take to revive. In addition, players can inform teammates that they're returning to base by dragging the ping button prompt onto the recalling button while in recall. Enemy status ping. When the enemy has disappeared from a lane, the players can send an enemy missing ping by tapping on the lane. When the enemy reappears, tapping on the lane will signify how many enemies are present. Situation alert ping. Players can prompt teammates to defend structures by tapping their defense tower on the map or by dragging the ping button to the tower. When the player is not in a mid-recall state and drags the ping button prompt to the recall button, it will remind teammates to return to base. Furthermore, players can send scores to teammates by dragging and dropping the ping button prompt onto the scoreboard. There are hundreds of different ping options in Arena of Valor. Players should use them strategically to give themselves and their team a leg up on the competition. Be aware that the ping button is only a notification. The key to victory lies in making the right informed decisions. This marks the end of our video introduction to the ping system in Arena of Valor. Tell us your favorite thing to ping in the comments. Thank you for watching. Good luck on the battlefield! Welcome to our video introducing the team communication systems in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced, competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate quickly and clearly in-game, Arena of Valor has introduced team communication systems, such as pinging, quick messaging, built-in real-time voice chat, and emojis. Players can press the context-sensitive ping button prompt on the top right corner of the screen to instantly notify teammates of their status on the battlefield. Players can also drag and hold the ping button to various elements in-game for different alerts. Depending on the context, pings can be divided into types such as battle alerts, wilderness status,
Our light golem has not respawned.
personal status,
My health is low.
enemy status,
In middle lane.
and situational alerts.
Don't be too eager.
Check out our ping system introduction video to learn more about how you can use the ping system in Arena of Valor. Players can use the in-game quick message system to plan and communicate. Quick messages first appear as part of the pre-battle strategy screen.
Rally for a team fight.
Before the match, the player can set selections and adjustments within settings. These pre-made messages can be split into 3 major categories: defense, offense, and communication. Players can select 8 messages from these 3 categories to use as quick messages within Arena of Valor. Some quick messages even have voice lines that play when being used.
Let me get the buff.
In the event you want to communicate in more details with your teammates, you can also tap the box beneath the quick message window to enter text. Keep it clean. Aside from quick messages, voice chat will always be the most accessible and concise way to communicate on the battlefield. Players can use the game's built-in real-time voice chat system to speak and converse with their teammates directly. To use voice chat, tap the microphone button on the left side of the screen. When the player is queuing with friends in a pre-made party, they can choose the voice chat to be party only. Emojis are a fun and expressive way to communicate within Arena of Valor. Before the start of the match, players can equip emojis with their customization suite. Make an emoji selection while in a match to use the corresponding emojis. When triggering certain scenarios, heroes will automatically release their preset quick emojis. If there are teammates nearby that use an interactive emoji, and the player responds with an interactive emoji of their own, a new effect will be created for both emojis. One last thing to note, emoji displays can be seen by your enemies. Use your smileys wisely.
Hi there, rookie. Welcome to Arena of Valor. This is a multiplayer online battle arena mobile game. This may be your first time with a MOBA game, and you're at a loss about fighting with real players. Fear not, you have Arthur, a trustworthy pal to help you around. He will lead you into this legendary battle and show you the exhilaration of this game. See that crystal over there? Smash it with your divine blade and victory is all yours. Pretty simple, eh? But what about before that? Patience, pal. One step at a time. First, you have to destroy every defense tower in this lane. Of course, your enemies will not let you. They will do anything to stop you. So, do not rush to the tower. Wait! Get back! No! God! Please, no! Well, at least it won't get any worse.
You have been defeated.
Never mind, pal. We cannot run back time, but you will fully respawn as the countdown ends. See? Dying is no big deal in this game. Don't chicken out. Just go for it like a warrior. I see you have realized that you're not even qualified to fight against your opponents. Hurry up! Grab your divine blade. Embark on the journey of getting stronger. There's only one thing you need to keep in mind if you want to become stronger. That is, to get richer. You can buy all these dazzling items with the money you earn to improve your combat capability. Creeps on each lane. Monsters in the fields. Even your enemies are all resources of your economy. The process of killing these targets and improving your abilities is called farming in Arena of Valor. Also, remember that you are not fighting on your own. There are 4 partners standing beside you. You will be a tough tank after you are fully farmed. Charge, hero! Charge! Your teammates will support you without reserve. Let your enemies fight back as all they want, but all in vain. You are no longer the rookie you used to be. Consolidate at every step. Break down every defense tower in sight. The glory of victory will eventually shine upon you. Woohoo! But if you keep dying all the time, your side will progressively lose ground. In the end, your base is destroyed by the enemies. Are you really prepared for the So what? Just take another round. In AOV, failure is just the experience you need to grow stronger. Come on, rookie. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
Welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio. With me is Mikos. We are coming back again to witness the second series of the day. It is KFC Talon against It's Bacon Time.
Wow, so much to talk about this team because of this is the maybe the redemption of Talon Esport to wins again Bacon Time, and it's going to be something that Bacon Time needs to find because of how Talon Esport is going to take their revenge, whether Bacon Time need it or not, because one of them will be taken out from the AIC. In terms of the lineups, we can saw how Bacon Times in this international stage, it will be hard for Bacon Time in terms of their matchup before this. Like yesterday, they had a lot more time to play, but it is just not enough versus one team, but Talon Esport as well. After that, it will be hard to say when the Bacon Time is the one first to fall for the low brackets, and Talon Esport plays a really good game in terms of group stage, but when versus onto the upper bracket, they just can't do it in terms of how many games they play, like 6 games. But Talon Esport still has a better route they take before this. But yeah, it's going to be really hard for Bacon Time if Talon really wants to stay in the AIC.
Yeah, and definitely they need to get ready, especially in here. KFC Talon did lose out on the last time that they actually faced up, but that doesn't mean a redemption story is not going to run for KFC Talent. It's bacon time. Actually lost 3-0 to Bikertopia. And, whoever wins this series is going to be facing off Bikertopia yet again. So, I mean, in terms of the chances that you want to win, I guess, KFC Talent hasn't matched up. And in terms of being able to, be in a level to actually match up the international teams, I think KFC Talent has that experience. Not like what we saw from Bacon Time with the 3-0 from Biker Utopia. So I don't know if that's a logical analogy we're in, since they don't really have that kind of experience. I feel like they haven't adapted well going into the AIC 2022. Not like what we see the other teams actually evolved. Like Utopia had a reinvigoration on how they were playing, and definitely Bacon Time can actually prove us wrong, but nonetheless it is going to be hard, since so far I haven't seen any spark that that could actually be a start of a great fire onto Bacon Time.
Yeah, because when we saw Bacon Time lost to Bikotopia, and it is hard to say when Bikotopia is really one of the low bracket team as well, and after they won against Valencia, and we saw a lot more confidence in Bikotopia when the 3-0 win against Bacon. At that point, it was hard to see Bacon is the first one to fall. In terms of what Bacon needs to do is, if they want to fight out Bikotopia once again and make a Cinderella story, they have to win against Talon, and that is going to be really hard to make when Talon Esport is the team that somehow okay in the international stage. They played it really well in terms of the group stage, the phase 1 and phase number 2. They haven't lost a single game, and it is something for Bacon to just smell what happened to Talon and what's wrong with that draft as well, because how Bacon in group D, they suffer a lot more casualties in that group, and in terms of the playoff itself, Bacon Time is not up to standard that what they play in the RPL. So maybe they need some time, maybe they need something like a better draft and also a better strategy to just overcome Talon Esport if they want to face down Bikotopia in the next stage, because it will be maybe the same, or maybe they did not have the time to watch, or they cannot wait to fight Bikotopia because of Talon Esport. As we know, they are the one that much stronger opponent that Bacon needs to take down.
Yeah, definitely they are someone that's stronger. That they need to strive not just on looking at their opponents. They need to strive for dominance as well. It's not always you actually see them always in the receiving end. We've seen them in the RPL. They did really good. There's a reason why they are the champions, and so to speak, as a champion, they should be the pinnacle of what RPL should be. And KFC Talon in its Bacon Time, we're gonna be starting off this series with big expectations. Whoever wins game number 1 definitely is going to be sparking the momentum onto their side. Let's see what is gonna happen. Are we still gonna see KFC Talent actually fail to close up the series, or is it going to be Bacon Time all through this best of 7? Maybe a 4-0 might be waiting for us, but we're seeing here KFC Talent still going in with Defoxen as the main support of their lineup. Ares, Hyperpro, Moop, and TNZ are going to be the first 5 of KFC Talent. While on Bacon Time, we're going to see Taux, Muwan, Kim Sensei, Album P, and Marky.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions onto defoxing into the support role, because it is something that we hardly see an AD carry onto the support. Maybe Talon could play more aggressive in terms of this lineup, and it could be hard to see when Talon is what currently not in the full lineup as it is, because they are missing one support and they haven't seen where Tony is. So it is going to be really hard to say, because of when Tony is one of the best support that Talon has, and it's too much of a convenient when Tony is not right, because Tony have won 3 RPL championship, and I think they need Tony as a support role. Maybe in game 2, maybe in game number 3 that Tony will arrive. Maybe Tony has more lineup, maybe has more energy to give into the support role, because I saw how the potential, if the Foxin play, they can bring a lot more aggressive gameplay, because the Foxin loves to play aggressive kind of marksman that it can punish a lot more into the abyssal lane. But it could be hard for Talon if they did not switch the Foxin onto Tony. But if we have to look at what happened in game number 1. If it's okay for Talon, maybe they were still on.
I would like to cut you there. I've already seen Defoxin on his support position. Yesterday's series was all about Defoxin. Getting the 2-0 was because of Defoxin onto the support position. The problem is when game number 3 they lost to one team, they switched out Defoxin for Tony, and after that it was all a steamroll coming in from one team. So right now, I guess the reason why we're seeing Defoxin in support position because of his spectacular performance from yesterday's series. He was an impactful player, able to give them that 2-0, and maybe they're hoping for that. And the key matchup here is going to be Erez and Muwan. Erez, one of the best ADCs here in the AIC, and of course Muwan as well are going to be matching up. We're actually seeing a better KDA coming in from Erez, and I don't know if this is going to be affecting them, since this is not a KDA that you got from actually matching up with your local teams. Let's see if it's still going to be Erez actually taking in the advantage going into the series.
Yeah, this is going. If the KD is bigger for Erez, and understandable because of how the group is for a talent that they have a steamroll kind of position. But when it comes, I'm not looking at the KD A ratio. I'm looking at the goal difference that Erez could make in that abyssal lane. They have 200 plus rather than Muwan itself, because we saw a lot more Laville and Cafney play by Muwan. In terms of Erez is the same. So if Muwan not going to take the high route here, trying to level up with the goal difference, it's going to be really hard to fight down the abyssal lane. With, you say, Defoxin plays as a support as aggressive as it could be, the Talon Esport is going to line up the 5 best members in this matchup. It's going to be really hard for Bacon time itself. 5 men for Talon, 5 men for Bacon. Maybe we haven't seen a lot of Defoxin support, with the maybe a couple more aggressive support for the Talon Esport. But I'm just excited to see what is going to be the hero for Defoxin in this game number 1, because the investment will go on, and maybe Lorian will not be go out first, and it's going to be something that Talon Esport trying to bait out. They ban out the Zuka. Maybe they want to ban, maybe they want Bacon to ban the Nacross instead of the Lorian. So they want to bait the Lorian out for iPod Pro, or maybe they will get the Nacross for Moop, and it is a 1/2 discounts coming in for Talon Esport. They will get their Lorian, and we saw this happen when Talon Esport got the Lorian. It will be a game for iPod Pro. Banning for Bacon, they ban the Aya, they ban out the Nacross, and the Lorian is out for iPod Pro.
Yup, and it's gonna be interesting to see if they are actually gonna go for the first pick Lorian here. Most of the games that we see is they always ban out the Lorian. Maybe it's Bacon time wants them to pick the Lorian just to have the capability, waste some of the bans here for KFC talent. They're gonna be forced out to ban out the Lorian if ever they're gonna be going for that first game Lorian pick. And lo and behold, we're gonna see the Lorian actually being hovered here as the first pick, and with the second already ticking, we are now going to see it being picked up by KFC Talon. It's bacon time. I'm pretty curious what they're gonna be matching up the Lorian pick with, to get that, to get the match actually on their heels, and it is gonna be an Elsu and also a Roxy pick, and it has been pretty standard. But I think what we saw from earlier would have been more effective. You pair up an Elsu with a Thane, with a Superman, with a lot of protection instead of a Roxy pick.
Wow, it is. Yeah, they want to beat on Lorian for Tara Talon, and they have to force the Roxy as well as the Elsu. And this is the point when Talon Esports, if they want to bring out the Pena, this is the way in this first matchup, because we saw how Talon know how to defend against snipes coming in from Moan. We have the duo Elsu play here. We have Moan, we have Ares with a lot of snipes comes in, but they say maybe a Pena is not suitable in this kind of matchup. We have to keep a little bit of a investment in game number 2. We bring up the Lumber first with the Hover, and also the Hayate versus a Elsu. They doesn't want to go for a Joker just yet. Maybe they want a Joker if they want to face down in Nacros, will be more suitable in this kind of matchup. They still ban out the Zuka, and I like it. Now the last pick for the side of Bacon time. Who is going to be? They already have the support Roxy, they already have the Elsu, and the Liliana will come through versus Elorion in mid. And a lot more, maybe a lot more mid lanes that could be picked in game number 2 when they go for Agi and also the Crixie. And Bacon time, when they have used the Elsu, maybe in game number 2 they have to ban out the Iggy. The Iggy itself doesn't want to give into the mid lane. If Talon Esports has the Iggy and the Elsu, it will be all put composition with the Ryoma and also the Zuka. So they have a lot to think, whichever they want to, because they did not invest on the Iggy to take down Liliana first. Still, because they doesn't know who's going to be in the jungle, and they are desperate for a mid laner, and they have a crowd control stage of mid laner, so they are going for a couple of killers onto the jungle. Maybe an Elendor is still open for them. Double ADC will be played by Bacon if Elendor is not been banned by the side of Talon Esports.
Yeah, and definitely Liliana is actually going to be very good matchup against Elorion. I think there are certain heroes that are definitely going to be working, like the Crixie, the Liliana, but in terms of a 1v1 against an Iggy, I think Lorion is definitely going to have an uptake over an Iggy pick. One of the reasons is because there's a big difference here, as Lorion can have a lot of gap close that can that is definitely a counter for an Iggy pick who needs a certain range to be very effective. And you have the capability to actually throw out your skills in far away, but that actually sometimes does not give you a lot of the advantages. Yes, you can push back your opponent, you can push back the Lorian, but he has 2 jumps. So definitely the Liliana pick is going to be a pick that has good good 1v1 potential against the Lorian, who is who just needs a Beritagony and a Gaia to actually go in. And most of the builds that we see is once Lorian has the Barretts, he doesn't need a lot of magic damage to add to his arsenal. The only thing that you need to think of is the crowd control is definitely gonna be long as it's gonna get a hit. A lot of the capabilities to zip around the field, a lot of outplays could actually be done in the skill sets. And Liliana fits the bill as well because she can actually use her fox form to dash away from danger, deal a lot of damage as well, do a lot of outplays, has a lot of pokes as well. So in terms of the first three picks, I think Bacon Time still actually won it with the L Soup since he's gonna have a lot of suppression on his side.
Yeah, it is going to be something for the side of Bacon when they trying to invest a lot into mid lane and as well as the abyssal lane, but they bring out the RE first in terms of how it is not one more tier in terms of the game itself. So Talon Esport, they brings a lot more mobile kind of heroes with the Yena as well as the Hayate. They still want more. They need one more that could seal the deal to just save down the Lorian in terms of team fights, and it could not be any clearer with the Sinestro pick for Talon. We see how Moop plays really well in terms of Sinestro, but they have to believe in iPod Pro for not going overextend. It has to just save itself rather than only a Lumber could just sustain a lot more damage. The Yena version and Irie are liking the Yena pick here, but if Bacon wins the game number 1 with the Irie pick, it will be substantially for game number 2 that Talon lost the Yena in the process, and the investment is really high for Talon when they swap down the Sinestra with, I think they want to go for a maybe a Yena jungle before this, but they swap with the Sinestra. It will be okay, but now Kira will be the late game jungle for the side of Bacon, and kind of like the composition coming in for Bacon though, but it too dependable for the Agnes grip, and also this movement speed coming in from Irie, and it could be something that is hard to land when they are waiting for the blinding light as well as the Agnes grip. So Talon Esport, they had a better draft currently with the burst damage and also the early composition that they had, Yena as well as the Hayate. It's hard to say. When I saw this couple of drafts, I would see Talon Esport had better draft in this game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, in general, if you're gonna look for the late game, all of the heroes here on in both compositions are definitely gonna be effective from early to late. They have Elsu for the early. You also have Kira, that's gonna be a late game menace. You also have the mid game spikes for the Liliana, and then of course the late game Irie is still gonna be scary. In terms of the early to mid, you're gonna be definitely looking at the Yena with the silences, the Sinistrea as well, who's gonna be hurting a lot. You also have Viper Pro zoning capabilities. From early to late game, Lorian is not gonna be falling off as well. Onto the Hayate, who's just definitely gonna have some difficulties as long as he's not gonna be able to finish up his attack speed items. And then the Lumber for protection. Taux is definitely gonna be pressured here. He needs to land that Agnes grip. Roxy has been an on and off champion. Most of the time we actually see a Roxy picked up is he gets shut down because it's a hero that doesn't really have a lot of mobility for his kit. He has a speed up, you have the flicker, but after the flicker he's not going to be able to close in easily. So it is still going to be depending on how Bacon Time is going to be playing this in the team fights. And the start is now going to be evident It's a 3-man rotation for its bacon time. They're gonna try to damage here the Foxin and Hyper Pro. One snipe gonna connect onto that lumber, and Hyper Pro is going to be negated here. He's gonna be using his second ability to get some of the lifesteal here onto the mid lane.
It's going to be an early invasion comes in for the side of Talon Esport when they want to find the blue buff. Doesn't want to give to Elmon P, but a little bit too late there. In terms of Talon, they had a lot more stability, but the snipe comes in from Moan, just connect into Ares. Maybe 2 snipes. The health of Ares already become 30% just left, and Ares has to go back for a reset. 1 minute into the double objective to be spawned here with the Dark Slayer and Abyssal Dragon. Both of the teams has the potential to take each one because of the rotation of the jungle itself. Looking couple of leeches on top, trying to find a suitable and trying to be faster than the move itself with the Sinesha pick. They are going to group up into the mid lane, 20 seconds to the objective. Maybe they want to swap Dark Lane with the Abyssal lane. And I would say that Bacon is trying to play it safe with waiting for one items comes in for Kim Sensei, and after that maybe they want to play some aggressive. But yeah, the rotation has comes, the objective has spawned, and not enough contention on the top side, but bottom side will be in the battlefield. And they takes the first Abyssal Dragon for side of Talon. Maybe a steal here comes in for the Yenna, but a little too late with the punish. Takes a lot more damage, and they secures the Dark Slayer for the side of Bacon time.
Yep, right now we are going to see here that KFC Talon is trying to put some vision onto the map. The Foxen is always going to be staying into the brushes. They don't want any ambushes to happen. The Agnes script is definitely going to be affecting them, and they get an Agnes script connection into the Foxen, forcing a recall there. Moop is also not going to be given the opportunity to share the gold with the mid laner. And they're going in here with Kim Sensei spotting out Moop, farming up this blue buff. He is going to try to go to attempt for a steal, but it is not going to be fast enough. And iPad Pro is going to be exchanging some blows with Kim Sensei. They're just keeping each other in check. It's Bacon time is actually, being passive aggressive here as Tax closes in, maybe scares them with the fact that the Agnes grip is now ready for himself, and that's gonna be the Star Sky. Is it gonna be connect? No, the stun connects to Hyper Pro, and he was not able to maneuver his skills to get the connection onto Kim Sensei, and TNZ might be in danger. The fading phantom being used up here by Almond P, and he goes in with a triangle maze with the Umbral gaze as well. He is not gonna be able to catch up the NTNZ here in the top lane. There is gonna be a protection here. One creep wave might be lost to the hands of its Bacon time, but Hyper Pro is not gonna let any gold be easily denied onto the side of KFC Talon. The Foxen and also Ares might be in danger. One more snipe, and Kim Sensei finishes that up with a Fox form in the Foxtrot. Bacon time gets the first blood, and they are going aggressive here against KFC Talon.
This is the first blood takes away, but that aggressive movement is not going to be good for the side of Talon. But they want to trade onto the mid side here with a couple more damage, and they lost Ares in the process, and it's going to be hard for the side of Talon in this early matchup if they lose that Hayate in this current form, and Bacon Time will punish it a lot into the mid lane. They have a couple more damage to be put with. They have Moan, or the finish with the Muramasa has a lot more cooldown as well as more damage and armor pierce, and it will be something that could be in the middle of the powerhouse of Bacon Time, trying to force Moan away with the ultimate here for for the Foxin, but a little bit too early to use the splitter because of the Abyssal Dragon and the Dog Slayer has spawned. They have to wait for a 20 seconds timer on the top side. A couple more engagement with the ultimate has been pushed, but that is a Sinistra. He can live another day with the exchange of life, but no, it takes the second kill for Bacon Time, and Talon Esport is looking hardly incapable to fight this early matchup. Another kill may be, but did not claim their first kill just yet.
Yeah, you actually see Bacon Time playing this as, as good as they could. It goes to show how much they know each other, and Bacon Time actually having the advantage of being able to fight KFC Talon for multiple matches. They actually know how they are going to rotate, and most of the positioning of its Bacon Time is actually suppressing the rotation from iPad Pro. iPad Pro usually goes back into, he usually excels in the rotations he makes, and that's not possible whenever he tries to go to the brushes. He's being punished for it, and Kim Sensei is making sure to check iPad Pro here into the mid lane. And without any kind of help from the other members, he's not going to be able to just move out and make some plays of his own.
Yeah, it is hard for Talon right now because they will been pressed a lot for the members of Bacon, and it is something that Bacon really need to punish a couple more times, because they still has the 700 gold lead in terms of how many turrets they have, because Abyssal on the bottom side here. A couple more members has joined the ring, and not enough members for Talon to try and fight out with the Abyssal takedown here, but still has no ultimate for the Foxin. They cannot force this out. They have to give it to the side of Bacon Time, and the Dark Slayer will be taken as well on the top side. It will be something of a time. The ultimate has been pushed here by Marquis, trying to force the Kunai Blitz to run away, but he takes Ares first. But the ultimate coming in for the Foxy does not hit anymore, and it will be hard for KFC currently. KFC Talon, they are searching for their form in this first matchup. 3 kills with Marquis, already have 2 kills. That Yena will have a couple more of a hard time if that Irie already has some items before her.
Yeah, that's already an Omni Arms, and also the Curse of Death onto her hands. 5.2k in comparison to the 4.2k of the, and it is definitely we're gonna be feeling the Irie more as we progress here. Ares was left out in the open. The Foxen was actually busy disrupting Muwan from getting back on that recall, but that was a bad call, as we saw that Marky was already in the area and he was ready to use his skill sets onto Ares, who is definitely defenseless right now. As long as he's not gonna be able to build defensive items for himself, Ares is not gonna have the time of his life. And TNZ is gonna be hit with the Umbral's Gaze, and of course the empowered attacks on the triangle base as well. Bacon Time is now dictating here. They're damaging the members of KFC Talon, and they're not letting them breathe, not letting them have time to actually think about the next strategy that they're going to be implementing. They're going in for the pushes. It is an early clear wave yet again here on the top lane. They can rotate into the mid lane and try to go for an aggressive push. As long as dogs connect the active script, they could possibly kill someone here on the mid lane, but it is going to be cleared fast by KFC Talon. They're not going to let an opportunity just open up onto the side of its Bacon Time. The split, or the Earth Splitter from the Foxen is not going to get a hit. It is going to deter some of the members here, but without the ultimate, there is going to be a lot of information from its Bacon Time that it is not going to be able to do a linear AoE crowd control. They are not going to defend against this Doombringer in the mid lane, and Kim Sensei just keeps on racking up the damage. The snipe almost connects to move, and it is a disengage yet again. Almond P is going to be using that orb. The Star Sky is not going to connect. iPod Pro does his best for the protection of Ares, but it's a matter of time as more of the utilities are being moved there. He's gonna using that disengage to get away from the vantage points of KFC Talon. The Foxin is just racking up from the damages being done here by the members of its Bacon Time. They are now knocking into the second tier turret here in the top lane. They're doing their best to go for the clear, and KFC Talon is just still hanging on to dear life.
We have dear life or not. Oh no, Marky is too strong right now, but the clash in the mid lane will conjure, but a couple more damage just left to take down Almond P. This is the time for KFC Talon to take a lot more momentum, but no, the displacement of the orb from iPod Pro does not even give much more damage to Muan, and Marquis on bottom side, a little bit more tanky, a little bit more damagey, but the ultimate coming in for the Foxy gives some slows, but it's been back with the backup damage coming from Ares, but now KFC Talent focusing onto the tower just yet, but Marcus still have the movement speed from the ultimate, but Dash just left, but Ares might be falling to the ground. One snipe just left for Muan, has forced it down, and the Foxy been taken away as well, and TNZ going in. Towers is still alive, couple more damage. That is a mistake coming in for NTNZ, giving the life of Moop onto the backup role, but still Moop has to find a little bit more goal here to take a lot more possession. But still, in terms of 6 kill that Bacon had, 5 to find for KFC Talent, but the goal is not so wide, and KFC Talent still had the momentum for themselves. They could not do any mistakes just left, and they have to wait for the mistakes comes in for Bacon Time, like what they do in mid lane.
Yo, well, definitely I'm liking what we're seeing from Bacon Time. They're going in hot. There is going to be an objective take here for Move. Goes in for the Urbal's Gaze with the Triangle Maze as well. He's going to be resetting himself. Fading Phantom already not available, but one more hit onto the top lane and they're going to be able to take that objective, and TNT misses out that dash. Not going to be able to reset it. Eris is going in. This Grippus guy actually going to connect. They go in for the Purify. That is going to be Earth Splitter as well. A combination of crack controls, and they overturn that play coming in from Tops. And a snipe again is going to connect onto iPod Pro. This is what KFC Talent is actually looking for. Moop is just going in for the farming game. Kim Sensei does his best, blindly throws that blinding light to get a stun and maybe some information as well. Moop is just in the area, but the Foxin is going to be able to back him up. Surge player is going to connect, and a possible hit by the Star Sky, but Almond P gets a fast retreat there. Marky is doing his best. Ares as well enters a fray, deals some damage onto that exchange. Muon is not connecting his shots right now.
It is going to be it is hard for the side of Bacon when they lose a lot more objective, but now Marky plays it really aggressive, trying to find Ares a little bit of a damage he had, because the 10k goal versus a Yena and the NZ is 7k, a 3k deficit coming in for NTNZ. A little bit more of a control kind of Yena than the soul damage that Yena could give. They have to wait for the late game, because still Moop has a lot more potential. Moop has the upper hand in terms of the jungle matchup, and it is a late game matchup for the side of Talon. They need to wait. Only the Foxin will set this up, but none of the members of KFC Talon, only 3 in the jungle. They have to wait. They have to find where is Muan. They need to evade the damage from the snipe itself that Muan could give. It is possible to make a comeback here, but one single mistake will take down a lot more objective. But Kira on top side, Elmon P trying to find a suitable kind of possession, and as well as push the top lane before they're going for the dark lane. Muan has forced the ultimate, still with a lower cooldown, and it will be hard to see that KFC Talent trying to find an aggro gameplay here, trying to force Marky away from bottom side. We have a lot of health for the Foxin, but the members, the old Dark Lord Slay has spawned in 15 minutes into the game. Kim Sensei and the members of Beacon Time trying for the Blinding Light as well as the Agnes Grip to be hit here, and waiting and hoping that snipes from Muwan will hit a lot more. But Moop, a little bit too far, maybe trying to find a way. This is the sneaky catch if they want to, but the Agnes Grip here still not connect just yet, coming for Teos, but no! Marky with a couple more damage has been with the Starry Knight, but the Kuna Blitz is not going to connect. Marky is still alive, but lots of ultimate has been used. Hyper Pro has no ultimate areas and Defoxing as well. Only Move is the one has the ultimate just yet. So he's going to be something really hard for KFC Talon because a lot more resources has been used by Talon to just disperse that team fight. Want to save down Defoxing, trying to force this out. Could Bacon stay in their lane with a couple more respects? Side lanes, we have Marky. They goes in, trying to find a way, but Blinding Light still waiting for the Agnes Grip coming in for Teos. But the Force comes in, still have the orb. Marky is still alive, but Marky will be taken out. And Talon, they have the high ground, they had the power, they had the source. Will go for the Infinite Slayer because only one member, Marky, is not alive. No crowd control just left. Only Kin Sensei and Teox is on the ring.
Yup, and Moop is going to be starting this up. Erez is going to be doing his best to shred this as fast as they could. Almond P is not going to be able to help them at this case. They have decided to just go for a split push, show the lanes, and maybe deter the push that's going to come with the Dark Slayer. And the bottom lane wave is kind of big. They need to actually clear that out before they're going to be able to actually put a dent into the base of its Bacon Time. We were seeing Hyper Pro is going to accompany them, and TNZ spotting out spots out Talks and Muwan as well. The snipe is gonna connect. That's gonna be the splitting earth again being used by the Fox, and he always uses this once the cooldown is down. And Kim Sensei is just gonna be using the unpredictable. He's now going into human form, going for a poke onto the boxing, but not much of the damage is going to be felt here, as a lot of magic damage items are definitely going to be found here. Splitting Earth is going to be used, a cleanse as well. Starry Sky has been procced out by iPad Pro. They are not going to be having that luxury to be able to use that. Once they go for the push, Muwan is going to get a miss. Kim Sensei is just poking up some of the damage, but they are now getting in hot. iPad Pro is going up again. He gets Muwan into the kill zone, but no one was ready to help him in getting that kill. Talks is going to be able to secure a grab hold onto iPad Pro. They get a lot of kills. Moop is going to be procting out to the Blade of Eternity, but they go in and they went for the Nexus slap under the noses of the members of its Bacon Time, and they secure game number 1.
They just go for the core. They didn't care. They lost the Foxin with that team fight, and it takes the win. They only have one minion inside of the range of the core, and when the core just attacked that minion, all the members of Talon just arrive and just killed and just take the core for themselves and makes the win number 1. And it is hard for the side of Bacon Time. They had a lot more possessive gameplay in terms of early game, but when Talon had the point, they wait for the late game. And when this is going to be on the side of Talon, game number 1 is going to be something that Talon give story, because they invested for the Lorian. They doesn't want to lose on the Lorian pick here because they have the Yena as well as Sinistra, but the Foxen plays the Lumber, pretty aggressive, has a lot more ultimate miss, but when the ultimate hits, it will be crucial for the side of Talon Esports. Look how Marky on the bottom side here plays it really well, and I feel sad for Marky. He has a lot more potential to win this game with the lane winning on top side. When it comes to late game, it is all, I think, the Foxy and Hyper Pro as well as RS that these three members is the MVP of the team, because I haven't seen a lot more jobs with Move as well as NTNZ. This is where they know only one minion and also the Doombringer steps inside of the range, and they just goes in. They just go 1, 2, 3, and all the members, they have 2, 3 members move. Just leave the station from fighting with Marquis. He just goes in, trying to kill down the core first before anything happens. If they lose that team fight, they will lose the game. But when they know the point is they have to kill down the core, and they takes the game number 1.
Yeah, definitely that was a frightful game for KFC Talent. They were the ones at the receiving end. Bacon Time knew the rotation that was coming from KFC Talent, but once we went into the team fights, it was evident that KFC Talent still had some fight in them. Yes, they were losing out some of the pickoffs, they were losing up some of the objectives, but it didn't matter. They were just back into farming, just going in there calmly, and they had the composure to actually, just waste their skills up. They are not afraid to use their skills to deter the kills for the side of It's Bacon Time, and it paid off. A lot of this, the ultimates of the Foxen was actually not hitting, as well as on the Star Sky Viper Pro, but they were using it sparingly because they don't want any commitment on the clashes. They were just using it to box out the members of It's Bacon Time, and if It's Bacon Time actually went in, they would have been punished. So It's Bacon Time, at most of the times, they were just playing it calmly as well. They were trying to take the pickups, but it wasn't easy. There was not much of open looks for them, and this resulted to the force fights we're gonna see in this. Most of the composition that we saw from KFC Talent was more for team fights, not like what we saw from the other side. That's a Roxy. You have the Elsu, you have the Liliana, you have the Kira as well, and also the Irie. The Irie was the only one who has an AoE skill that can actually affect the clashes. And they didn't have the firepower to burst down the Foxens easily, and that created a lot of space for the other members of KFC Talent to just capitalize on.
Yeah, it is a 50-50 game at that point, when it is so desperate that Talent Esports have to just push their luck onto the core itself and then make it a win. I think I can agree when you say that the Serenade as well as the Aldwit coming in for Lumber is just trying to push Bacon Time away and trying to find if they can push the towers one by one without getting clashes, and it made happen for the side of Talent, and because of how Bacon knows that when they had a lead, they don't have much of a good lead. They cannot take a full-on fight. Yes, we saw Marquis has a good items, has a good movement, but when it comes to team fight, it is Talent Esports, because they had the Lorian and also the Lumber, and when they kill down the Lumber, still have the Lorian and also the Hayate with Kuna Blitz as well. It is so hard to fight with the one targeted composition that Bacon Time brought in this game number 1, because the Atlas group we rarely see because of how the crowd control that have been used by Talent Esports. When they defending, all of the ultimate has been thrown and they just disperse. They doesn't want to take a lot of fights, and when they do it, they win the game number 1. That is the one point that Talent Esports knows when and where to take a fight.
Yeah, definitely. KFC Talent did not come in on any fights that are going to be disadvantaged. That's going to be a disadvantage to them. They know that iPad Pro was holding down the fort in the mid lane, and with that information, they are just making some plays, trying to go just farm up. They're not contesting much of the objectives, and that's okay, because that's also a strategy. They have the power spikes on the mid game, and if they force an early game against those single pick off heroes like the Liliana, they're just gonna be punished for it. The Foxen was always the facing the brunt of the attacks. The snipes You also have the stuns and of course the pokes coming from the Liliana. And then sometimes you're also going to see Almond P as well, adding some pressure with his Kira pick.
Yeah, the Kira pick will working well in terms of late game, but you might want to see the damage. But Almond P, it is with a couple more split push, but when it comes to Moop, using the Sinistra, yes, you can split push, but you don't know where is Moop. If Moop is hiding, invisible, or Moop is rotating on the bottom, rotating on the top, so it's going to be something that is hard to just think for Almond P. But side of damage is much to be given for Kim Sensei as well as Ares, and I'm liking kind of they are trading damage, but only a couple of kills. Bacon has 8 kills and Talon has 3. If I was just saying this part, maybe a lot doesn't want to believe that KFC Talon win this game because of only they trade a lot of damage. They take a lot more possession in terms of one team fight only that they make the win for them. They I don't know how they take a lot more. They are hoping for Moon to farm and they give a lot more gold to move and as well as Ares try to farm away the Foxit and TNZ and Apple Pro. They just go for a mid lane trying to find whether they can chuck more damage and making the game for the KFC Talon. 4 minutes into the game, Bacon already had the couple of goal lead. They have 2.7 goal lead in terms of 15 minutes into the hold up when KFC Talon eventually caught up with the goal and they can make a lot more movement in terms of how many damage the Hyper Pro as well as Ares could trade.
Yeah, I mean, this is a testament to how patient KFC Talon was. They did not retaliate much. They did not want to give a lot of kills onto its bacon time. It was mostly the 1v1s, those pickoffs as well coming in from Malmo P, Kim Sensei. It They had the suppression, so what KFC Talon needed to do was wait for the moment, wait for the time where clashes are going to start. And usually clashes starts at the 10-minute mark, wherein we have empowered the objectives where the Slayer has a boost, the Dragon has a boost as well. It's gonna be evolving to a Holy Dragon, and KFC Talent just knew that the win condition was not in the early. They had no way to actually get the early game away from its baking time, and because of that, we saw them just actually going in for a clearing strategy. They use the range of the Lorian, they use Ares' Shuriken Throw, and they use also the chakrams of NTNZ. Moop as well was aiding onto the pushing waves. And it's Bacon Time knew that if they couldn't actually take one of the members of KFC Talent, they have no way of getting a push. And that affected the strategies greatly here. And moving forward, if KFC Talent is going to be playing this kind of strategy, wherein they're just going to actually prolong the game against the more aggressive Uzbek time, then possibly we're gonna see a lot more better games for KFC Talent. But with the game one win, it is definitely we're gonna see the MVP of the first game. It's gonna be Everest on the Hayate. Once he knew that there was a chance that they could go for the next attack, he just went for the juggler, and definitely with a 221 KDA, not the most brightest and greatest KDA, mind you, but it did the work. On 100% KP on the Hayate with 3 MVP counts to his name, almost 40% of the damage was actually being dealt here by Eris. Hyper Pro was not able to break out here, but Eris stepped up to the plate. He was the one maintaining the lead here. He was harassing Tax all throughout the game. And moving forward to game number 2 with the momentum shifting into the hands of KFC Talon, let's see if it's Bacon Time has something to show us that could make up for the game 1 loss.
Yeah, because of when we saw the MVP is for for Ares when we in that early game itself. Ares died 2 times in the hands of Bacon, and it is the signal that Ares is playing aggressive. Ares is giving a lot more damage. It is giving a hard time for Bacon. That they had to deal with it. They have to kill him because of the timer is only when Bacon time having a smooth game without any interruption coming in for the kunai, shuriken toss and everything, and it is what it is when the MVP comes in. But game number 2 is going to be really hard for. It's not so much hard, but they still have the Iggy, they still have Nakroth. For Bacon time, the support is much more broader, but in terms of Elsu investment, and it is kind of hard for Bacon if they want to go for the Laville. If Talon would not ban onto the Laville, because Bacon, they lose this matchup in game number 1, but they had not enough investment they put in game number 1. They only have the Roxy and the Elsu, and also the Liliana, the Kira, and the Irie is not the main investment in that matchup. So game number 2 will be much of a spending time for Bacon. They want to draw this, trying to draw this intention into game number 2. So who's going to be banned? Maybe they want to bring up the Laville and the Lumber, maybe Laville and the Baltum in this current matchup in game number 2.
Yup, and right now we're seeing the start of game number 2, and I'm still looking at the bans. Maybe Omen is still gonna be banned. Nakrat as well is going to be a possibility. Lorian is definitely not gonna be banned here by its Bacon time, but KFC Talon actually went in for the first ban Lorian. They're not gonna let the capabilities of the Lorian to be in the hands of its Bacon time. Aya is definitely gonna be a ban as well here for Bacon. It is always going to be banned. We're not gonna see an Aya being picked up in the AIC 2022. And Nakrot is also gonna be a possible ban. Omen is gonna be available. KFC Talent can actually take that if they really want to actually land the Omen pick onto their hands as well. So not much of the picks have been expended for both sides. This is just game number 2. We've just seen a handful of picks for both sides. KFC Talent did expend the Hayate, the Lorian. Estrella is going to be a situational pick, but they actually banned out the Omen here as their second ban for KFC Talon. I thought that they could actually, pick that up for themselves if they really wanted to. Nakrot is still going to be up for contention. Roxy is going to be over here as their ban with 10 seconds left in the timer. I think this is already a ban locked in for the side of Bacon time. And if they do ban that, we're going to see a Nakrot being opened up on the side of KFC Talon. Are they going to be using the Nakrot to actually, to keep the tradition of having the first Nakrot pick every time it is actually available? It has been, recurring in a lot of series. I would always say that Nakrot is one of the strongest jungler, not because of the kit that he can provide, but because he is a hero that's not easy to shut down. He has insane mobility. He has the ability to actually affect the lanes as much as he could. He has a fast clear as well. But KFC Talon is actually going for the first pick right there. You can flex out on the DS lane or even in the support lane. While on Bacon time, they're hovering onto a Kafeni pick.
Yeah, I'm loving how the Kafeni pick for Muan. It is that they are trying to bring up the big guns in the game number 2, but still they are thinking about it. They want to go for the Crixie first. They still has the Iggy for the side of Teladis, but they want to go for iPod Pro. Liliana as well is still open though for iPod Pro in game number 2, and it could be a much of investment for the talent that if they want to, but they are going for Zuka, maybe jungle, because they have the Ryoma. They open up for a Nakroth here for the side of talent, Nakroth and Tullen. Crixie versus Tullen in the mid lane. It's kind of hard to see when I think if Talon pick down Nacroth in this second and third pick, it will be a Zuka versus of Bacon, and it could be something that Bacon they have to pick Zuka as fast as possible. If not, they will get banned by Talon Esport in after the couple of trades. But they are going for maybe a UA and also as the Nacroth here. He is something. He doesn't want to go for a full investment just yet. A UA, I kind of intrigued with Talon Esport drafts. They have burst damage as well as mobility. Only UA is not on to par with Richter as well as the Nacroth. Zuka is the instant lock. Still thinking about it. Maybe they want a Varus as well for the support role because they need some early composition. Trying to find an early matchup with the Nacroth and as well as the Richter. Still, we don't know when Richter will go. Maybe a Dark Slayer, maybe a support. Talon is thinking about a banning phase. They take down the Zuka for Bacon. Banning, maybe they want to ban the Florentino or support role. Maybe a Baldum here with the Nacroth present. Maybe a Varus could be also a good. But if Bacon want to ban onto T, I would say they have the Ryoma. Ryoma will have a hard time. Still, the Yena is not possible for Talon because they already had the Yena in the game number 1. And it kind of hard. They go for a Joker ban here. Caffrey is still open though for the side of Bacon. If they had to ban some couple of marksmen or ADC because the Abyssal Tick will... if the Caffrey be taken by Muan, the Abyssal Tick is going to be really hard for the side of Talon because of the Fusilat. So they want something that could bring. Also is still open for the side of Talon if they want to give for Ares. But I think the Laville will may be the best choice with the Nacroth and also the Richter pick.
Yep, and the first 3 picks for KFC Talon is a Richter, a Nacroth, and then a Yue. It is a very scary concept. You have long range damage on KFC Talon, and then you have someone that can go in and disrupt the people on the backline of Bacon Time. The ADC is definitely not going to be safe, as well as the Quixie. Bacon Time answered that with sustainability on themselves, a lot of damage on their side. You have the Quixie who can deal major damage even if you don't actually have and land your skill shots, as long as the Moonfall is going to be procced. And then you also have the mobility of the Zuka and the mobility of the Ryoma as well. They have Ryoma is an assassin that excels in catching out prey, and he deals a lot of damage as well in terms of the range that he does, as long as he's gonna be in the certain amount of range where all of his damage can be maximized. He can actually burst down any of the squishy heroes on KFC Talon, and one of the targets that's going to be on his sides is definitely that Yue. And you add the Zuka to the mix, the stuns that he can bring, the knockups as well, it is going to be dangerous for the backline of KFC Talon.
Yeah, the dangerous threat coming in for the backline. It was something that Talon really needs to think about, because everybody from Talon itself will go for frontline matchup, and they need to think about who's going to be saving backside. Maybe they want Itachi with the Slims as well. Slims has the spring, he can run away with the ultimate, give him some movement speed and burst damage, so maybe they can go for a little bit of a aggro for Talon Esport. Liking it, a couple more draft from Talon, but still we have a lot more stable and impressive coming in for Bacon. They still draft like they used to. Like Bacon has the normal kind of draft, but aside of Talon, they need something to brought in game number 3 because of Bacon needs to invest with their strat in this current matchup. If they want to bring into a draw, or somehow if Talon win this matchup in game number 2, it will be even harder for Bacon in this game number 3 is going to be something that Bacon had to win in this matchup. If not, will snowball and just happen to be a terrain that just move into the game number 4 with the with the match point comes in.
Yep, and definitely, if I'm going to actually pick up on what composition I do like, I like what Bacon Time has. They have sustainable damage in themselves, and that's going to be consistent damage that you're going to look out for. That's a Kafeni and a Crixie. Like mid game, that's definitely a combo that you don't want to be under fire. And on the side of KFC Talent, I think Slims is a niche bit. You only have so much that you can bring to the table, but the utility that the Slims has is if the Flying Spear actually gets a hit onto some of the members of its Bacon Time, but with the mobility that you're gonna expect, the speed ups, you need to really have the predictions of a god to always hit that Flying Spear. And if Ferris can actually execute this, then definitely they have a good initiate in most of the clashes. Yeah, the first Flying Spear is gonna get a miss, and the Foxen is just holding down a fort, try and put some of the vision onto their red side camp. It is gonna be started by Kim Sensei though. They're gonna try to go for a steal on the small cap of Moop. Well, Almon P is just safely taking all of the resources that he could. Kim Sensei, Tux, and Muwan are now going to be rotating here, as Hyper Pro is just going to use that empowered fast strike, and Kickboxing is going to be zeroing in. Muwan goes in for that duel but loses out onto Ares because of those lucky crits.
Yeah, the crits from early game, man. That is too much to be handled with. It is going to be hard for the side of Muwan. On top side, gentleman's duel, a mano-mano in terms of Marky as well as NTNZ. Game number 1, Marky had a good game at NTNZ, just riding the momentum that Moop has set up. So in this current matchup, the NTNZ really need to show this this matchup will be given to the side of NTNZ as well. So Telladies, but they had a good game in game number 1, but still game number 2 it will be harder because of Ryoma in the early game. We saw Richter has a couple more damage in early, but living with the Man of Hunter can be hard enough with the wall charge, and also a couple more damage, but the Fusilage has been forced out, but not enough damage. Ultimate comes in with the Foxin, trying to force the members of Bacon Time and trying to take the first blood for themselves. A little bit too early for the Fusilage, so Mr. Dragon will no contest with the ultimate coming in for that Caffrey. None of the members of KFC Talent want to secure the kill onto that Baldum just yet. They want the objective first. They want to play a little bit passive, but 5 members of KFC on the bottom side waiting for move with the Necros. Just rotate to take a lot more objective. That they switched their interest onto the Dark Slayer after this.
Yeah, but they got that Abyssal Dragon under the noses of his Bacon Time. Moop did not even help. He was just back into farming himself up. Marky is just harassing TNZ in the duel. And we all know, in terms of the skill sets that the 1v1 could bring for the Ryoma and the Richter, it's almost equal. You don't see anyone actually having the 1-up. Richter usually has the capability as long as he's gonna be able to hold down the brushes, but right now Marky is just holding down forward, and Move comes in. The Judgment Blade is gonna be used. Almon P is gonna be doing his best. TNT goes in with the Mark of the Hunter, going to miss out Marky with a hair spread, and the Foxen is going to be in the area as well. He's going to try to help. Muwan is gonna have that railgun, but the crit is not gonna be lucky enough to be procced. We are still seeing that he is on the way here as another start here. The Wild Charge is not gonna get a hit. Taux is being harassed here as well. Defoxing goes with that blade wave, and here NTNZ is going to be spotting out Marky, just going in with his blade sweep, and Mook is now starting the Slayer. There is gonna be some information here, but he's not gonna be risking himself right now. He knows that one stun coming in from Mook is actually going to add the silence coming in from NTNZ when he procs out his Mark of the Hunter. Plus a lot is going to be used. It's going to be the Clip Breaker being used as well. So Wild Charge is going to be procced out. Eris is going to be securing that Seagull. He's just going out. And Muon is not going to be able to take the kill just yet. But Kim Sensei is just waiting out in the open. He's going to be spotted out here. The Flying Spear is going to be thrown here. Muon is going to shave some of the health of that turret. And Kim Sensei is not going to be able to commit with his flicker just yet. Marky is using his pinwheel to reposition himself up. Move is going to be hit by the Wailing Blade. Some of the damage has been dealt here. iPad Pro is just in the area, going to help Move in most of the instances. Kim Sensei is going to attempt a steal. And yeah, Moop is still going to be able to secure the red buff. There is going to be a rotate here onto the mid lane yet again. 4 of the members of its Bacon time. Defoxing is going to be entering the area. The Mark of the Hunter is going to be used. NTNZ is not going to be committing. And right now, we're seeing that everyone is actually just playing it safe.
Yeah, the members of Talon. This is maybe a lack of replayed game number 1 when Talon used a lot of ultimate, just want to scare away the members of Bacon and did not take a lot of team fight. And that is what happened when game number 1. Talon loses a lot more resources in that mid game, and when they only had 1 chances, they executed perfectly. But in terms of the aggressiveness of what Abyssal Dragon has, the Abyssal Lane has used currently, because they want to face down the Kafni, yeah, I would say they need to be aggro enough. That Kafni will be in pain after this. And it's going to be really hard to take down the Kafni when at times Kafni has 2 items and a little bit too late. When KFC Talon really need to punish is they have to find a way to just shut down this Lei lane a little early. With the Nacross rotation, if they shut down Ryoma lane in this early matchup, it will be a good game for the side of Talon. They have to find a lot of gold. They have to find how to shut down. Maybe this, the Judgment and the Jury Fury, and Moop takes the first blood onto Kim Sensei, and we haven't seen a lot. Kim Sensei is the one who carried the members of Bacon Time, still with the Man of Hunter in the mid lane, trying to disperse the situation, opening for the first turret in this matchup, and claims by Eris on the bottom side, and they are going to rotate onto the jungle, trying to find the blue buff and trying to steal this blue buff, trying to take a lot more advantages in terms of objectives.
Yeah, and this is going to be a good start for KFC Talon. They take the first objective of the game, and we're seeing a lot of the rotations here. An almost death here for Tox. Luckily escapes with his life. They are now going in hard. They're going in for a rotate here to the top lane. There is going to be a Slayer. Marky is going to use the pinwheel. The Mark of the Hunter is going to connect and move. Tries to catch him with the Jury Fury. And the Flying Spear is not going to get a hit onto Marky. They're going to be rotating again onto the bot lane. It's going to be a scary prospect here as Muon is just taking in some of the damage here. They push that up with a backdoor. And then TNT is going to be spotting out Muon here. He's not going to be able to actually stop them from going into the rotate as well though. Moop is going in hard. Judgment's Blade already procced up past the Jury Fury. We're gonna see Defoxing trying to stop them. Cliff Breaker is gonna be used as well. He is going to be stopped at that moment, but one more hit, it is going to be difficult. Muon is just 1 hit away. Are we going to see Tox dead here? But Move's damage is not going to be enough. Skyfall is going to be ready. The orb is going to be procced up. Jury Fury is going to be used. Skyfall as well. And TNT goes in with that off-cam kill. Move does his best, but he's not going to be able to have... He doesn't have enough damage just yet. The crits are not connecting for him. And Mulan right now is being pressured at most of the moments. P does his best to clear out the waves with Marky, and the objective again is going to fall onto the hands of KFC Talon.
Defeated.
Yeah, KFC Talent has a lot more potential right now. They had a goal lead with a couple of hundreds, and it is hard for the side of Bacon. They trade one kill in terms of that team fight on the Dark Slayer, but it is something that Talon has the momentum. We see kind of replay, but a move will be caught up here. One more attack just left, but a Fusilade maybe mistakenly with the range that a Fusilade has trying to secure the move, but move is going to take the blue sentinel first, but oh no, Almond P trying to fight it out, but the rest of the members of Talent is forcing down the tier 2 charges on bottom lane. They try to find Kim Sensei, but Kim Sensei has the Moonfall trying to disperse the situation into the mid lane. Wall charge with the Wall Prison connect. One more spear, and he needs to run away. Touching with the ultimate, the Foxy really needs to run away. One dashes away, but still has more damage. But the Jury Fury has not been connected, but they lost one more member. Elmon P secures the kill, but Elmon P will be taken away as well. Bishop Dragon will be reset a little bit, but Teos and Kim Sensei really need to run away here. And they will claim the Bishop Dragon first, but no, they're giving into RS, but still they want some aggression. They want this tier 1 tower before they go for a full-on objective here. Still have the Moonfall for Kim Sensei, but still the Talon manages to get out of this situation. Fusilage again with a couple. Dwelling Blade comes in for Marquis with the Ryoma gameplay here. The Holy Bishop Dragon will be resetted a little bit, but the members of Talon really need to find an opening here. They just let it go for Bacon time, trying to chase it down regardless in terms of goal, and KFC Talon will go for a passive gameplay, try and find where is the goal gap here, because Bacon time has chased it down, and the members of Bacon has the momentum trying to find these tier 2 charters on bottom lane here. The Foxen still have the ultimate. They goes in, not enough of damage, but still with the Blading Blade, one more passive attack is needed. But still have no retribution. Comes in, one more attack to kill down Kim Sensei, trying to find a way. One more attack with the Judgment onto the backside here. Still being trapped by the Wall Prison, but the members of Bacon really needs to run away because of the counter attack comes in. But only M1P is survive on the backside, trying to cut some lanes, finding a interested moment for the members of KFC Talon. Ultimate has been pushed, trying to find one kill. Oh no, he just barely made it. NTNZ is the one to be taking a fall, but no, they are going for retribution. Come, only one more attack with the triple kill onto RS, and makes the living dream for the side of Talon. They trade and lose 4 for Bacon time. They had the game rolling for KFC Talon.
Yeah, definitely that was a counterplay here where Ares used the Rage Potion and he got really mad once TNT was taken out. A good revenge play with 2 kills onto his name. And we actually saw a lot of exchanges there. From the equal grounds that Bacon time was able to equalize the gold lead, it actually spiraled to the control of KFC Talon with Ares on the lead. Albumpy actually took a lot there. He almost got a lot of kills for himself, and the multiple crits coming in from Ares was definitely hurting them. They gave a triple kill onto that Slims, and it is definitely going to be affecting them. The Blind Spear again is going to be actually propped up here. And look at the fans being thrown out here by iPod Pro. The pinwheel is going to be used yet again. He is not going to be able to zero in easily, and they're just going into the lanes. And another start here. The Quickbreaker is going to be used by the Fox, and NTNZ goes in with the Mark of the Hunter, almost takes out Alpha P at that exchange. And KSC Talon is again going to be reforming their lines. The Doombringer has been spawned here. They are going to deal some of the damage here as well. Kim Sensei is going to be shaving some of the health of the Doombringer. He's going to be hit by the flying spear, but NTNZ is making a dream here onto the top lane.
Moop.
The mid lane might be open though. Moop almost gets taken out by Marky and Alma P, but because of the mobility of the Nacron, it's not gonna be easy. And look at the range that iPad Pro has. He has been harassing the members of Bacon Time under the turret. He doesn't care. Even if you think you're safe, I'm going to actually reach you. And they are still going in for the pressure play, shoving all of the lanes. They are now controlling what is going to happen. Tux is going to be using the Wild Prison. The Clip Breaker is going to be reused. Mark of the Hunter as well as the parry. Look at the damage. That is a spear connecting into Mulan. 1-6 on the crit. Alma P takes that back. NCNZ is going to be taken now. The Foxen is still alive and well. Ares needs to actually distance himself against Kim Sensei. One combo is all it takes. And they're going to actually retreat and reform again. They're going to be shoving the lanes on the bot lane and going to take back more resources for themselves.
Yeah, that is some desperate kind of push coming in for the KFC talent when they knew they doesn't have move on the side. Are still move pushing some lanes on bottom, trying to find the opening for that base, and it is really hard. For the side of KFC talent, they knew they had the damage, they had the control onto the Dark Slayer. They can take this second, the first Infinite Slayer that can bring the tower in mid into despair. But now, Bacon Time, they're trying to find whoever is the target is, but into the mid lane here, and TNZ suffer a couple of combos with the Wall Prison as well as the combo coming in for Kim Sensei. The question is, there's no Wall Prison just yet, only has been used by Taeyok. 30 seconds onto the cooldown here. The damage coming in for iPod Pro, a little bit too much to be handled. The Foxin spot Marky first trying to force this thing out. Doesn't have the ultimate just yet for Taeyos, and the only damage is the Foxin will be taken away first. A little bit too aggressive there, waiting for the zone bring on mid lane. A little too far for the members. The Foxin is 35 seconds away onto the spawn timer, and it is hard for the side of talent. If they make this one mistake, it will be punishable in terms of after this Dark Slayer. Well, it is going to be really hard now for the side of KFC talent though. They are going Yep.
As Bacon Time actually is going to be grouping up themselves up. They actually wasted the chance to knock onto the doors of its Bacon Time, and KFC Talent is going to punish them for it, as Muan and Kim Sensei are going for a hard push into the mid lane as we're seeing Tams positioning himself up, and TNZ is actually being chased down here by Marky. They're going to be taking the red buff here under the noses of KFC Talent. They don't have the firepower just yet. They need to get an ambush right here. One flying spear coming in from Ares. Rising Wind is going to be used by Appa Pro to reposition himself up. Marky might be catch up here as he goes there hard. The rock shield is going to be used. Ares is going to zero it. Tox is doing his best. Clip breaker is going to be used. He is going to be trapped in near the Foxen. Alma P almost takes out Move, but he still has his resurrection. He's going to be able to regenerate himself up in taking out that wave. That is going to be a bad positioning for Marky. He gets caught up in the middle of KFC Talent's death trap. And now we're seeing, with 1 minute left, they are positioning themselves up. They are in the right position to show the lanes. And if they play this right, they're going to take the Dark Lord Slayer yet again without any type of contest.
It is going to be a hard game to finish for the side of KFC Talent. Look where Moop is. He just want to stay out of the radar before the members of KFC Talent goes onto the bottom side of the lane. They want to force down with the wall. Prison has chance onto the Foxin, giving a lot more damage. The move has arrived into the mid lane, goes in with the man on Hunter, but the move doesn't go for the judgment just yet. Living with the couple more damage, but still MLP goes with the judgment, but still move is still alive. None of this trade will make sense just yet, but KFC Talent really needs to retreat. Only one attack just left into the mid lane tower, but now the TP's in the mid lane. They need to run away. The most damage dealer is still on the lane, but the members of KFC, they already go back. A little bit of a timing lack here for side of KFC Talent. These Dark Slay will be given for the side of Bacon. They are on the defensive state right now. With these knives onto the spear, we already know how many members inside of that brush. So the Foxin, if you want to win this game, you cannot play it too much aggressive. Wait for the comebacks for Bacon time with patience before you just go on to checking some brush. There's Dark Lord Slayer number 2. Marky spotted up pretty big, trying to run away first. Bottom side, been busy with move as well as Element P, with no resurrection just yet from Element P. Still kind of fighting into the mid lane. Only one push is needed for KFC Talent as well as Bacon. One Dark Lord Slayer could win this game.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be an objective that is going to be attractive for both sides. But whoever is going to have that Dark Lord Slayer, it's not going to be easy. They need to take out someone, or at least have the waves to actually agree to them. And the Flying Spear is going to get a hit again on Tox. They're going to be able to burst down Tox easily. Then that's one of the things that they actually need to do. If they get the Baldum of Bacon time, there's not much of a defensive hero that is going to pop off for them. No one's going to be able to soak the damage. Marky can only take so much, even with the tanky build that he have. He has a false cape, a rock shield, also a spear of longiness and a medallion of Troy, but it's not big enough. But look at the damage by iPad Pro onto Muan, almost getting and securing that kill. And that is going to be forcing up Muan to look for something where he can actually regenerate, and TNZ is going to be spotting out Marky yet again. The Wailing Blade, that's going to be a stun. Here is going to be the Moon Slicer being used. A lot of the heroes are going to be starting this as Moop is nowhere to be
Marky
found.
on the back!
Be taken out, he doesn't, and survives, and Muan is going to be deleted here. And iPad Pro does his best to go for the skill. He is going to be stunning Moop here. That dead sickle is not going to connect just yet. The Foxin fails to kill Almond P, fails to reset his Blade of Eternity, but this is still something. Eris is going to find Muan here onto the Dark Lord Slayer. Taz is going to be starting at yet again. The Foxin is just trying to regenerate his life by procting his passive onto the Dark Lord Slayer. In a 4v4 move is lost, so they definitely have the capability to take and secure this Dark Lord Slayer. Taux is going to be a key here. Eris is going to have a lot of free hits. That's a Flying Spear. Kim Sensei is going to be joining the fray. Eris gets that kill, and Kim Sensei as well is going to be shut down within TNZ, having the capability to silence. But the answer here is that their mid lane turret is going to be pushed by the mid wave. The wave management by its Bacon time is choking some of the life out from KFC Talent. And Loop is again going to be joining the fray.
How the hell that KFC Talent defend this Dark Lord Slayer? It is magical how they did not have move on the side. They still have managed to take two Kim Sensei so Taos. They still can go. This is going to be a game. They can. After the fuselage, they will force it down. A couple more damage goes in, and Muan secures a couple more damage. Bottom turret, half minion, mid lane as well. Look at Moop. Moop trying to end this game. He doesn't care. He won the win. He doesn't care for what Bacon is taking. KFC Talent steals the game number 2 as well. Same game, same strategy. They take the game number 2. Make it a 2-0 win in the best of 7. OMG, Vittorio. OMG. KFC Talent has the same strategy all day long.
I mean, feels bad to be it's bacon time. They actually lost that, and it's pretty. I don't know.
It's pretty sad, man.
It's pretty sad for its bacon time. I mean, they did their best, but the problem is their best isn't yet enough. Especially in the trace we saw them losing 2 members just opened it up with dead timers already at the end of the countdown for KFC Talent. It was just a matter of time. It was a bad timing for the actual initiation to happen on the Dark Lord Slayer. Even if they got the push, it didn't matter because the reason is KFC Talent actually had a lot of the free looks. Because if 2 members are out, in terms of number game, especially in the late game, where everything actually counts, that's where you actually lose most of the objectives, and them not being ready to defend. And one of the reasons why they actually lost there, if Daux was actually alive on the last moments of that game, it would have been different. Taux was the only living proof why they actually was winning and they were able to actually last long. And with Taux out of the picture, they didn't have the wild prison, they didn't have the crowd control needed, they didn't have the tag needed to soak the damage coming from KFC Talent, and it was already a game set match.
It is miracle for the side of Talent when they defended 4v5 and they takes down Teox a little bit early, and they secures the area of the Dark Lord Slayer only for 4 members, and after that just goes for the win with Mob on the timer. Only 3 seconds left. That team fight broke. It is going to be a hard to just realize that Bacon Time they lost for a mistake that they had. I think that is not a mistake, man. That is a better counter coming in for Talon Esports, because that is the moment when you have to do it. You have to go for that team fight when a couple of outguard the outplays comes in from Ares and makes the game go possible for the side of Talon Esports. And that Bacon Time, they played really well. They hold the game. They had the first turret in mid. That is something that nearly a win for the side of Bacon, trying to make a draw, but a 2-0 being claimed by Talon Esports itself, and Moop happened to just focus on their core rather than the team fight itself. All other members of Talon just focusing on Muan and makes the win for them. And the game number 2, that is the basic draft, the balanced draft that Bacon Time bring. When they lost that draft, I don't know what Bacon has in game number 3. It could be disaster for the side of Bacon Time.
Yeah, I mean, after this, I feel like it was a heart-wrenching loss. They did their best, but at the end of the day, the better team play actually gets a win, and it's actually surprising that we're seeing KFC Talent actually having this 2-0 yet again. And it's going to be interesting to see if they can still keep this kind of gameplay that they have against its Bacon Time, who had a 4-0 in some of the records that the series that they faced up with the KFC Talent. It's also one of the factors, maybe because of the factor that we're seeing the Foxen on the support position. They have been very, very aggressive. He always uses his ultimate whenever it is up. Same way that we saw him from game number 1. The Earth Splitters are there. Cliff Breakers are definitely what we saw all throughout game number 2 as well. A lot of the protection and Ares popping off on his limbs is definitely something that boosted the win rate of KFC Talent. So in the Mulan Ares, Mulan versus Ares right now, the power index of Ares being the better ADC. It's already out there. He's been beating up Muan in every instances from game 1 and game 2. Muan can actually step back. Let's see if he can take that back in game 3 and give his team a win against KFC Talon.
Yeah, Bacon Time really needs something that it could bring that not the same kind of composition and same gameplay that they used to do in game 1 and 2. It is something that Talon will cut out of guard is maybe a couple of drafts, maybe Sinistra pick from them, maybe Yan to be picked as well, to just throw something a little different type of composition in that matchup in game number 3 after this. But 23 minutes into the game, we have 16 and 6 kill for both sides, and it is going to be something that is hard. But when it comes to game number 1, it is Bacon Time had a lot more goal. But in terms of this matchup, KFC Talon actually been struggling into closing the game because of how crowd control and AoE damage is Bacon Time. They have only Marquis to be the target, but Elmon Pekin, since they also Muan, is hard to be killed in that matchup. And with the sole AoE damage they had is only the Foxin as well as I4 Pro. In terms of how they want to waste a little bit of ultimate, just want to push Bacon Time away like they do in game number 1. With this kind of draft, it will be impossible to do that. That is why they're taking a lot more time in this game number 2. And maybe the MVP will go for Ares with the Slim. We often see Slims living up to expectation when we saw, okay, Slims is hard paired up with the Roxy, but when it paired with the Hitachi, it will be not the same story as with the Roxy itself. But I would commend though for the Foxin. Played a little bit aggressive with the ultimate itself, trying to dash it away and wait for the members to go in. But still, the Slims played by Ares haven't not suffer one death at all in this current matchup.
Yeah, and definitely that is an MVP performance for Ares, who was popping off for his team, getting the double kill on the early against Tux, and also onto Muan was a big thing, a big play coming in from KFC Talon. And if this is the gameplay that we're still seeing for Ares, as he consistently does it, I feel like KFC Talon can actually rely onto the Abyssal Dragon Lane. And before we move on to game number 3, we're actually giving the players some break, and as well as us. And remember guys, this is the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Bisorio, this is Mikos. We'll be right back after this short break.
Allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain. I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back. I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline. I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running close the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, whole pace, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain. And I got it in my genes, I pass through anyways crisis. No matter what the price is, prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always new rivals everywhere. Bomb your world, the light declare. I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me.
And welcome back to the Arena Valor International Championships 2022. We are now down into game number 3 of the second series of the day between KFC Talon and It's Bacon Time. There's already a 2-0 in favor of KFC Talon. Let's see if they're going to be able to dominate this. But before anything else, my name is Vittorio. This is Mikos. We are going to be your casters for today.
Yeah, we are going for game number 3, trying to look over Bacon Time. Could they bring this heat up? Because everywhere around the world is seeing, and they are going to say that this is going to be a bloodbath for RPL versus an RPL team, because Bacon Time seems giving a lot more resistance in game number 2, but still cannot make the end. The Talon Esport, they had a lot more possession as well as goal in game number 2, but it's a little bit too long to take because of they have a lot more mistakes in terms of the Foxen playing the Tachi, and they maybe not having a lot more confidence in terms of their goal lead, and they punish a bit by bit in terms of objective, and they tried with 2 Doombringer. It's not making the cut, and after one mistake coming in for Bacon Time in that Dark Lord himself at that moment when Slim skilled down Taeyox and make the win for the side of Celanese, but with absence of move, and that is the point when Celanese spot when they fight 4v5 without move, they can win. What happened when they fight 5v5 with move? It's going to be something. It's hard for side of Bacon Time to cope with the damage that Moop has with the Nacross play in terms of the objective, and as well as the minion wave has been arranged by Moop on bottom side and also top side. So game number 3, what do you expect in this draft pick? Maybe the game itself, Vittorio.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of games where Bacon Time has actually was in the offensive, and it really worked well for them. The problem is that KFC talent is not giving them the looks they want. They are being baited in most of the situations, but KFC talent is very disciplined. They have the discipline to actually just go back into the lane. Do not, they're not overextending, and that's usually why one of the reasons why we actually see them come out on top in terms of going for the team play, because they always want to have that kind of success where it's going to be 70% of the time that it's going to be successful. They have the trigger discipline, and if they see that they have a bigger chance of taking in the kills, that's when they actually pull the trigger, and that trigger actually uh, creates a lot of dead bodies on its wake, especially on the side of its bacon time. And in game number two, it was more evident that the plays that they have was just too brilliant for KFC talent. Bacon time was always trying to overextend, trying to go for the pickoffs that they had in game number one, but not everything that actually worked in the first game is going to work onto the next game. But we are now here on the drafting phase. Omen is still going to be banned out by now the first pick, which is it's bacon time. Well, I'm actually thinking that KFC Talent is going to be banning out the Lorian and the Aya in respect to those two big picks. It's bacon time still has a lot on the table. They can put out the Avoy. They can pick out the Ellender. They still have the knockout as well on the jungling side. The problem will be on how they're going to be able to have the right composition. They were able to use the Zuka against Moob's knockout, and it was effective, so to speak, even if the stats don't say it. But every time there is going to be a duel between Moob and Almond P, is always going to come out on top. That's how big
Yep.
of Menace Zuka can be. So usually when you see a knockout being picked up, it's not surprising to see to find a Zuka being used up in the jungle.
Yeah, because the Necro and Zuka, they had a lot more in common in terms of burst damage, the ultimate is, and also the dashes that Zuka and Necroth possess. It is kind of the same kind of heroes that could on the same level. Instead of Zuka only has a couple of knockups available for Zuka. It is something that you want to put 50-50% onto your win rate. If you give down the Nakroth on the side of Bacon, then we'll have a Zuka for Moob. But still, in terms of how Talent Esport won before this, if the Zuka been picked by Moob, it's kind of maybe big towards down Talent because of how Talent Esport really loves into the drafts onto the Zuka. So they still have the Kafni, they still have the Hayate to be played for Ares, and looking for the Foxin, they still go maybe have the Baldum. They want to go aggressive, maybe can go for the Alice pick. Bacon time, they doesn't have any Elsu. They still have the Nakro to be played, but Richter maybe they won't first pick here. Richter versus a maybe a Baldum and a Zuka. Maybe they want to pick first. Still Iggy as well as the Baldum could be the best pick. Maybe the Crexy as well for the side of Talent. They still have a couple of more available metas in the mid lane because of how they invested a lot. First game Lorian, second game is Yue. So Zuka is the first, trying to force down the Necroth to be picked here for Bacon. Maybe a Necroth, maybe a Elendor. But if they want to pick down the Elendor, it's hard to versus down the Joker. He doesn't have the Elsu for Bacon. So basically, in game number 3, Bacon is on the deficit on the heroes right now because a lot more heroes that Talent has is hard to counter by the pool that Bacon currently having. So they goes for the chain, maybe go for the Tulen here because they want some early matchup. They want to play aggressive. They want to put a effort on to invade the jungle of Zuka. But we saw a lot of invasion for Zuka. It's not going to be good as it thought it would be versus the Necron because of the knockups that Zuka has. So the shields that Zuka possess, it is going to be a hard bargain for Bacon now. Still, we don't know who are going to be in the jungle. Still, maybe Lubu could be possible for Sada Bacon. If they want to play them down early, they need to make sure that Talon Esport does not ban onto the Elandor if they want to, because maybe the Elandor is the target and also the Nacroth, because they doesn't have any more Elsu and also the Kafni. So maybe they're Hayate for Sada Bacon, because Talon Esport doesn't have the Hayate already. So it is hard for Sada Bacon now. Hayate with the Tain, I think it is okay for them.
Yeah, definitely. Actually anyone can actually be paired up with the Tain. The Tain has been one of the reliable supports that you could be expecting. Aside from the Baldum, Tain and Baldum I think is the top tier supports that you can expect being picked up here in the AIC. They give a lot of space. They give a lot of capabilities in terms of being able to soak the damage. The skill sets that they have also affects the game in terms of how they're going to be able to use it. Diabol's Fury coming in from the Tain gives you some slow and also assures you a sure kill if it is a low health hero. While in the Baldum, it gives you utility by actually putting the Wild Prison into a zone, sometimes deterring the entry and also the exit of a lot of the heroes. And sometimes if it catches up heroes, you use it to actually execute your initiation. So in terms of the utilities that these supports bring, these guys are the pinnacle of the supports right now. You have a lot of situational supports. You can actually use up the Wonder Woman. We've seen the Tachi here, the Lombor as well. That was being used in the first series to the second series and in yesterday's series as well. Those kinds of supports are enables the team to unleash their fullest potential. So the supports of the teams are usually the ones that go for the decision making here. They know when is the right time, when are they going to be able to set. And that's also been a big factor here as Talon Esports Defoxin just throws out his skills because he knows they need a lot of time to actually farm up, and he's not afraid to actually throw it. He knows how to save some of his dashes to save his life from death wrenching moments. And its Bacon Time Stocks has been more of a reactive support instead of a support that actually initiates. You actually see Talks more so reacting on some of the actions of KFC Talon.
It is hard to say when a lot more heroes could be played by Bacon, but they are the only one that ban down the Elandor. We saw a lot more synergy when it comes to Joker as well as Elandor, and the Cura will be taken away as well for Bacon Time. In terms of jungle, maybe versus a Zuka though, maybe Lubu could be forced here by KFC Talon. If they wanted a Lubu to be taken by Bacon, it is going to be something that is hard for Bacon Time because they only invested a lot in terms of Wonder Woman on jungle. They stole it. They take down Zuka as well as the L'Oreal though.
Yeah, and they're hovering on the L'Oreal here. It's gonna be a ballsy move if they actually use the L'Oreal against the Tulin. If you actually make a mistake on on the L'Oreal's dash, although you're gonna be immune during the dash period, if you make a mistake, you're actually gonna be taking the brunt of the damage coming from Tulin. And then Tulin actually excels in close range fights. the thunderclap is definitely
Yeah.
easier to use than the dashes coming in from the Lorian. But if you time everything right, you're actually gonna be invulnerable in most of the fights. You're gonna be able to actually fight it out with most of the damage that's going to come to you, and that's how big of that's why if you pick a L'Oreal, you're gonna have you need to have a lot of confidence on using that hero. You're always going to be in the thick of it, and the range of the skill sets of a L'Oreal is also going to be limited. It's more so that you're going to be forced to actually go into the front of the opposing team, and I am very scared for iPad Pro if he's gonna be able to use this L'Oreal. There's only one L'Oreal user in mind here, the AIC right now, who was able to execute that perfectly, and it is one team Chihuahua in the upper bracket.
Yeah, maybe that is the idea of talent, because I think I saw the L'Oreal plays comes in for iPod Pro before this, and I think it is going to be a challenge because iPod Pro is one of the best mid laners in this AIC history, though. So it is going to be a challenge to bring out the L'Oreal in terms of they want to invest more into the game 4, trying to shut down in maybe in terms of 15 minutes into the game. So they had a lot more chances because they didn't want to take down the Iggy. Maybe that's all it itself. They don't want to bring it down. If they want to go for a couple of the same gameplay that they use in game 2, they need some crowd control. They need something that could disperse the team fight a little bit more faster than any mages in this matchup. So because it cannot just be done by Kali, maybe a Preda, it is too hard because they need only one the ultimate coming in for that L'Oreal to just secure us one lane and to be fast as possible with the Purify if the L'Oreal takes on the Purify itself. So I love how Talon is trying to involve onto Wukong as well, onto the jungle. They're trying to bait out trying to bring a lot more suitable kind of investment in this matchup. But if they win this, it's going to be really hard for the side of Bacon in game number 4. The game number 3 is possible for the side of Bacon. They need to win this. They had the powerhouse. They banned a lot more resources in this matchup. They had the early composition with the Laville and the Tate, and as well as the Tulan. Yan will be mid, and as well as Marky. Marky had better games in this series, but it will not be undermining onto the Dark Slayer side of Talon Esports itself. So, will Talon win with the same strategy, or this game will be not the same result as game number 2?
Yeah, that is going to be a big question as we're going to be starting the game. It's going to be a standard start yet again. They're going to be helping the clear of their junglers. Marky is going to position himself here to actually scout out where the jungle of KFC Talon is actually going to start. NTNZ is here, and Moop is going to be using the Wukong. I really thought that they're going to be using that Zuko onto the jungle. I've seen a lot of the RPL teams actually use the Wukong onto the Dark Slayer lane just because of the capability and the chance to go for crits. And Marky goes in, tries to go for a steal for himself. But NTNZ is in the area going in for the duel there. Ares is just safely going in for a farming game. He is actually winning the trade against Muwan, and that's not a surprise as he gets a boost on himself in terms of the physicality. But Tax was able to go with a flicker and a play already there. First blood onto Eris, and this is definitely going to be affecting its bacon time. They have been the better aggressive team, so this might prolong the capabilities of KFC Talon. Maybe we're going to see another waiting game in comparison to what is they're actually sporting. A lot of the mid-game spike is definitely there for them. Let's see how they're gonna be playing it out with the first blood already onto the side of Bacon Time.
Going in with the first blood early because we saw, we know for a fact that the drops comes in for the Bacon Time. They had an early composition, but waiting for that L'Oreal, that is the main point for Talon. They can play a little bit passive here, trying to wait for that L'Oreal has one items with items for cooldown. They have to trade for the objective first. Doesn't want any team fight for side of Talon Esports because it's going to be really hard for them because they had the mid composition. Only Ares and as well as the Foxin will trying to dictate the momentum in this current matchup. But iPod Pro playing with the L'Oreal, spot down that Richter that goes in, no ultimate, just left a little bit more damage. The double trouble hits onto L'Oreal. iPod Pro is a little bit trouble, but still has the flicker to run away. And now Bacon Time, they are fishing their kill number 2, but still no bait eaten yet by Talon. And Talon is still happily back away, still with the invasion comes in for Bacon Time, trying to steal down the blue buff. Still managed to do it, but one flicker comes in with the push, and now Kim Sensei secures kill onto iPod Pro with the members of Talon trying to retaliate. NTNZ takes the kill onto Kim Sensei, 10 seconds onto the draft, and now NTNZ is the one to fall, and none of the members of Talon have the damage just yet to find the kill. Ares onto the bottom side will maybe chuck down a lot of health coming in for Chaos, but look how Bacon Time cope with the Wukong pick here and Talon Esports. They are a little bit far in terms of goal. This is not what we saw in game number 2.
Yeah, they're actually very hard onto the invasion. They're very, very aggressive right now. They're pushing it up because of the composition that we see on KFC Talon. Kim Sensei is actually punishing the Foxin in most of those contests. Hyper Pro cannot actually do a lot of things here. He either needs to go up close and personal, and that's going to be a problem. Tux is going to be using Diablo's Fury to add some damage and shave some of the health of Ares. He's going to get back into space for a recovery. The Foxin is going to be able to dodge that using his first ability. And Hyper Pro right now is still holding the fort here for his team, while in the top lane and TNT and Marky, there's not much of we don't know who is actually winning that fight for now, since in terms of gold it is at an equal pace. Moop though, he needs a lot of help here, and it is gonna be the smite being used by Alpha Pro. He gets a lot of the original the cooldown down here. Muwan is gonna be forced to get back. The Thunderbird is gonna hit the Fox, and that's gonna be a successful defense here onto the blue buff. They're not gonna let any invade actually stop them from racking up resources, and TNZ is gonna have the first wave here. He has the capability to actually take Marky, but he is going to be able to safely away and glide with that sword slash move, and TNT is going to be starting the, and it's a very, very fast take onto that Slayer. The Pistol Dragon is now up for the taking. Taux is almost half to his health. Hyper Pro might be taken here. He is going to take a little bit of damage from Alpha P, but with Kim Sensei out of the area, he was not able to commit just yet, and there is going to be a duel there as a dash and also a skill shot onto the mid lane. We're going to see some of the health being shaved onto Kim Sensei, and the Pistol Dragon is going to be secured here by It's Bacon Time. Almond P taking in another objective for his team. Muwan is going to be clearing up the waves. Ares is just in the area. Taux is going to be in danger here. That's going to be the canned laughter being used. Ares might be taken, but the Foxen is the one targeted by the Thunderbird. NTND and the others are there. Hyper Pro might be in danger as the double trouble gets a hit. NTNZ narrowly escapes that. Move is in the area to clear up the minion wave here in the mid lane. Kim Sensei still has some of his skills left. The Foxen needs to get back. Half of his health has been shaved already, and now they are in the receiving end. Yet again, Ares is going to be forced to just stay under the turret.
You would saw that how Bacon Time had a couple more momentum in this current matchup because of how the drops comes in for KFC Talon is not good as Bacon Time. The double trouble hits only with the continue with the ultimate comings from Tate, but now the Foxin trying to find a way. Where is the lasso's gonna hit? The ultimate has been pushed, but the members of Bacon really run away from that time, but still have a lot more dashes just left. But that Wonder Woman will not stay alive. But a couple more damage for iPod Pro. iPod Pro maybe staying alive here, but still going to be chased by NTNZ on the top side. Been taken away. Ares is the first one to fall. The dead Joker will not survive long enough. Moan a little bit of a health. Being killed maybe, but it's still 5 kills for the side of Bacon. Will we see a same kind of result what happened in game number 2? Because of the drops that Talon do is not in the favor for them. They have not invest a lot. Almond P is giving a lot more pressure for Moop. Only have the 16 with the Clizosanti into the mid lane here. iPod Pro cannot make this L'Oreal work. And this is hard. Trying to find a way here. The Foxin with the ultimate just push. Clear the midway first. And now the blue buff is not on contestant at all for the side of KFC Talon. They want to kill down Muan, but I think that is too far-fetched. Trying to find a way. Marquis TPing back home. Reset a little bit because both of the objectives, the Dark Slayer as well as the Abyssal, already been spawned in this matchup, and still are trailing by 3k goal for the side of KFC Talon. They need to find this goal, or they need to find a new drop in game number 4.
Yeah, definitely Move might be in danger. He doesn't have his health. He doesn't have mana enough, so it's a good thing that Ares was able to damage Kim Sensei to the point that it actually hindered the rotation here. And TNT might be taking the first objective here for KFC Talon, and it's a much needed objective. They need a boost into their gold stat to on almost 3k on the side of its Bacon Time, and that's already substantial enough. It's gonna be felt in terms of the flashes, the itemizations are there. 6.4k already onto Muwan in comparison 5.1k only onto the Joker, who's trying to finish up his Fenrir's too. He does have the Rack Breaker ready, but the damage that he's gonna be able to deal is still not enough to burst down the squishy heroes of its Bacon Tech. Kim Sensei is definitely gonna be one of the targets that you want to land your canned laughter and also the Killing Joke combination as well. Almond P is going in hot. He is going to take that blue buff without any contest, and the second tier turret is already in a detrimental state. It is going to be an easy push here for his Bacon Time. Another turret falling down into the name while NTNZ is trying to make it big, trying to get the tower here in the first tier, and he does secure it. Marquis is going in hot though, and Kim Sensei, I think we're not going to see NTNZ actually live in the moment, as Marquis is still near the off-gap kill here. You're gonna see onto the side of the map. They are going to go for a defense against a Doombringer. Moop is doing his best to rack him some gold, because at this moment, in terms of the resources, he's being deprived in most of the instances.
Is going to be hard for the side of Bacon. They can push this because of Talon. They lose a little bit in terms of drafts. They have to wait for the late game for that L'Oreal to be online, or they have the Battle Agony. They have to wait for one more items because iPod Pro is an easy target with that L'Oreal, and also with a couple more aggressive gameplay that Bacon Time is showing. And I'm sure that KFC Talon will lose a lot more momentum in this kind of matchup because of the draft itself. Still 7.5k goal for Moop. Only have 8.1 for the Almond P. A little too much. Double trouble hits maybe comes in with the Man of Hunter. Still does not deal much more damage, but still the Foxin will not tank a lot here. The damage coming in for Kim Sensei a little bit too much, and TNZ is not going to a team fight. He needs to run away, and it's going to be something that KFC Talent really needs to think about. The game number 3 is hard enough. KFC Talent trying to find a way here. Still had all members ultimate without the Foxin. Still, one lasso is needed to find the engagement for the side of KFC Talent.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to be using Mark. He goes in with a Mark with a Hunter, and Hyper Pro actually went hard here, but he's not going to be able to get all of the damage out of his system, as it is going to be its bacon time. Finishing off an almost wipeout here. NZ still gonna live, but with the wave crashing there and the death timers, the earliest at 23 seconds. I don't think that he has, unless he gets a wipeout on Muwan and everyone there, and he is going to do his best. The Orb has been proc, the Avalanche Fury is there. Marky gets and finishes that ace, an ultimate for him, and they go for the Nexus stock. Game number 3 is going to be taken by It's Bacon Time.
Wow, Bacon Time really takes the advantage in terms of their lineups. They win the game number 3, making a 2-1 victory for the side of Bacon. Only have 1-2 for the side of Talent in this best of 7, because only 2 games left needed for the Talent eSport to win this matchup. Maybe a couple more games, maybe game 5, we see a lot more retribution and as well as retaliation mixed by Bacon here. But could we see a lot more? Only 1 game be taken away by Bacon at this point. They had a better draft. They had a better momentum brought in this current matchup. And it's good for them to take 1 game. Game 3 is on the hands of Bacon Time.
Yeah, definitely. That was a wonderful game for Bacon Time. Once they got that first kill onto Wervers, it was just all history, as they were actually keeping the most of the lead onto themselves. And I guess we can say that L'Oreal wasn't so hot for my pro, and I guess, you know, not all compositions can you actually use the L'Oreal, and with the damage actually just pouring out in most of the clashes against Tulin, I guess it was already a done deal that L'Oreal was not going to be performing very, very well. And I guess it was an overestimation on their abilities, and maybe a little underestimation on the side of It's Bacon Time. But KFC Talent did not expend a lot there. They gave out the Zuka, they gave out the Joker, and the other picks doesn't really have, you know, a big of an impact in terms of the composition. You don't build up your composition on some of the picks that KFC Talent actually brought out, like the Wukong, the L'Oreal. Those picks doesn't really, you know, give you a lot of the boost in terms of the win rates that you want to bring to the table. The utilities that they have is not where you it's not the type of heroes that you build your composition with.
Yeah, it's hard to see when Talent Esports is investing on game after this one, because the drops is not on to par what Bacon Time is bringing. Because Bacon Time, they want or not, they have to win that match, because if they lose that match, it will be devastating in game number 4. It is going to be a lot more hurtful, because of they invest a lot in Loville and also Tane. If they lose it, maybe in game number 4 it will not be any possible comeback, because a lot more meta champs already been taken away by Bacon Time itself. But for Talent, they know if they the momentum will be there, and they trying to just save a lot in this matchup. They go for Wukong and also the L'Oreal. Maybe the Iggy will be safe for the game number 4, trying to win in the game number 3. But yeah, that is a fast game for Bacon Time. We saw game 1 and 2 with 20 minutes into the clock, but in this time it happens like 12 and 11 minutes. That is so fast that Bacon Time win this matchup. That Talent Esports has no retaliation at all. They did just don't give uh, any fight back. They still have a couple of pulls, but it is just not enough to just defend that matchup because the invade comes in for Bacon Time is too strong to be handled by Wukong.
Yeah, definitely. It's just a hero that you use, and if you get lucky, yeah, definitely because of the critical strike amplification. But you you actually need to take into consideration that if you're unlucky, you're gonna be unlucky, and if you actually put everything into chance, then it's not gonna work well for you. We saw that in this game. Not much of any crits that we actually saw that came from the Wukong. He was not able to burst down anyone. Definitely in the late game though, Wukong is a hero that you're gonna be looking out for because of the capability to almost land the critical hit, and then we can see numbers like 3,900, 3,600 in one smack. That's when he's going to be very, very scary. But in the mid game, it is still going to be manageable in terms of being able to tank that hero as well. So moving forward, maybe we need a hero. The hero that they should use. They should have used the Zuka onto the jungle, and they added someone onto the DS lane. But with all of the investment being done here by its Bacon Time, it could be a game that they just wanted to bait out the picks for its Bacon Time as well. That could also play into the strategy of KFC Talon, but we don't know yet. But looking at the stats, it's a one-sided game. It's a 12-1 with a lot of the gold being built here by the side of by the side of its Bacon Time. That's a very big lead, 7.9k at that 12-minute mark, with 7-1-1 on most of the objectives that fell onto its Bacon Time. KFC Talon tried to get some objectives for themselves like the Slayer, but it's just not enough. If you lose most of your laners that's going to farm, you are just giving a lot of leeway for the other side as well, and a lot of aggressive invasions was actually stemming onto the lineup with Spiketon. That's how hard it is. That's a thing on the front. Then you also have a lot of damage on the backside from Muwan, Kim Sensei, and Almond P.
Yeah, because of how the damage is that Kim Sensei using the Talon gives a lot more sense that the Wonder Woman could not tank a lot more of the passive itself. The auto damage is too much to be handled. Where that Talon, and it kind of hard to see that Talon is not available for the Kim Sensei in game number 4 because maybe it just been bait out for the Talon itself, and it is hard to suggest that maybe Talon Esport is using that kind of strategy to just bait a couple of heroes coming in for Bacon. It could for the global ban picks. But yeah, Talon Esport did suffer a huge loss of momentum in that matchup. And it is time for Bacon Time to realize this is going to be something that they want to win, and they have to do it in game number 4, because game number 4 Talon Esport doesn't have the momentum already, and they maybe suffer a couple of losses into the draft. Like they only go for the Wonder Woman as well as the Joker. They doesn't have the Zuka already, but the Nakros is not been picked just yet for the side of Bacon Time. So it's going to be something that to look for in the picks and bans. So because obviously Lorian and Aya will be banned by Talon, and that Nakros will be open for Bacon Time to be picked.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of picks that's gonna be available for Bacon Time, but there's a lot of picks as well for KFC Talon. And if in this one-sided game, I really think that KFC Talon just threw it out there. They want to expand the picks. They want to actually have the better draft moving forward on this series, because a lot of the drafts that Bacon Time did was actually strong. The problem is they were not able to close it, and those are investments that that's going to bite them back when they actually move forward onto the game number 5 or game number 6. So it's very interesting to see what is going to be the lineup here. Maybe I don't know. Looking at lineups, Bikertopia was able to surprise us. I don't know if this team's has what it takes to actually surprise us as well, Migos.
Yeah, the surprises will come, but the surprises will. It depends. Will you be surprised if Talon go or maybe Bacon go versus Backtopia? It is a question to be answered. But in terms of game 4 currently, because Talon, as you said, that Talon trying to throw out a couple of heroes made by being picked by the side of Bacon. Yes, I would say I would agree because of the Talon, because of the Richter being picked, and as well as the Laville will not be able for Bacon Time in the game number 4. In terms of game 4 and 5, maybe it's time for KFC Talon. Like we saw yesterday, the couple of games that trying to throw away a drafts and make it possible for one team, but it is what it is. The game number 4. Bacon need to realize they doesn't have a lot more. They have Iggy to fight for here into the mid lane. Here still have the Crixie though for KFC Talon, as well as maybe they want to go for a Breda, maybe a Lumia to be picked. Is up to KFC Talon. Who's going to be banned? Who's going to be picked here? Yue will be taken away already. Yan is also in the hands of KFC Talon if they want. But Tachi will be content go for Tachi Teox here, because we haven't seen a lot of Tachi Teox yet. And still, Baldum and Tain will be played maybe for KFC Talon in game 4 and game 5. Still has a couple more strong heroes though. But if KFC Talon can they do they tell us that is just a strategy, not because of them losing a lot of momentum in this current matchup. So it's going to be something hard for Talon to prove the point that they are the strongest between Bacon Time.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting to see what is going to be the composition here yet again. Are we going to see more? Is Bacon Time actually going to be investing more to actually secure game number 4? But what's going to be left on game number 5 and game number 6? And it's Bacon Time is still going to be jolly onto. They're very still happy, and definitely if they're happy, they have the confidence to go in and fight it out against KFC Talon. Omen is still going to be banned out. You're actually seeing a hover onto a ban onto the Tolan as well. Aya is going to be banned again, and possible Lorian is going to be banned out by KFC Talon. They're not ready to give that just yet, but Nakron is actually the one being hovered here. Maybe they want to force a pick onto a Lorian, and they have something to actually counter the Lorian pick.
Yeah, because they still have the Eggy though for play into the mid lane, and they have a couple more, maybe a Baldoom to be picked, but Bacon Time says, oh, you want to force down the Lorian? Maybe not. We're going for the Iggy itself. We have the high ground right now because we don't want to go for the Lorian just yet. Well, still has a couple more chances, but Talon, they still have maybe onto the doesn't have the Elsu, they doesn't have the Joker, but oh, the AIC 2019 flashback is here. The Azenka and the Elaine hover for Talon Esport. Do they want to go for it? I think not so. Trying to play a lot more mental game. It is hard to say if they want to pick the Lumia. Maybe yes, maybe the Baldoom here, and also the mid lane first, the Marja. We haven't seen a lot of Marja just yet. Still, with the greatest split pushing ability, they have the Scott and as well as the Crixie. I think this is going to be a good pick here versus an Iggy. They banned out the Tulen. They want to go for the Iggy pick here. And now they lock onto Crixie as well as the Scott, waiting Bacon for the Dark Slayer pickup. Maybe go for a couple more, like a Ryoma, maybe, kinda a lot.
Yeah. I think there is still some picks that you can actually counter AQ with, and I think Rixie works that criteria. It's a hero that's very mobile. It's hard to hit with the shadow bombs as well. The shadow bombs are gonna be manually targeted. The Ember's Gaze is definitely gonna be a menace here, though. If we go into the late game, Elsu is still available to be picked up by KFC Talon, and on the other side though, they are actually hovering onto a Yorn pick. We've seen this on Biketopia where they made the Yorn work with the Genesis barrier against the Telenos, but I don't know how good of how good of a defense are they going to be able to muster to protect the Yorn in every situation.
Yeah, because of how the direct is protecting a lot, the damage coming in for Talon Nas into the face of Yon. I think that is possible though. But for Talon Esport, they need someone that can deal damage. They still have the Gaffney to play for Era, still has the Laville because they invest a lot onto Slims and also maybe Hayate to be picked here. They pick Hayate to game number one. Still is hard, but Aoi is the first one trying to steal this away jungle side first, trying to kill because of how Bacon Time is too much of his squishy hero. So maybe Aoi is the best answer for Talon Esport currently. I'm not loving it, but nor hate it for Sada Talon Esport. Still has no clear advantage just yet for Talon, but Bacon Time, they still have their normal draft with the Iggy and also the Lumber, but Yon is more explicit to be placed in terms of the damage and also targets for Bacon Time.
Yep, and right now, with the first three picks that we have, an Aoi, Scott, and also a Crixie. I always see Crixie as not a hero that bursts down singularly. I think Crixie is a hero that works well in synergy with others, and that's definitely going to be the case in every type of team composition that Crixie is going to be in. He's not always going to have that single play wherein he's going to be able to burst down the mid laner, the support, or the marksman. There always needs to be someone to initiate, someone that has already damaged the one he's targeting as well. So this adding a void to the mix is definitely there. Once the Dragon Claw hits, where a void actually circles around, when he crashes to the hero, that's when the combination with the stun and knockup coming in from the Crixie is definitely gonna work. And the bans here for KFC Talon, it is on the Dark Slayer lane. Those heroes that is gonna have the advantage against the Scud has been banned out, like the Florentino in T. And on the other side, they are banning out the Baldoom and also the Elsu. And it's pretty interesting fact is about the Baldoom and the Thane is actually open for the taking for KFC Talon. And they could actually utilize this as as an ace in the hole when we go to game number 5 and game number 6. But still, we're in game number 4. I think KFC Talon needs to secure this to make things easier for them, because if they're not going to be able to secure this, it is still going to be a harder fight, like you're back to 0 as you started this series, because you already have the 1 point advantage. Why not build more?
Yeah, because they can build more. That is the objective for Talon, but the answer is how, because they only respond onto the Thorn versus a Yorn currently, and it is you have more damage in terms of crits, but can the damage that Thorn could give and also the range that Thorn has, it's not the same as the Yorn. Yorn have a couple of pokes. The passive the pokes has too much to be handled with, but the ultimate of the Thorn could lay as the crowd control for the side of Talon Esport, but it's going to be something that Talon really needed to bring in this matchup. They want to widen the gap onto match point in this matchup, but still the Itachi as well as the Volkov is one of the Bacon Times heroes that could bring in this matchup number 4. And lastly, who's going to be in this support role here? We doesn't have the support just yet. Also been banned, Baldum banned, still have the Tain for the Foxin, or they want to go for a normal kind of composition and early aggressive, maybe go for a Mina pick here, but they go for the Zenil. Still hovering on the Zenil, still not lock it yet. 24 seconds for the Zenil to be locked, and maybe this is the best, but I think Zip is okay. I would love a Zip. I would love a Zip from the Foxin. We've seen a lot of Zip gameplay, makes a lot of outplays as well, but in terms of how he can just stop any aggression comes in from Bacon Time, will make the possible gameplay for the Foxin. The first pick Zips comes in this matchup. Still have bans and picks though.
Yup, we're going to see Zip yet again here. Let's see if it's the protection that's going to actually boost up the potential of KFC Talon, or are they going to be relying heavily again onto the Zip? I've seen a lot of Zip compositions before, and whenever Zip is actually shut down hard, it actually translates to a lose to whoever has that Zip. And it's Bacon Time looks to have a very strong damage composition. They're putting the Tachi onto the top lane against a Scud, so basically these guys are not going to be able to kill each other. But we have one of the strongest junglers here as the Volcat. A lot of utilities can be played out with a Volcat pick. You can actually zero in and dive turrets whenever you have a Volcat as well. The stun, as long as you're going to be able to hit his skill shot, is definitely going to be substantial, and you can actually chain that up with under crowd controls as well.
Yeah, transition to win or not for the Volca for the side of Bacon Time. Could they do this in the match number 4, trying to draw this out in the best of 7, bringing the possible point and just relieve the moment for RPL Summer in game number 7. But still in game number 4, quarterfinals, lower brackets, Bacon Time. Yeah, oh, sending it through. He just sent it through. Doesn't want to give him a point for any other members. Just want to deny the movement speed of the members of Talon in that particular order, because they wanted a little bit of a advantages in this matchups. Look how the damages Yon has. The passive itself is non aggressive, but it's trying to trade with the crits has, and I've been pushed a little bit far away. Zips is not going to have a good game here because he's going to be sniped away by Kim Sensei from the from the sides. Still, the Seagull will be loose onto the hands of Bacon Time, and they're trying to proc some lanes on top side, on bottom side, trying to slow the push of the lane for Bacon Time versus on top side. NTNZ with the Scuds versus Itachi that been used by Marquis. We've seen this a lot, but how do Bacon Time try to cope with the damage that Scud has in this current matchup? I'm just afraid of the late game potential that Yorn has with versus the Torn, because we've seen a lot of Torn not making the play for anybody who have been picking the Torn itself. Because if Talon loses this game, they will have suffered a lot in game number 5, because it's going to be really hard. Engagement has comes in with a couple more shots, comes from one from bottom side, trying to disengage the fight, and it make it possible because of Talon Esport. They want to force the team fight before going for the Missile Dragon, but still has Taeyops on the vicinity. Top side will be taken drop Slayer. Couple more attacks, and who's got this? Oh, Moop steals away the Missile Dragon. But one attack comes from Muan, does not land on the perfect time. Moonfall has been pushed. One more damage is needed to take down Kim Sensei. But that burst damage, only 800 coming in for Kim Sensei. If it's 1,500, it will be disaster for Talon Esport.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying about the Chrissy pick. It's a hero that you actually supplement well with a synergy on the other heroes, but if left alone, she can actually burst down people easily. Maybe in the late game there is a possibility, but in the early into the mid game, she needs a lot of help. She needs to shave off some of the damage, and that's why she's crucial in going in the late game. And the Moonfall is going to be used again by iPad Pro. They're going to be repositioning as they see Almond P entering the area, so they don't want to risk another early kill for the side of It's Bacon Time.
If this game trying to go for a passive moment, it will be giving for the side of KFC Talent, because they are kind of trailing in terms of goal, and it is moment into the mid lane. Always trying to run away here. Mook's in trouble. Still a couple more shots with the ultimate maybe for Muan, but still Bacon Time has the goal lead. Zips cannot do anything with a couple of damage, and Eras will be taken away with the snipes here. But Eras will be taken a lot more suitable amount of damage, but still has no first blood just yet. But they goes in, the Fox in, a little bit in trouble, but Moonfall onto the backside, trying to secure on to Kim Sensei. One more attack is needed, and also one jump comes in for Moop, secures the first blood for the KFC Talent. Bacon Time, a little bit too aggressive there, buddy. You need to play a little bit passive, or maybe the kill is not it's not suitable for you guys to just make an aggro play.
It has been a fact that this is the aggression that It's Bacon Time is known for, and they actually need to make it work, because this is the play style that actually works well for them. Because anytime we're seeing a KFC Talent actually having the ones to be in the offensive end, that's when actually we see Bacon Time at its weakest. So yeah, definitely they need to have a lot more aggression there. They need to find more plays for themselves. If they actually need to use Ultima to go in, then they need to go in, and that's the Ember's case being used. The Foxen uses the shield onto Eris. He's not gonna be feeling the brunt of the damage there. But Almond P is just in the area, and they're going to actually take the second Abyssal Dragon of the game.
Wow, it is something that is hard for Bacon Time, trying to find a lead that they want to, but now the roll has been put, the ultimate has been pushed, as well as Eras. The Moonfall has been connected, but the Foxin is the first one to fall. The damage from KFC Talent is not enough. Cannot take away that lumber onto the bottom side, as well as Kim Sensei. They cannot trade the death with Muan. A little bit too ambitious there for KFC Talent. When you have the Moonfall for iPod Pro, is not enough to kill one Yarn in this matchup. Still, 2k gold lead been taken away by Bacon. KFC Talent really needs to find the sweet spot here with iPod Pro using down the Crixie. If the Crixie is not available for them after this, it's going to be really hard. They have to fight out the Iggy. Maybe Iggy could be banned here. Still, Bacon Time has a couple more games to put. Look at the damage coming in for Kim Sensei. 1,200, but Ultima has been put down and needs to run away. Hyper Pro is the first one to fall. Still, Mook maybe cannot take his route out, but the retribution comes a little bit late here. Still, the members of Bacon Time is punishing KFC Talent. A little bit looks like Talent has ran out of steam here. They cannot play a longer matchup, and Talon Esports still finding their energy. It's gonna limit too much. And now Defoxing, what happened there? You played a little bit too aggressive. One more attack just left. Ultimate is not here by Muan, and Defoxing really needs to run away, but he just can't. Moonfall, maybe trigger a couple more damage, but ultimate comes in from Taeya, secures the kill onto the Foxing as well. Bottom turret will be taken away. Be pushed a lot. Bacon Time is on the brink of chasing their dream to be living inside of AIC, because they are trying to push Talon Esports go back home.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem for the KFC Talon. They don't have someone that could really take the damage for them. And one of the reasons there is Zip isn't really the best hero that you want to take the brunt of the damage coming in from its big time, because he can provide a lot of utilities, a lot of shields, a lot of re-engagements, but definitely he's not someone that can go into the front. That's why I guess they picked up the Scud, and I guess heroes like Baldum, Imnet, and even the Thane is a way better pick in this type of composition if they really want to fight it out against its Bacon Time, because it's so hard. Talus is just always going to be the front, and whatever they do, they're not gonna have some free looks to actually take Muan out. He's just safely putting in his arrows into the faces of KFC Talon in a distance.
Yep, it is going to be really hard for the side of Talon because of how Talon Esports, they lose a lot more momentum in this current matchup. They have to kill that. They have to kill Mulan, and I don't know when is the time when Talon has been knocking the doors and a lot more. They have to wait for a couple more damage coming in for Hyper Pro, trying to kill away that lumber. The advancement of the draft that been made by KFC Talon these two games is really questionable. It is hard to see when Talon Esports has the two games on hand, but still cannot make the 4-0 matchup here. The Dawnbringer will be taken away into the mid lane with no casualties into the mid turret a lot. Still on the defense state for the side of KFC Talon, and it is 3k goal lead that Bacon has. A look at the damage coming in for Kim Sensei. He gives a lot more. 3,000 damage has been worked out with this mass, and as well as the Bear of Agony, waiting away for the Tomb of Reaper, and it would be scary for the members of Talon Esports trying to find what team fight as well. Retake or no retake currently, they still trailing in terms of goal for the jungle. The goal gap for jungle is too much. None of the KFC Talon could find their way to farm a little bit. Already have the Gaia as well as the items or embers going for KFC Talon with the Scuds on top side, and iPod Pro currently not having a good game. 2 games ahead, it's not having it. So maybe we are going to see a potential 2-2 moment for draw for the side of KFC Talon. Maybe the 6th game into the matchup is going to be something that Bacon Time is eyeing for. The game number 7 will be punishable enough. The ultimate has been pushed with a Moonfall as well. 1 member will be taken away. They lose 1 maybe, but still NTNZ secures the kill first. They kill down Kim Sensei, and KFC Talon is still on to defense state. They teach 1 member. They want to steal away. The 13 seconds just left for the Dark Slayer. They kill Kim Sensei. I think that is a bonus for KFC Talon. They can take a look off to the dragon, maybe the Dark Slayer state. They want it for this. They will level up a little bit of a damage. The Tachi will be a heartache. They want to kill this Tachi, but the ultimate has been pushed. Ares really needs to run away. If Ares dies, the game dies for the side of KFC Talon. The retribution comes in with a couple more damage. They lost iPod Pro as well. KFC Talon, they're in the traps. Also the grabs onto Bacon Time. That is a mistake comes in for KFC Talon.
Yeah, definitely a big mistake. They thought that Marquis was going to be easy pickings, but without the commitment on the other members, they're not going to be able to just burst down that Tachi. We know how tanky that hero is, and there's already a Yoga Session. Almond P is going to have some slow, but there is a Dragon's Claw being used here. The Dragon's Trap being used up by Moop, and he is going to be helped by the Foxin at that moment, but they're going in for the push. They summon the Doombringer here. The Lumber is going to be pushing up Eris. And TNT is going to do his best to go for a defense here on the top lane. He clears up the wave. And there is still a lot here as the Cliffbreaker is going to be used. Ares is going to be targeted yet again. The shield is going to be on time. And Ares is going to be safely walking away. But the problem here is that the third tier in the mid lane has been taken by the side of its vacant time. NTNZ might be in danger. There's going to be some slow onto Almond P. He's not going to be committing onto NTNZ. He knows that hero is going to be tanky and it could actually fall onto his face. And there is a attempt by Mook to just bait out the skills of Almond P here. He's just using the Dragon's Claw, actually just gliding around in the area, trying to pressure and let them know that there is some vision here onto the dragon. NTNZ is going to be spotting them out. The Holy Dragon has been defeated still by the side of his dwarf. The lead just being built here. We're almost at the 5k gold lead in favor of its vacant time, and this is the aggression that we're talking about. This is the aggression that they need. High risk, high reward, and this has been their playstyle all throughout. And if they change this, then there is definitely something wrong on the rotation of its vacant time. But right now, this is going perfectly for them, as Tax is just boxing out and zoning out their members. He is going to be pushing anyone that comes near. The Foxin tries to get that stun in. Hi-Fi Pro goes for a desperation play. Flicker there. He is going to be saved here by the Foxin, who's going to be regenerating again, but it's not going to be enough as they get the 30th turret as well on the top lane. The only turret left for KFC Talon, their only lifeline, is going to be in the bottom lane.
The bottom lane is the last tower possible side of KFC Talon. They had a lot. They have 6k gold to find. 18 seconds. One mistake could determine this game. Now they find out Marky. Could this be the same mistake that they had trying to find Ares? Ares will be taken away. But now iPod Pro trying to run. But that blade coming in for Marquis. Ultima as well for LMP. Takes the head of Mob as well as iPod Pro. But none of the members of KFC Talent could retaliate enough. And TNZ needs to run away. Ares is still alive. Ares will give much more damage, but the ultimate will not survive for KFC Talent. And Bacon Time takes the game number 4 and make it a draw. 2-2 in this best of 7.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big problem here as we are going back into an almost 0-0. 2-2 for both teams. They still need to both of the teams still need 2 wins to actually close out the series, and a very, very unfortunate event for KFC Talon. It's just a strong draft for its Bacon Time, and in terms of what went wrong here, I think it's all about the draft. KFC Talon is not committing the right picks, and it actually costed them this game number 3 and game number 4. Are we going to see a repeat wherein they're actually going to be losing that 4 games in concession, like what happened when they actually fought out against one team? They, after a strong 2-0 start, they actually fall off in terms of the momentum, in terms of the gameplay that they are showing us.
Yeah, I think for the side of Talon Esports, they show the same kind of gameplay in terms of the only game number 4. They're still the same team, that they still have the same momentum, but Bacon Time they switch a little bit with more kind of aggressive gameplay, and none of the members of Talon could cope with the aggression and with the picks as well. is questionable for the side of Talon Esport when they had a couple more aggressiveness in terms of how they want to manage to win this game. Aoi, and as well as the Scott on the top side. This game number 4 has been hurting Talon Esport a lot with the global ban picks, and it is going to show that maybe Bacon Time is more ready, and also they have the mentality set right after the 5-minute breaks, after the 2 games win by Talon Esport, and this is the Bacon Time moment.
Yeah, definitely. This is the moment. If they're gonna be able to get a 3-2 in advantage in this series, I think it's Bacon Time is gonna be able to close it out in game number 6. And if KFC Talon is not gonna be able to actually have the advantage here, maybe I think it's time for the AWC champions to rest, and that's not an understatement. It's just so it's just that every time we go into the second part of the series, they're always like this. I don't know what actually comes into the drafting phase for them. Is it overestimation, or are they underestimating their enemies? I don't know. It's just that the picks that they have is right now, it doesn't make sense. Even the earlier series, I think throwing games, I don't want to think that they were throwing that game for because of the strong picks of it's Bacon Time, but in terms of the picks that they were showing us, like the L'Oreal pick, it's just that I feel like they overestimate themselves or they're underestimating their enemies, which is not good in terms of the mindset, because you always want to have, you know, the challenger mindset that you're always the one behind, you're not the one that's in the lead.
Yeah, because we haven't seen iPod Pro plays a L'Oreal ever in AIC, and suddenly it is a L'Oreal gameplay in game number 3. I don't know, maybe they want to prove something that is not in terms of creativity, maybe, because that L'Oreal, I don't think that L'Oreal is bad enough. I think that Wukong is kind of Wukong swaps with the Zuka is kind of weird for me, because when Wukong on the Duxley lane is maybe better in terms of Zuka is going to skill faster in terms of jungle, and it's going to be something that is hard to say for Talon Esport, because that draft alone is something that maybe is hard to see in terms of AIC, because it's for me also, I didn't understand what Talon Esport trying to give in that game number 3 and game number 4, because the draft doesn't make sense, and the draft is not up to par and standard in terms of Talon Esport itself, because it's too much of a gap from game 1 and game 2 and coming game 3 and game 4. That is too much of a maybe it's time to just back into the game and back into the same draft that they do before this, because too much investment they wasted, and too much of a lower tier kind of heroes they bring that trying to win, and it cost them 2 games, and now it's a draw. So maybe Talon Esport is not in terms of draft in the longer games, we might see a problem like Buriram United once had in AIC, because Buriram United cannot play 7 games. That is a fact. Before this, Buriram United can win a best of 3, best of 5, but when it comes to best of 7, it's not Buriram United's game.
Oh, but they did win the best of 7 in the AIC 2021 finals. But at this time, I don't want to be. If I was in the team, and I was a player, I was a coach, I don't want my team to actually, you know, be in a position of leverage wherein you actually are gonna give out games. You want to win all games. That's it. You want to be dominant. There are times that you need to throw the games. Like, any draft that you could do, there is always going to be a perfect draft. But in terms of that as well, you want to invest, because there is always a possibility to win as long as you don't actually give up. And that's what I want to see. KFC Talon is KFC Talon actually giving up? Because I don't want to think that way, but that's how we actually see it. But moving forward, I hope it is not. And what KFC talent can bring it to the table, we also already saw in game number 1 and game number 2, which was fairly kind of close, where it's making time was actually trailing. And game 3, game 4, it's making time. Actually, this wasn't close. They were the ones actually always having their foot into the pedal, and they're not letting up easily. They have been aggressive. Even the first blood that was made was because of the aggression that it's making time, and they did not relent at all.
Yeah, because maybe we have to maybe we have to see the finals of RPL when 7 games has to be played here, and it's been leading by Talon Esport as well. And in that kind of moment when we see Talon Esport has a short-term kind of momentum when they have to win 2 games, and after that they lose 2 games, and after that they try to win it back. It is hard to see when 4-0 is far-fetched for the side of Talon Esport as well as Bacon Time. But for Bacon Time, they played it really well in terms of game 1. They hold it on into 20 minutes. Say game 2 as well. Game 3, game 4, they take it for their own. Maybe we can see how Bacon is going to teach Talon Esport. Don't throw games. You're gonna lose. You're gonna go home.
Yeah, definitely. And there's still a lot of picks. Like I said, on the support position, instead of the Zip, they still had the Baldoom. They still have the Thane. And Imten as well is definitely way better than the Zip. Yes, you can use out for the utility, and there's a reason why it isn't in the meta right now. Because you want someone to actually give you a lot of, that can soak up the damage. Heck, even Tachi and Wonder Woman is a better support than that pick. And I pick Roxy over the Zip any day. One of the reasons is that he's just too squishy. And looking at the scoreboard, we have a 6 kills in deficit in favor of its making time. And look at the damage being done here with Team Sensei, 130k, not even half of what Hyper Pro was doing. Move one as well, 100k against a 90k of Varus. Defoxin, not much of a damage dealer there, 16k against Tox 30k. Almost all of the damage being done by the 3 that I mentioned is actually substantial enough to support the ADC and also the mid laner. And they've been doing a bulk of work for its Bacon Time. Muan, Kim Sensei, and Taux have now found their groove. They are the ones being aggressive, and Apapro and Neres and Defoxin could actually not last in most of the times that they actually meet.
Yeah, 15 minutes into the game as well. Bacon Time takes a lot of lead in this matchup number 4. They had the momentum on their side, and for the MVP is Bacon Taeyox. Has the best game with the Lumber, currently with 3 kills and 0 death, 4 assists, and has a role goal difference onto 1,000 gold for the team itself. So kill participation 70%, not much, but still has the better kill participation rather than the Foxin onto the side of Talon Esport. Damage is 8% only, still manageable, but that Lumber makes the game for the side of Bacon Time. The question is right now, only 2 game less for each team to win this, and the question is who's going to be taken away. In terms of energy, it will be Bacon Time, but still Talon Esport with the rest that we are going to go, they need to win this. They need to find this matchup, or maybe change a little bit of a draft to bring in this game, because if not, Bacon Time will take this win and go back home with a couple more championship in their belt. But yeah, Talon Esport maybe is going to be really hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, a change of pace, a change of drafting. Drafting is definitely going to be the key here for KFC Talon. They have talented players, But if they're, but if the talented players cannot have the most optimal picks, then definitely it is a talent being wasted. And I hope KFC talent shows us better in game number 5. If they lose this, definitely maybe it's gonna be a repeat of the first series they fought out with one team that they are going to be losing in game 6. The game 3 curse started with them. Whoever loses the game number 3 actually loses the game all throughout game 3, 4, 5, and 6. I think there's a big chance that KFC talent is going to be fumbling here, as long as they're not going to be picking out those strong picks. They need a lot of convincing for me to actually say that they are doing better into the series, because they are a team that usually grows weaker as the series progresses.
Yeah, but I think that is the maybe the known in the past that Bacon Time has grown weaker in terms of international games. But yeah, for the 4 matches they showed it. They showed it nonetheless that Bacon Time is not the kind of teams that you known before, but still they are on the lower bracket, so it's not 100%. It's not 100% negate with the curse. But game number 2 still had the momentum. They had 2, but still 2 games is going to search here. Who's going to touch the 4 games first? Who's going to win this matchup? Because I think telling is what they are. Oh, I just remember though. You said when Talent brought in Tony, they are going to have a lot more fumble, but now the Foxin is out, Tony is in. Is this going to be a moment for the side of for KFC Talent? Because you said it yesterday, when Tony goes in, it's all hands on the low bracket going to win for one team. But now, Bacon Time, this is the time. You have to seize this. Tony doesn't have, but Tony still have the chains. Tony still has the ball doom to be played here. So it's going to be something that is not talent could really think about it, because still a couple of heroes could be played here. But Bacon Time is not playing around. They need to win this. Doesn't have the Caffrey, also Laville, and also Yorn. They may be going to use the Telenas, the Valheim, maybe for the Torn itself, maybe a Ryoma on the side. We will know in this draft banner picks game number 5.
Yep, and the bans have been are starting, and still Omen is going to be the ban of choice. Aya is still gonna be banned out. Lorian and also Nakrot is still gonna be an open ban here for KFC Talon. They're not gonna let that heroes be easily taken. Roxy is going to be hovered here by its Bacon Time, and they already locked that in. Lorian as well has been banned. First pick, it's Bacon Time, and all throughout this best of 7, where they in games number 3 and game number 4, they had the advantage to always be in the first pick, and that could also translate yet again here, as a lot of the meta picks are still open, like the Nakrot. Nakrot is being hovered into here as the first pick. With the substitution of Sony, maybe KFC Talon is actually wanting to change the pace for their team. But the last time they did this, it still went into the side of the team that had the momentum in the second half. Ellender is going to be the first hover here by KFC Talon, one of the favorite heroes of Moop. And you're also going to add one of the comfort picks for iPad Pro, the Liliana. So they're going in for comfort picks for themselves. It doesn't matter if it's a first or second pick. The Nakrot pick is still going to be very, very strong in terms of being able to go for the 1v1s and also the rotational ganks. But Ellender is a hero with a faster clear speed, and he's able to pop off early just as long as he's gonna be able to pop his passives on the enemy hero.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I'm looking forward to move using Don Elendor. We saw how capable he is and has much more potential in terms of that Elendor pick. But now Liliana on the side, they still have one Teen, and they have to pick this Teen or Baldoom first for Tony. If not, Celadis Bacon will ban out that kind of buffy tank to be taken out. So UA as well as Joker may be one of the best pick that Bacon has. They still waiting the Elendor to be taken by side of Bacon. So it's going to be something that Bacon Time has the potential, other than Telenis. What they need to bring maybe the team here to just protect the backside of Telenis. But still they're bringing out the Violet first. Double ADC composition been brought up. I would not say I'm a fan about picking down the Violet in the third pick, but I think if they want to, this is maybe not the time. They will have to invest in terms of support first. Double ADC with Elendor and the Violet. I think this is maybe a fumble ground for Telenis, but the Violet has the potential, but with the Elendor versus the Nacroth and the Joker though, they need that Tain and the Baldoom. They ban out the Zenil first, and maybe Bacon will ban out Tain and Baldoom. Then what Talon has right now, they doesn't have the Zip, doesn't have the Lumber. There's still one more, maybe an outer support for side of Talon Esport.
And now looking at the first three picks with the double marksman onto KFC Talon, it is going to be a key point here on how they're going to be able to defend those two heroes. We already know that the Nakra can go in and wreak havoc. You as well as a pick is going to be a very, very strong pick in terms of being able to burst down these squishy heroes. First three picks for KFC Talon is full of damage. That is for sure. But the problem here is that they're also very, very squishy. And with the first three picks of Bacon Time, a UA, a Joker, and a Nacroth, definitely plays into the hands that they can deal a lot of damage as well. And the safety factor is definitely going to be there. The killing joke, the rocket of that Joker is going to have insane range. The skill sets of the UA will also have insane range. So I'm pretty scared for the line of KFC Talon. They need someone to actually hold the fort for them, and these supports have been banned out yet again. The Tain and the Baldum is not going to be available for KFC Talon, and this has been recurring all throughout here. They're not going to be able to use this in game 5. Game number 6 probably they could actually use this, but that's a bummer that they're not going to be able to utilize these tanks. Taara is going to be used out though, but in terms of the utility, in terms of being able to stun, Taara is a good meat shield that can soak up a lot of damage. That's the only utility that you're going to expect from the Taara. But if there is going to be a good avatar lock control for the other side, then he's definitely not, a very, very good pick into the clashes.
Yeah, because how Tara is not. He is a mid shield. I give you that. But in terms of the mobility that Vacant Time has, if they lock onto this Varus, it would be harder job for Tara. They need maybe one more. They need maybe Arthur to just be with Tara to just secure with the mid shield he has. Going to be really hard for Talon Spot itself. Yes, Tara can jump. Yes, Tara can heal it back. That they need to play more aggressive, and it is not giving any members of Bacon Time to go onto the back line because onto that Violet, because that Elendor will be on the front line all the time, but still the Venom will reach reach down the Violet, but the Florentino is hovered by Talon What I still like in terms of how many damage the Talon what gives, but in terms of bacon time, the more balanced type of composition, can go for the backline. They invest a lot in this matchup, and I would say Bacon had the best draft currently, and that only talent could execute this is going to play aggressive onto this matchup. If not, it's going to be a Bacon all the way.
Yeah, I also think the same. It is going to be difficult for KFC Talon if they're not going to be able to have the aggressive end, and they're going to be in the receiving end, and a shutdown on NTNZ is also possible. Then I think KFC Talon is already digging their graves here. I don't know how good Tony will be using that Ta'ara. The Ta'ara has that slows, has some damage as well as his health actually decreases. But what I'm looking for is someone that can actually hold people on the side of its bacon time, and no one actually has stuns except for the Liliana. Some knockbacks coming in from Moop as well is there, but I don't think that's going to be enough to stop the surge of the fury of knockups and silences, and then of course the gap closes from the Ferris. I'm pretty scared for KFC Talon. Let's see how this plays out, but for me in the draft, it's baking time definitely won it.
It's going to be hard now for the side of KFC Talon. As you said, they are digging their own graves. What will it be for AIC 22? Because 2 match needed for Bacon time to win this, and also for KFC Talon. And the momentum is on Bacon, and I saw when Muan plays down the Joker, he is aggressive, he is ruthless with this kind of matchup. But still, Kim Sensei is given the time to take onto this UA matchup. It will be something that it is kind of hard. As you mentioned before in game number 2, is that whatever happened in that matchup, Album P will have an upper hand against Moop. The damage and also the movement that Album P has is much of a convenient to kill down Moop itself. NTNZ had a good game first 2 matchup. In terms of the picks and drafts in game 3 and 4, it's not on the side of NTNZ, and Marky this time has the Yenna. We saw how Richter he plays with the Irie itself in game number 1. Plays it really cool, plays it really good. But now the question is, do Tony and Ares could play it really well onto the Mr. Dragon? Does Muan and Taeyong has the better drafts here?
Yeah, but that's gonna be one of the biggest questions. As Bacon time, the range has been discussed here. There is gonna be some range on the side of KFC Talon onto Ares' hands using that Violet, but there's gonna be a physical deflect here from the Joker. There's also insane damage. Arguably, one combination from Yue, you're gonna be suffering from your health being shaved off to 1/4 of your health, and one killing joke usually is gonna be enough to get a kill. So the long range game of Bacon Time is also going to be playing a factor here. If they're going to be able to successfully use it to suppress the members of KFC Talon, I guess they already have the game on the bag. They're going in for a 3-man start here. Maybe they actually want to go for an invade. The answer is going to be no. They're just deterring and checking on the area as they don't want any invades to happen on their side. The Moop's capability to actually get a fast clear wave is going to be affecting this, as long as he's going to be effective in going in for taking in the duels. Marky's going to be able to take the Sentinel, then Moop is definitely going to be effective. He is going to be spotting the blue buff though. He is not going in hard. Tony is going to be pushed back by Muan and Tux. in terms of the aggression in the place that is going to be expected, this Bacon Time has way more of the utilities that you want. You have Mu wants a killing joke. You have his empowered strikes, empowered shots. I mean, and then you also have the long range from Kim Sensei, who's just gonna be damaging in the distance. Tony is just basically just gonna soak some of the damage here. Move is just standing here, waiting for the creep wave to safely take it away. And Tony has been the target by Kim Sensei here. They're not gonna be able to take it. NTNZ is just gonna go for a safe clear as well. They're not opening up the spots here. Ares is safely just playing it out here in the bot lane. They're not getting out and they're not creating here, but Tony almost gets taken out. The killing joke is gonna get a hit, but he regenerates enough build to actually last that. And that is only the start.
Yeah, that is a good damage has been land over there because it is a momentum been given away, but that how okay the re-engage comes in on the bottom side and now first blood coming in with the Phantom from Taya claims the first kill, but that is a Tara. Tara has no damage. What Tara could do, and Hyper Pro really needs to run away, but a couple more combos comes in for Kim Sensei, and see how Bacon Time already had the lead in terms of goal. They have the momentum currently. How do KFC Talent want to shut down onto that Nacross? It will be substantially hard to kill this Nacross. Couple more Bloody Kiss. One more Venom is needed. Maybe he wants to go for a couple more damage, but still needs to wait for the Curse of Death to find a couple more damage. The Tara is hard to kill, but the rest of the members is not. So Kim Sensei really need to focus around with move. Maybe I put Pro in mid. Ares is the job for Taeyox. Maybe for kind of laughter for Muan itself. So all the members of Bacon Time has one job. He can't kill down the members of Talent only one shot. So they need to go for a picks that that could benefit Bacon Time right now. So they have to wait for a couple more damage, but a little bit aggressive here comes in for Tony. Still has no Curse of Death, but still gives much more damage coming in for the Taeyong as well as Muan on bottom. And they are trying to chase down Ares first, but still has the Venom for Taeyong. In the mid lane here, a couple more damage for Kim Sensei, trying to push away, but the Metamorphosis has been land from Moop. It's not enough for the side of Kim Sensei as well as Moop in mid lane. They have to trade a couple more damage. The Dragon still waiting for 60 seconds as well as the Dark Slayer, but now Tara has the ultimate ready. He still can push down the ultimate. The health will go up, and the members of Bacon will disperse at that current moment because he knows that he cannot just kill down the Tara, and that's a little bit too early. They need to find Ares. It's not on a not suitable position to just kill down the Violet in terms of early. But for members of KFC Talent trying to go for the bottom push before the Mr. Dragon has spawned in this matchup, they have to just guard down this area before of that objective going in. But a couple more damage. Kim Sensei need to flickers out. Moan trying to find a kill onto Ares. First that kills as connected, but now they trade with Moan and been killed away by Tony itself. They need a Curse of Death. Maybe the Tomb Reaper coming in for Kim Sensei to just kill down this Tara. A little bit too ambitious, but one attack just left. And they take the first turret in mid. Then the mid is open and KFC Talent has exposed their jungle to Bacon Time.
Yeah, I mean, this is a problem, but Tony is going to be fairly low here. He's just going to be soaking up the damage. And that's what you expect from a Tara. But in terms of protection, we saw that he was not able to help Ares at all. And that's, you know, I don't know, that's going to be repeating in a lot of instances because it is going to be hard in terms of being able to protect with no utilities at all. You don't have crowd controls, you only have slow, and there's so much that a slow can actually just do. And on the ball lane, we're gonna see Talks actually running for the high heels. Explosive shield is gonna be used, and there is some speed up there. Muwan is gonna be taking the brunt of some of the damage. Moop and Ares are gonna be taking the first objective for KFC Talon. They take the bottom lane turret, and they are going in hot, maybe going in for another turret of for themselves. But Kim Sensei is there on the mid lane. He's gonna be spotting out KFC Talon. Are they gonna be able to take a push? The answer is no. They're not gonna be able to capitalize on what they have as a lead. And TNZ doing his best here. He's not gonna be having a good time as long as he's not gonna have the visuals on where the positions of KFC of Team It's Bacon's members are. Venom's gonna be used by Tux. He doesn't hit Moop. Moop is gonna be caught out. That's going to be the Judgment's Blade. The Jury Fury actually has one up over to Moop, and we're gonna see Muan go for the engagement there. Hyperflow is gonna be able to dash, but Ares is definitely not gonna be able to live, and he is gonna be another casualty to the name of It's Bacon Time.
Yeah, he's going to get smoked over that. KFC Talon is no. They are hard to just guard down. Only Tara can just defend Ares, but Tara is too mobile. He gonna just follow the movement of Ares a little bit too fun. And down top side here, maybe a trade with the orb, but still takes the kill for Kim Sensei. Here comes Necro from the side with the judgment call, giving the kill number 3, make it number 6 for Bacon Time. Double kill for that LMP, and Bacon Time takes the lead in terms of everything in this game.
Oh man, it's Bacon Time having the advantage here, and this has been the biggest problem for KFC Talon. They don't have anyone that has a utility to help them initiate, help them to hold, and it's already evident on the clashes that happen on the pickoffs. Tony can just be in the front, but still not able to actually do anything. Marky's gonna be spotting out AT&T, and he is just going to be running. He's not gonna be fighting out Florentino in a 1v1 duel unless there is going to be a duel in place. Tony is doing his best, rising win by Kim Sensei to position himself up.
Ooh, Ares
going out, and Ares might be taking onto the top lane. Alma P finishes off Ares. They get that Holy Dragon, but at what cost? An objective, and most of the positionings here are actually being controlled by It's Bacon Time. Alma P and the others are actually running fast. They want to actually get Moop and then TNZ, but because of the rotate there, they are already spotted up. Almost gets a kill onto Tony. Almost. Just a little more, and It's Bacon Time. It's definitely going to be racking up the damage. A lot of the health of the creep wave here is done, and TNT is not going to commit without the help of the others. Ares is going to be caught out. The Judgment's Blade is not going to be finishing her off. But gets taken out. The killing joke actually gets that kill from long range, from afar, and Tony is just soaking up more damage for himself. And this is the problem with that RF. What the hell are you guys doing with that support? What the hell are you guys doing?
You guys deserve the laughing gas coming in for Joker. That is a joke coming in for KFC Talon, but now it comes in again with Tara, but no other backups comes in. It's a little bit too tanky here for that Yena himself. They are going to lose this turret in the mid lane. We're only waiting for the minion to crash onto the mid lane in the turrets for the top side. Look the damage for Kim Sensei after he has the Toma Reaper as well as the boomsticks. The members of KFC Talon could not cooperate with the damage that KFC Talon has right now. Look how the damage he is. Kim Sensei needs to die if Talon want to win this game. But now what happened? They have a goal gap in terms of jungle. It is a jungle gap coming in for LMP as well, and Moop is not having a good game here. Is not having the thoughts to win this matchup. And that Nacross is going all over the map. This is what happened when you had a lot more space to play and it also has more damage. Really, Tony needs to run away with a couple more Jury Fury. They secure the mid lane, but at what cost? They will go for Ares next. They want to find Ares. Ares goes back a little bit here. Almond P trying to find the crits. The land inside of the members of KFC Talon, but still, this area is secured with the defense of KFC Talon.
Yup, and right now there is going to be a standoff here. KFC Talon is just waiting here on the mid lane because they know one slip up is what it takes, and one of their turrets are already gonna fall down. All the other turrets are already taken with an open lane here on the bottom lane as well. It is going to be easier to go for a push with half of the health of the mid lane turret already there. They are going to be coming back into the objective takes here as more of the members are actually going back. Tony is going to be spotting up Almond P, who is starting the Slayer, but without any information where the other members are. They are not going to commit. And that's going to be the Venom. It connects onto iPod Pro.
That's the chase.
Marky is going there with his dash, but he's not going to be committing. He's just procting out the flickers on there, and Ares was forced to actually use it. So the next time someone goes in, it is going to be a scary thought where Ares is going to be a casualty.
Oh, now 8 kills to 1, deficit of 7, but now KFC Talon, they need to revive. They need to revive their plan here because that dragon will be taken away. The whole dragon as well as the Doombringer will march into the mid lane after this. They have to wait for a couple more damage. None of the kills, only 1 kill for the side of KFC Talon. They want to crash in mid. They want to force it out. Top side will be pushed as well. Doombringer onto the mid lane, trying to find a couple more damage, but Tony trying to kill anybody, but the Venom does not hit. On top side, anti-clash with Marky. Still have the damage, but Keep Sensei will be taken away here, but the Ice Orb is still down. LMP claims the kill, and NTNC gets the Venom. Is not going to be the man for Talon Esports, but now Move, iPod Pro as well as NTNZ lose their health, but still Tony is alive. That is Tara. What Tara could do in this moment. They still can go for the core in the mid lane. They want to kill the Tara. They don't care. They want to kill the Tara, but no. Bacon Time takes the core after these, make it a 3-win in the game of 5. It's going to be match point for Bacon Time.
Bacon Time having a 3-0 on the second half is a big thing. One more point, one more game, and they could already seal the deal and knock out KFC Talon out of the tournament. And I couldn't say that they don't deserve that KFC Talon actually deserves it, but they actually deserved it because of that Tara draft, wherein they didn't have enough utility. And now, because they don't have a lot of crowd controls, how can you actually lock down the members of It's Bacon Time? It's like a big joke that you actually just have one meat shield. I understand that it could be one meat shield, then have someone that could actually set. But at this point, I've seen the Tara being used before by one team, but they paired it up with a lineup with a lot of crowd controls. And definitely, it's Bacon Time. Took advantage of that going here on game number 5. Game number 6 is definitely on their sights. One more win, and it's all we can already smell the bacon.
I think if Talon Esports, they bring out the Tara, they pair it with the Arthur with Frostcape. I think that is better than Florentino. I think because of how Arthur has mid shield and also has the crowd control, not much, but it is enough in terms of how Arthur could play a little bit longer and has more damage in terms of that fight. Yeah, when you draft with the double ADC composition, you need more than one mid shield, and Florentino could not do it. Florentino, yes, you had explosive shield, but in terms of the health of Florentino itself is not enough to just happen to be a burst damage coming in. You have Yue, you have the Joker, and also you have the Nacros. That is not enough for the Florentino. It's too much mobility to just escape the Gentleman's Duel, and also it's too much damage to deal with the Florentino itself. So Talon is what they deserve the giving the game for the side of Bacon Time because of how the draft is not good as well in terms of how many times Talon is in this place, because that Florentino is not going to make it for that game itself. And one match away for winning for Bacon Time.
Yeah, 1 match away, and very, very deserved win for its Bacon Time. They had a better draft. They really thought it out well. Problem here is that in the first 3 picks, you could have picked up Attain, you could have picked up
Baldoon. Yeah.
You could pick up any other hero than Taara, but they did not. All throughout, even in game number 4, they did not. They had the leeway to, because they had the advantage in terms of not being able to use that support just yet. It was already used up by your opponents, and I don't know, it's just that I felt like the draft for KFC Talon was just lackluster. I don't think that they thought it out well. Maybe they thought that because they needed a tank, they needed someone like the Taara who's just gonna be able to survive, and we saw Tony survive much of the fights. What didn't survive is his teammates, who he's supposed to protect.
He just go upset. He just go aggro. Hey guys, I go aggro right now, and just look at back. Where are you guys? I'm dead, man. I'm dead. I'm not here, man. You're too far and too tanky. You have regens, but what do we have? We have damage, but we don't have any armor, though. What is your job? You have to protect us, but
yeah, even if he tries to protect, I don't think he's gonna be.
It's not even enough.
I think Key would have been a better protector at this point. He would just use Dragon's Bane and push everyone back, or maybe a Superman actually.
Yeah. Yep. Superman. Yep. I totally agree.
Taara, yeah, you can slow it. I do think Taara is a good utility hero. It's just that the composition that they had no utility, and that's a disaster waiting to happen in any kind of contest. If you don't have crowd control, if you don't have anyone to initiate for you, if you don't have anyone to actually protect you, like knock back the opponents, push back the opponents. Basically, you're just waiting for your allies to die, and we saw that going into this game. There was some stunts coming up from Hyper Pro, but there's just so much that he can actually do at that moment. There were some slows coming from Tony, but they're just going to actually use Cleanse, and then the people, the utility that they have, the Venom, the dashes. Yena also had dashes as well, and
Silence.
that always connected to Ares, and Ares was always out and down of the count. It's not his fault. It's just that the draft wasn't really capable to actually give them that leeway to have the advantage, even if they went on the offensive. And we really hope that they went to the offensive, but they couldn't. They couldn't go into the offensive because one of the reasons there is who's going to initiate. It's always going to be Hyper Pro who's going to be initiating on their side, and then after that, who? No one.
Yeah, that draft. I understand that draft is really needed to play all in aggressive, but when it comes to aggressive, Bacon Time is they had the early game composition. They had Nacron, they had Joker as well as Yue. After the Tome of Reaper, none of the members of KFC Talon could deal damage to them, and also they cannot play aggressive because because of the pokes coming in for Kim Sensei after the killing joke, and also the kind of laughter is much of a troublesome for the side of KFC. I don't know why. They already seen the Joker for the second pick, and they last pick for the Florentino. You know, Florentino is not good versus the kind of laughter, as well as the burst damage that Joker had, and as well as the last pick for the side of Beacon Type is the Varus. I love the Varus pick, but if they want to go maybe the G pick for replacing Florentino, they still have. I think Errol could play it better because of the stun, and then they waste out the Zuka before this in match number 4 because of that kind of with the Wukong as well. But if they had the Wukong, substitute it with the Florentino, I think it could be better because of that ultimate itself. But yeah, it's kind of hard to see KFC talent. They are losing a lot of Almighty over here, and the might to stay in this AIC. One match point, and one match away for Bacon Time to survive this AIC. And the MVP will be Kim Sensei with the 3 kills and 8 assists, 0 death. I would say not a lot of MVP today had a death in it. Maybe you had a couple of easy matches and also easy kills, but in terms of errors, been caught up too much with the dive composition comes in from Bacon Time. So yeah, last match possible for side of Bacon. Can they do it? Can they do this? Yeah, and because of talent, has none draft in this current matchup. They will suffer a lot.
Game number 6 definitely is, if it's the same draft for we actually see, I think KFC talent needs to take a rest and maybe compete on another international tournament, because the draft that they are showing definitely trashy. We'll discuss that more as we progress on to game number 6. But before we go to game number 6, we'll go to a very short break. My name is Vittorio, this is Mikos, this is the AIC 2022. We'll be right back after this short break.
It's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, the both ways, hope pays. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Bomb your world, I declare. I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You test to me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go. I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit. My mind's on city mode. I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wired. I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded. My destiny, you'll find it hard to find it.
Winning street, my dubs elite, I bring it. Yeah. 50 feet step back, I'm about to split my G, I'm with it. Yeah. Sun shines, I dream bigger. Believe in myself, I maintain rigor. Be what I wanna be, don't be little. Me.
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, the both ways, hope pays. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare.
Hey, send me up at any location, I hold up and mow them down. Look at the constellations for consolation while I retain my crown. Back in the background, I'm a background, what goes gon' come back round. I'm self-made, built everything from the ground up, I say it proud.
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, the both ways, hope pays. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere.
welcome back to Arena Villa International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Nikos. We are back in this game number 6 of this best of 7 series between KFC Talon and It's Baking Time. And It's Baking Time actually takes the lead with 3-2. So they need one more. This is match point already, and if they lose this, we go back into game number 7 with all picks and bans resetted from before we started game number 1.
If we are going to game number 7, I would say legitly Talon is what could win because of how their draft in game number 1 is somehow okay rather than the game number 3, 4, and 5. It is hard to say that game number 6, KFC Talon, you had Baldoom, you had Tane, play around that, man. It is hard because of Bacon Time. They only have, maybe they want to go for, they don't have the Lumber, they don't have the Tane, and also the Baldoom. They much more for, they already have the Tachi for the Dark Slayer, but in terms of the support role, I don't think Bacon has a lot more. Maybe they want to force down the Roxy, still have a couple more, maybe a Zip or maybe a Krezix to be exact for side of Bacon. It's hard, but yeah, KFC Talon, they have a lot more support kind of role that has a lot of tanky composition to be won. But Bacon Time, they draft pretty amazingly before this, and that is, look at the faces. They know they are going to win this. I'm looking the same here, but what happened if one of them is not going to win? I'm just loving it that Talon and Bacon, they have the same kind of sponsors right now. They both have KFC though. Then that is the one point, and it is making me hungry right now. God damn it! But it's okay. Oh no, you're not gonna be kidding me. Bacon God's Omen though. Alright, they takes down the Omen. What? Talon Esport. Maybe they want to rush down the Yena here. Maybe the cheap pick is an early matchup. They doesn't have the Florentino already because they used it before this. That is kind of a lot for Talon Esport. They want to go for the Talon Nas Baldoom if they want to. It still has maybe the Talon Nas and the Tane. Is hard to think about it because I haven't go for the 6th game a long more. I still want to see Valheim, but Emily's support, I kind of like it. If they want to with Emily's support, but it's kind of okay with the pair with the Caffney. Caffney and the Emily though. I would say they need that Emily to go for the Dark Slayer rather than supporting Caffney because they usually go for Caffrey and the Baldoom. So Bacon Time brought up the Violet, still support, maybe the Krezix to be played. Maybe they had Alice to be played also. If they want for an Alice, just want to give a hard time with the silence onto the face of Caffrey with the hits and fits. But Zenial is the answer for the side of Bacon Time. I kind of love it. I love how the Zenial and the Omen going to be played by Bacon here.
But now on the first 3 picks of It's Baking Time, pairing it up with an Omen, that's gonna be a solid pick for sure. If they do lock it into that single pick, and you pair it up with a Violet as well, a lot of damage is definitely there for the late game as long as Violet is gonna be able to scale. In the point of the KFC Talon though, they have a Kafeni, and that has the better mid-game, the mid-game power spike. So they could also play that if they are going to be aggressive. But because we expected them to be aggressive.
You just said it, bro.
Yeah, I said it twice because I expected them to be aggressive last game. So them, I am actually expecting now that they are the ones that are going to give the aggression to Bacon Time. But
Dirac is still okay though. I think Dirac is still okay. But they kept, but they solid their defense rather than they want to go full on aggressive. Maybe they are afraid about the momentum that Bacon Time has right now, because the aggression coming in for Bacon Time before this is too much an early phase. So maybe Taylor Esports just want to bring it into the late game. They want to play more defensive because they thinking that they are lacking into defense in game number in game number 5, and they saw it through. But now bring out the direct with the Genesis Blast, but I don't think so. It's going to be much of a help here if Bacon Time play more aggressive, because I think they doesn't have the Iggy yet into the mid lane because of Bacon, but kind of if Bacon brought up the Raz, the Gaffney will be done. Maybe I just love the flash coming in for Kim Sensei, because you can go for the Gaffney pick in that early matchup.
In terms of what the first 3 picks are, you could just have some sustainability, you have defensibility as well in the direct pick. But in terms of the utility, the mobility, you have a lot more on its Bacon Time. They have stunts, they have pulls, they have pin downs as well. And in terms of first 3 picks, I feel like no one actually won it, just because a direct pick is a pick that you can definitely use from the early to late game, as long as the Genesis barrier is there. If he doesn't have the Genesis barrier, that's what makes it hard on the utility of the Dirac, because mostly you pick that up because you want to rely onto the capabilities of the Genesis barrier.
I'm just looking at what is the combo. I think I'm kind of like if they want to lock onto the Baldum pick here, that is going to be a good matchup with the Gaffney and the Baldum. They had a lot more defensive type of movement, but they have a defensive mid laners. That is a fact. Then they need something into the jungle that has a killer instinct. Maybe a Crickdag. Maybe they want for they ban out the Sinestria. If they brought a tanky jungle, it would be something of a hard game for Talon though. They need something that has damage, and now bring it Aoi for Bacon Time. Still one more left. We have mid lane. Who's going to be in the mid lane for the side of Bacon Time? It's potentially maybe they bought Aoi, maybe the Lumia could be picked here for the side of Bacon, or they want to poke. Kali could be better. Yep, the Kali could be picked here for the side of Bacon Time. Still, only Bacon Time has done a lot more Kali gameplay in this AIC 22. If you want to lock it, I think it's okay because it doesn't have much over damage in terms of mid lane. They already have killer onto the jungle. They need something that have the crowd control and range. They go for the Kali pick. Last pick here for the jungle. Taylor Esports, who will be picked here because they have support type of mid lane. They go for a tanky kind of jungle. Huh.
And KFC Talon is actually looking to close it out with the Volcat pick. The Volcat has been, neglected in terms of being used up. I think Volcat brings a lot to the table. We've seen this in the series. We've seen P go ham using the Ultima, and definitely as long as he's gonna be able to practice that, he is gonna be able to punish the squishiest of heroes on the other side, and definitely it's gonna be working out well on them as long as he's gonna be able to lock in onto the Kali, onto the Violet as well. But a possible Death Embrace could also have the Volcat be stuck into place when he's actually in Ultima mode.
Ooh, Ultima mode will be one of the moments for the side of Talon Esports, but now one game away for Bacon Time to win this, or Talon Esports could bring us to game number 7. The question is really hard, but who's going to make it? But Talon Esports looks like they are irritated enough and laughing what happened in this game. They are not mad on what happened in this matchup. They are still able to control the mentality, and that is good for Talon. But only one game away, it would change the expression for themselves. Will they stay in the AIC, or they are going to go home with Flash, Mad, SGP, and all other teams that are big has been sent home before this? Game number 6. Bacon Time versus KFC Talon Esports. Who's gonna win this? Bacon Time or Talon Esports?
It is kind of in the middle. I think the draft for KFC Talon went better for game number 6, but damn, you need to go to game number 6 to have a proper draft. That doesn't bode well for the future of KFC Talon. And anyway, iPro and Tony are going to try to get a fast wave here. And iPro is just hanging into the back. He knows that he's just going to be able to pin and deal a lot of damage as well. And TNZ is going to be beat up by Marky in terms of being able to have the first clear. Tux and Tony are actually going in for a tussle in the mud. They are going to take the small cap here from Almond Beast Clutches. And iPro will always have the advantage in terms of getting the clear wave. The things that I don't like about the Kali is it's just one directional. But maybe it's gonna be working out for them here, since not much is going to be expected in terms of the mobility. Most of the heroes as well that we're seeing actually is mostly one directional. The only ones with the mobility are the heroes that are like what Almo P is using, the Avoid, Muwans. You can also have the mobility from Ares, but all the others is mostly one directional. And Kim Sensei might be caught out here, but the pin down from Hyper Pro is not going to connect, so that is going to be very, very fortunate for Kim Sensei.
Yep, we have to wait for the early invasion comes in. It's going to be really hard, but now the burst first Abyssal Dragon for members of KFC Talon is here, and that damage is going to land with a couple more damage, but it cannot steal this Abyssal Dragon. But they're going to trade down this objective in terms of Gentleman's Trade for Beacon and also Talon Esport. But I think in terms of movement, Bacon has a lot more potential in terms of goal. They had a lot more movement in terms of how we can just grapple away, try to find a much more suitable move. But Bacon Time, can they win this? Because we haven't seen a lot wins with an AOE pick, because AOE pick is somehow a lot more hard to execute rather than using a quick now, maybe a Nacross, but now has been caught up. Zaniel has been taken away with a couple more damage, just left with dead Emily. Still the first blood going in for KFC Talon. Maybe the counter attack is in, but no, Elman P has arrived. They are going to run it back. Couple more damage just left, takes the support as well. Tony has been killed and been arrived with the ultimate from Taeyong himself, and Tony is the one for the casualties. That ultimate has been pushed by Moop, but it's not enough to kill down Bacon Time. The respawn from Bacon a little bit too fast for the Talon Esport to fly and run away.
Yup, and that's gonna be the actual pulse being used here by Kim Sensei to add and shave some of the health of Ares. Tony is going to be the first one here in the brushes. They know how the vision, and they are going to be forced to rotate to a very, very long path. And Kim Sensei is still going to be able to reach his creep wave here in the mid lane, but Ipa Pro and Tony are going hard. They are going to try to actually get a very, very big push here. The Gentis barrier is going to be available, and that is what we're going to be expecting. But Taux was able to use his shield burst to destroy the creep wave onto the bot lane.
Yeah, currently 50-50 onto the ranks, but still 800 gold lead for Bacon Time. They had a couple more damage, but on top side here is this consistent Omen versus the damage Emily. And I kind of like the pick onto the Emily versus an Omen on top side. It could be something that is really hard to execute for both of the teams, but living Omen here is going to leave a mark. And now a couple more damage here, trying to run away with the ultimate. Oh, he still survive. Element P is not going to be chased down, but the horse is there, trying to find where is Element P. Drops again with the Ultima, and still going to take the kill and rely on the top side tower, trying to disperse the team fight, but still KFC Talent got their second kill, and Bacon Time, there's no resistance just yet to take the kill. Maybe they go for the Abyssal Dragon, they lose 2 towers on the top side, maybe on bottom side as well, but still make it a hard bargain for the side of Bacon Time. Go for Aoi, maybe take the kill number 2. Element P is showing his worth. What happened if you play for Element P? But no, iPod Pro is there to disengage the situation. Kills and trade with the towers on bottom side here. Make it a 3 kill to 2 on the side of Bacon Time.
Yo, that is gonna be a big play coming in from KFC Talent. They're taking it back, and after a tumultuous game 3 and 4, that's gonna be the Jealous Splinter being used here by Move-On. Move-On is running for the high heels, but Move is just zeroing in to keep Sensei, who's definitely just going to be cannon fodder as KFC Talent just locked into him. And this is the difficult part about using a Kali. It's basically a dead weight in most of the scenario where she's gonna be caught out. She doesn't have any mobility skills. She has some speed ups, but she has some slows as well, but that's basically it. She doesn't have any utility to let her get away, and Move-On might be taken out here. That's gonna be the full salon coming from Ares, and iPod Pro has been doing it here in game number 6. They want to keep the dream alive, and Ares is just clearing out the waves and also taking out the other turret. And the dragon as well is going to be in the safekeeping of its Bacon Time. But it doesn't matter because the objectives that actually matters here in this game is being taken by KFC Talent. The Posalon is going to be used by the Genesis barrier. It actually is not that effective in damaging the members of KFC Talent.
Yeah, I'm loving how Talon is playing right now because of the momentum it is. He caught one, but the Wild Reason is not going to connect onto Marquis. Marquis really needs to play a little bit of a split push, but it's hard because NTNZ has the high ground right now. Bottom side, a couple more damage. Trying to find a way, but the locks onto bottom side here. None of the members of Bacon Time trying to react. Only the couple more damage from Carl Lee trying to secure this kill, but still has the ultimate comes in from Taeox. Trying to disperse, and they will jump. Oh no, Kafni, one more attack for Kafni. Still waiting with the jumps, comes in for Taeox, trying to kill down NTNZ. Can they do it? But still not enough more of the damage. They have the Violet onto the Moan. They need to play it really safe, but Ares with the Kafni late game is so much of a nightmare. So the members of Bacon, they need to realize here, they still can trail in terms of kill, but the goal is not giving the moment for the side of KFC Talent. It still has a 600 goal gap after the Dark Slayer will be the same, and they need to retaliate even more. They need to wait for the Marquis has a couple more items to play a little bit more aggressive, and wait for Aoi to play a couple more picks here, because we've seen Almond P plays aggressive, but Almond P picks on maybe Ares and the kill on Tony, and it's not a great to pick for Bacon Time itself. They need to play onto distant, trying to avoid the wall charge coming in from Tony.
Yup, and right now it's KFC Talent is looking for the next play, because even with the kill stats actually in their favor, it's actually not translating to the gold lead. So in terms of their capabilities, it's almost the same. That's going to be the knockoff coming to the Dragon. The Genesis Barrier is going to be used. Marky's going to be using the Death Embrace. Is he going to be caught out? The answer is yes. A Jealous Splinter is going to be needed here. Marky might be taking the Rock Shield. Is going to be procced out here. A Jealous Splinter already used. Move might be dead. As Tonks burst that shield before he releases his Ultima. And this is a turnaround play coming in from its Bacon Time. They are going in strong here. Marky was just too tanky. He waited for the last moments before he actually used his rock shield, and that gave him leverage on his health, and he was not taken down easily.
As long as Bacon can kill down Move, and there's no problem at all to chase down Ares on this side, because Ares has no movement speed at all. He cannot run away with it. He only has damage left. But that Shuriken toss coming in for NTNZ. They need to push this mid lane and also top lane with the Doombringer, with the ring barrier coming in for Bacon Time. If they can just gives in, but the damage from KFC Talon a little bit too much. And they lost a couple of damage in that mid lane itself. Now, the area has been secured around for Talon Esports, so they are going to play a little bit passive for Bacon Time. They're not going to make any mistakes trying to find a way with the wall charge, maybe with a couple more speeds. No flicker for Tony here. No big plays will be made, but he has the wall prison. If wall prison caught up to Marquee, and also that Jealous Splendor could save down that Omen, it could be the game for Bacon Time. Marky plays it really well onto the bottom side here, fighting 3 members of Talon Esports, trying to find some stacks and also lifesteal, trying to hold down onto the minion wave. And Bacon Time, okay, with the wall charge goes in, but the Taeyongs will be caught up first, and wall charge is needed here to kill down Taeyongs, but the Genesis Barrier still have trying to protect into the mid turret, but now the members of Bacon Time, they need this Dark Slayer to help them to penetrate the base of Talon Esports. If not, it's going to be a hard game to manageable to kill this, potentially winning and march on to the next stage of AIC. But now Taeyongs need to find there's some members of Talon inside of that bush. Don't just check it out. You will be taken away. One wall charge is needed to kill down Taeyong. 4 members on the top side. 16 seconds for the Missile Dragon to spawn. 3 minutes into the Infinite Slayer. Flicker comes in. Marky been caught up, but the Wall Prison not just using yet. Still had the Jealous Splendor from Taeyong. Damage, retaliate, comes in, all the way onto the backside. L1P trying to find a kill, but Fusilage coming in for Ares will not give the Genesis Blast. But still, Marky is alive with the Rockhard. Still goes in, but a couple more side steps comes, but Marky will be taken away. Rockhard goes in, a couple more damage. L1P picks your food. Who's going to be killed first? But none of the members, but Muan kills down Tony. And that is the only one with that all-time clash. Tony is the only one is dying in that team fight.
Oh man, this Bacon Time now is actually gaining traction on how good the clashes are. And definitely the top lane is being pressured here by LMP. Is this going to be a possible takeoff? But he is too nimble at this point, while Marky is making a dream here in the bottom lane as well. Second tier turns are falling down one after another. Tony was the only one taken down, but they also take 2 turrets for themselves, and they're going in for a hard defense here onto the mid lane. Move already has his Yoga's edge. He's going to be able to slow down people as the clashes start, but it doesn't matter because there's a lot of protection that is going to be afforded on Bacon Time. They have a lot of the pulls coming in from Marky. They do commit on Alba B, still has the Dragon's Wrath. Kim Sensei and Muwan needs to play this as smart as they could, because they are going to be the vital members at this point.
Bacon Time is not going to go down easily than KFC Talon. They are in the defense mode right now. Only a couple of 100 goals. Just be in between them. Bacon time waits for the 43 seconds onto the Infinite Layer to find out. Only one attack just left for the towers in mid. They are going to clash on the jungle. Still with the Angelic Splendor on the side. Marky is too tanky. This is the pain you will receive if you give an Omen for the side of any other teams. Movement secures on Tony for the second time. They will break in mid. Bottom side will crash. Top side will clash down. And KFC Talent, they lose 2 members. The ultimate comes in. One pull come from that Marquis trying to kill down NTNZ, but a little more damage is needed. Maybe M1P is the man for the job. They secures down mid lane. Only KFC Talent is survived. They are not going for the Imbecile Dragon or maybe the Dark Slayer itself. The only objective is the core itself. Angelic Splendor trying to save the members of Bacon Time. They goes for the core. Still have retaliation for KFC Talent. They're not going to bow down in that easily. Fusilata on the backside. Still has the ultimate for Elmon P and Resurrection itself. And Bacon Time is going to the semi-finals.
Oh man, it's Bacon Time, bringing home the bacon. KFC Talent did not know what actually hit them. And this is really what happens when you give the Omen instead of the Lorian to your opponent. A very, very tanky Marquis. And as we move into the series, we're gonna say goodbye to KFC Talon, and they are gonna be dropped here. And the only hope of the RPL is gonna be Bacon Time, who is gonna be moving on to the quarterfinals for the lower bracket. Or semifinals.
Yeah, semifinals. Yeah, semifinal lower bracket. It's still acceptable, man. But that's the reason why I wear pink today, because I'm supporting Bacon for the first day. But I'm just sad for the first 2 games. But it's okay. Now they win. But it's okay. We set the past to the past, man.
Yeah, I mean, very unfortunate that we saw KFC Talent actually draft, like, I don't know, newbies. They didn't know.
Wow, that is good statement though.
In game 5 and game 6, they were noobs in terms of the drafting. They had the mechanical skills. It's like you're giving players, beginner heroes when they could actually handle, the more complicated ones. And
maybe ranked conquerors, man.
Yeah,
there's no direction at all.
Yeah, definitely. They were not able to actually. They actually was not able to capitalize on the advantage that they had. It was already at 2-0, and them actually failing to close it out because of a few measly drafts is kind of sad.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the drafts actually didn't make sense, and. Whew. That's basically it. We can't say anymore because there is no what ifs. There is no what ifs in a do or die situation, and that's gonna be something that KFC Talent needs to think about. They used to have, higher placements in this kinds of tournaments. In the international, they don't get knocked out easily. But right now, the way things are, the way they actually draft. Actually affected their capability to win. It doesn't just make sense.
The others, curse.
Yeah, the others actually let us see a lot of how the composition is gonna work. And KFC Talent was not able to make sense of their own draft. They were just too weak all throughout game number 4 and game number 5. After game number 3, after a bite clench, nail crunching sessions there, wherein you don't know who's gonna be able to win. In game number 4 and game number 5 in the draft, you already know who is actually going to take home the second part of the series. And if
you gave Omen to Marquis, and that is the point. You cannot kill down the Omen. That is the hardest truth that Talent Esport really need to think about, because that Omen with the Zenil pick is so hard to kill with the rock heart and everything. It is that omen. Phew! So tanky, man.
Yeah, it's a lot of takiness on the hero damage production, being able to actually just regenerate some of his health whenever he procs his passive. And then of course his ultimate is also a game changer. It locks down some of the heroes of KFC Talent and gave a lot of leeway for the free looks that they were looking for. And moving forward, it's vacant time is going to be moving to actually face Brachytopia next week. And it is going to be a best of 7 instead of a best of 5. But in the best of 5, they were beaten out by Brachytopia in a 3-0 fashion. Will Bacon Time actually have the capability to, turn the tables up and be the one to actually dominate the series? Because Brachytopia with a 3-0, that's a strong statement against Bacon Time. I feel like Brachytopia is a team that really excels against the RPL. After we saw them have a 4-1 against VCF, we saw Bacon Time actually have a 4-1 against KFC Talent. And if we're still going to be basing it in that logic, it could also be a possible sweep again for Brachytopia, unless we're actually going to see a very hot start for its Bacon Time.
Yeah, maybe that is just a strategy though for Bacon. They just want to drop out the low bracket and wins in the low bracket. Just want to go for the finals. Maybe we don't know yet. They have to prove it out for versus Brachytopia in, I think, next Sunday. They will fight out Brachytopia on the next Sunday. But first of all, we'll look at these post stats coming in. 4 wins and 2 wins for the side of KFC Talent. 8 kills to 6, not much. Still have 50-50 on the side. Goal is only 4K, 1,000 goal, 4,000 goal up front for the side of Bacon Time. Still have a ups and downs in terms of Bacon. They lost their grips onto the 4 minutes. As long as 4 minutes into the game, from 4 to 8 minutes, they lost the control of the match. And I think the point is that Muan had killed Tony 2 times when KFC is Talon is defending, and that is the moment when we saw the light has been shining for the fans of Bacon Time. They are going to win this matchup, and it is going to be something that is hard to believe. And Marky dealing not much of a damage, but still I need to know healing from Taeyox. He heals Marky all the time, the front liner for the side of Bacon Time. And I'm still kind of hurt. If you are guys really like Talon, when they push the Omen for Marquee, that is the time that I know this is going to be win for Bacon Time. That is the moment I know.
I mean, there was already a checkmate in terms of the drafting, because if they opened up the Lorian, it would have been taken. If they opened up the Omen, then definitely was also taken. And you're gonna see here Marky as the MVP of game number 6, the one that knocked out KFC Talon, a 104 KDA, 62.5% KP. Doesn't matter because the damage taken that he has is substantial, 24.7%, almost. That is 1/4 of the damage that was dealt by KFC Talon. And moving forward, we're gonna see more of Marky, one of the consistent Dark Slayer laners. We're down to 4 teams already in the tournament. By Sophia, it's Bacon Time, and then in the upper bracket we still have 1 team, and also V Gaming, which is a square off. A lot of the champions are still up. SGP was the only championship team from the regions that was knocked out. They were not even able to participate here onto the playoffs. And we always have that. Last time it's Bacon Time. Now it is SGP. But we're going to see in your schedule. We're gonna see in your schedule Backytopia and its Bacon Time is going to be matching up again in the best of 7 series. Before that is going to be one team against V Gaming. One team has been very, very strong all throughout AIC. V Gaming, although they did had some hiccups onto the group stages, they did very, very well against Biketopia, and we all know Biketopia is a very, very strong team. They had a 4-1 over VCF, and they already had a 3-0 onto its Bacon time. So V Gaming is no joke at all. So Titans from 2 regions, from the AOG and the GCS, we'll see who's going to be knocked into the lower brackets. But on Biketopia and it's Bacon time, it's a rematch, a revenge match for Bacon time. Or is it still going to be Biketopia teaching Bacon time how to play AOV?
Oh yeah, this is your semifinals day 1. Upcoming matches yet will be proceed 2nd of July next week on the Saturday of July. The one team versus V Gaming and Biketopia versus Bacon time, and then we shall see who's ever gonna teach who. One team or V Gaming, by maybe Biketopia on top again, or maybe Bacon time is the one is saying no, this time AIC is ours and we want to win this frankly. So mark your calendars and set your alarm at 12:15 p.m. GMT plus 7 on the 2nd of July. With us, we will give you a lot of best game possible in the AIC. We are reaching to the end. Only 4 teams left in the AIC. And before we go for the semi-final, Vittorio, sadly we have to end our week, not just the day, our week before the semi-finals. My name is Mikos and I'm with Vittorio. See you guys in the semi-finals. Don't touch the browser. Come on. Bye-bye.